A voice commands, "Give it up." The narration continues, stating that it's time to end the 100 years of enmity between the Jaipur sect and the viridescent nether cult. A temple clings precariously to the side of a mountain, partially obscured by mist. A towering pagoda rises amidst a lush, green landscape, a waterfall cascading nearby. A menacing red skull looms, its empty sockets glowing with malevolent energy. A figure with long, flowing blue hair and beard declares, "Any resistance is futile. You'd better get on your knees and beg. Who knows, maybe I'll be forgiving enough to give you all a quick death." A close-up reveals the intricate details of a blue and white robe, adorned with a golden clasp. A red-haired, red-bearded figure proclaims, "Blessed with a great fortune and heaven's protection, I'm the first person to ever achieve the divine attainment in the whole great yin cultivation world." A skull looms large, a disembodied voice echoing, "Those who obey me will live, but only death awaits those who defy me." Ha ha ha. The red-haired figure stands amidst swirling energy, his expression intense. A white-haired figure wonders, "Is this really the end?" A figure with white hair and a blue robe is covered in blood, their fate uncertain. A figure with piercing eyes demands, "Can you guys still fight back?" The scene shifts to the injured support Li Qingzi and another Taoist. A Taoist elder stands before the Jade Pure Sect emblem, a symbol of their besieged order. A voice declares that the Jade Pure Sect, with its 100 years of existence, is going to be reduced to ashes. A white-haired figure stands defiant, energy crackling around them. A voice echoes, stating that the Jade Pure Sect is unwilling to give up and questioning how many members are still alive. Another figure stands, their expression grim. A close-up of an eye reveals a desperate resolve. "No." A hand clutches the ground, a voice declaring, "As long as the disciples are still alive." The white-haired figure proclaims, "The J-Pure sect won't perish." Energy surges around the white-haired figure, a beacon of defiance. A wave of energy erupts, pushing back against the encroaching darkness. An older woman with blonde hair looks off to the side, her expression unreadable. A group of people huddle together, their faces obscured by shadows. One declares, "No matter what the price, I must buy time for the disciples to escape." A figure stands silhouetted against a hazy background, gripping a long, rectangular object. An older woman with white hair glares intensely, her expression a mix of anger and determination. A figure with long white hair and a white outfit stands amidst a flurry of pink petals and glowing orbs. The back of a head with long, flowing red hair is shown, the figure facing upwards towards a bright light. A close-up of a face with red eyes and a menacing expression fills the frame. A hand reaches out, fingers outstretched, as if grasping for something just out of reach. A figure with red hair and a beard stands amidst floating skulls, their expression grim. A figure with long white hair and a white outfit stands poised, surrounded by swirling purple energy. A figure cries out, "AHH," as beams of golden light streak across the scene. A powerful symbol glows with intense energy, radiating outwards in a burst of light. A burst of energy erupts. A red-haired man is surrounded by energy. The red-haired man wonders if this is the Xian Qi restraining sword. The red-haired man demands to know who is there and to show themselves. A woman with white hair stands in a blue dress. A close-up of the woman's white hair. Guidance of fairy, Xishuan that lives under the peak of Yuyo. Hanju is called out. A close-up of the woman's blue dress. The red-haired man scoffs, calling the other a mere ascetic Taoist, and at most a nascent soul cultivator. The red-haired man asks how foolish Hanju is to challenge him, a soul transformation cultivator. The woman tells Hanju to leave this place at once, saying he's not someone he can face head-on. She will do her best to hold him up, so leave this instant. Fairy Xishuan stands, wounded, with a small child hiding behind her. Fairy Xishuan places her hand on Hanju's shoulder. "Let me face him instead, Fairy Xishuan." Hanju's expression hardens. "My hair." Fairy Xishuan looks determined. Hanju clenches his fist, golden energy swirling around it. Such arrogance for a mere soul transformation cultivator. Allow a nascent soul cultivator like me to broaden your horizon about what real strength is. Golden energy emanates from Hanju's body. He stomps his foot, releasing a surge of power. Hanju prepares to fight. His hand glows with power. Nine Dragons Devil. Hanju unleashes his power. Ekbeling Sel. He is surrounded by golden energy. The text reads, "The triumphant against a soul transformation cultivator is right before your eyes." He is surrounded by a dark aura. The dark aura shifts, replaced by a crimson glow. The dice roll again. The system displays a message. Destined loner, no friends, no family, and no lover. Destined to remain alone forever. Lifespan is increased by 100 years. Año expertise in frustración. Screw your sister. What do you mean, destined loner? Who wants to be a loner their entire lives? He slams his fist down in anger. Damn it. 11 years. It's been 11 whole years. Grandpa system, can't you take pity on me and give me something good? Meanwhile, Hanju reflects on his past life. My name is Hanju. I came from the 21st century Earth and was diagnosed with late-stage cancer at the young age of 21. He continues, I didn't want to endure the long and painful treatments, so I decided to stay home and wait for my death. I downloaded a sketchy Immortal cultivation game to distract me from the pain in my body. Hanju thinks, who would have thought that I would suddenly pass away while playing? After opening his eyes, he realized he was in a world that resembled those from ancient times on Earth. Furthermore, he was inside an immortal cultivation sect, Great Yin Dynasty, Righteous Tao Sect, J Pure Sect. His parents were the slaves of J Pure Sect's outer sect's Elder Iron. They usually helped him plant and take care of herbs in his herb garden. Slaves from cultivating spiritual herbs were like a deadly poison for mortals. At the age of 6, his parents fled, leaving him behind. Elder Iron didn't mind it too much, but made him take over his parents' duties. And just like that, he turned 11. Although he received a powerful system after reincarnation, it only allowed him to re-roll his spirit root and Khanate Providence once a day. He sighs, having been rolling. He refuses to believe he won't be able to roll a big one. He must ensure he gets a good spirit root. Oof. He will Khanate Providence before he begins cultivating. Many days later, the days pass in a blur of training and repetition. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. Phew. Stretching completed. All right. Time to see how lucky he is today. System. The system displays spirit root, 1 in a million garbage. Hanju reels back in frustration. He knew it'd be like this. Forget it. He'll just roll for his Khanate Providence first. He is astonished by the Khanate Providence before him, wondering what it could mean. 4 top-class Khanate Providence. He's hit the jackpot. It feels so good to finally have some good luck. Now, he only needs to focus on re-rolling his spirit root. Now that he has these 4 top-class Khanate Providence, he wouldn't mind it even if he has to keep re-rolling until he's 40. As a person who's lived 2 lives, he wants to live a satisfying one. He doesn't want to be the same as these slaves that will be stuck here for the rest of their lives. Looking out, Hanju vows that there will definitely be a day that he will carve his name into the world's history. Meanwhile, a village is bustling with activity. Quick, everyone come out now. There are 2 immortals here from the main sect. Go line up and greet them properly. What are cultivators from the main sect doing over here? A female cultivator stands tall, overlooking the village. A figure stands tall, a sword strapped to his back, overlooking a rocky landscape. The crowd below marvels at the sight of an immortal. One villager exclaims how cool it is, while another wishes they could be like them. Eyes glowing with a crimson light, he scoffs at the villager's admiration. He vows to become even stronger than the immortals once he obtains a top-class spirit root. A man orders someone to watch over the herb garden and warns them not to disturb him. Below, a smaller figure looks up with a worried expression. Looking down, a figure wonders what happened to Elder Iron. Hanju peers at a screen. A fiendish cultivator appeared near the Jade Pure Sect's territory. Therefore, Elder Iron will take a leave from the herb garden for official business. 2 people were sent by the outer sect to guard you, so be at ease. He sighs in relief. At least before he gets a top-class spirit root, he still needs Elder Irons. The cultivation world is never a peaceful place. Hopefully, his luck is good enough to roll a top-grade spirit root faster, so that he will have some measure of self-defense too. The next day, the God of Fortune orders him to get an SSR for him. He curses it's trash again. One excruciating year later, he exclaims that he doesn't care which religion's God you're. Please bless him with luck. 2 years later. 2 years. It's been 2 years, and there wasn't even one high-grade spirit root, not to mention a top-class one. Will he be able to start cultivating if this goes on? Hanju wonders if he should just use a mid-grade spirit root to cultivate first. No. That's too much of a waste since he was given. He vowed to live life to the fullest, making the most of his second chance. An announcement rang out, calling for everyone to greet the Lord, declaring that their Lord had returned. The Lord stood on a raised platform, overlooking the assembled crowd. An elder with a long white beard expressed his gratitude, saying, "You've done a great job while I was away. Thank you for taking care of the place." Voices echoed, declaring, "It's what we must do, Lord. Being able to serve the Lord is our honor." A darker voice scoffed, dismissing them as sycophants who wouldn't gain anything from Elder Iron. Hanju, along with Zhanggu and 2 others, were summoned. "The Lord is calling you over." Startled, Hanju responded with a hesitant, "Igriegajis." Whispers spread among the crowd. "Why do you think the Lord specifically asked for them?" Another voice speculated, "Perhaps he wants." The speculation continued, wondering if they would be assigned to a certain part of the garden. The elder spoke, his voice carrying authority. "Show me your hands. I'll be taking a look at the grade of your spiritual roots." Hanju's eyes widened, a thought bubble forming above his head. Spiritual roots? Why now? Weren't you the one that forbids the slaves from cultivating? Why? Hanju's gaze shifted, noticing something amiss. No, there's blood on his clothes. Did Elder Iron get hurt? The elder, his eyes gleaming, commanded, "Child, show me your hands." A nervous voice responded, "Yes." Hanju's mind raced, a sense of dread washing over him. Damn it, there's definitely something wrong. Don't tell me he plans on refining us into pills to help him recover from the injury. No spiritual root. Next, it's a good thing I haven't used the system to start cultivating. Otherwise, I would have been doomed. An old man with a long white beard offers, "Not bad. You have a spirit root. I'll accept you as my disciple and bring you out to train. Do you accept it?" Someone eagerly accepts. "Yes, I accept it." The onlookers comment on Zhang Ji's good fortune. "Zhang Ge, this lucky dog, he must have used up a lifetime's worth of good luck." Another agrees, "That's right." One of the onlookers darkly predicts he will never be able to come back once he steps out of those doors. He thinks to himself, the world of immortal cultivation is extremely cutthroat. Only when I possess absolute power will I be safe. I need to quickly get a top-class spirit root and start my cultivation. Meanwhile, so another 3 years passed. A rural scene unfolds, with farmers working in the fields. Two bound individuals laugh maniacally. Hanju, now older, exclaims, "The spiritual physique of the six paths is finally mine. Now that it's all set up, what else am I waiting for?" He pauses, realizing, wait a minute, I forgot that there's still Elder Iron monitoring us. After Zhang Ge was taken away by him, he never returned. I bet he has already been refined into a pill. If they find out that I can cultivate, I can only imagine what they'd do with me. He decides, create a secluded world? Now we're talking. This system is so cool. Since it's like that, he activates the attribute. He focuses, a surge of blue energy emanating from within him as he prepares to officially begin his cultivation journey. Hanju declares his intent. Hanju, will officially step on the road of cultivation today. System, let's begin. The system roars to life, a torrent of blue energy and arcane symbols swirling around him. The energy intensifies, a blinding light erupting as the system fully activates. The abstract symbols become more defined, a complex web of power surrounding Hanju. Hanju seems surprised by something. This is. The Tao of the Sword holds 6 mysterious powers within the heavens and earths. Today, you awaken the inheritance of an immortal emperor and receive the peak-grade cultivation technique, 6 paths of reincarnation, and officially set foot on the road of cultivation. Please choose your main path of cultivation. Sword cultivators, thunder cultivator, earth cultivator, fire cultivator, water cultivator, wood cultivator, wind cultivator. Which one should he choose? If he thinks about it, the 6 paths of reincarnation technique should have some way to cultivate all 6 elements at once. Choosing just one of them would be a huge loss. So, choosing the path of a sword cultivator should be the best choice. Sword cultivator. Cultivation begin. Is this what it feels like to cultivate? His body is getting warmer, and he feels full of energy. Once you set foot on the road of cultivation, thousands of years will fly by in an instant, unable to be reversed. So discipline yourself. Your attributes are as follows. Good luck, young man. Connate providence. Unparalleled. Possess the charm of an immortal. Charisma is maxed out. Destined sword fanatic. Highest aptitude and learning efficiency for Tao of the Sword. Movement technique. Top-notch movement technique aptitude. Dependent of the immortal emperor. After the game begins, you will have peak-grade cultivation technique and 1000 superior grade spirit. There are a few more options now, but what's this relationships tab? A screen displays information about Elder Iron, including the detail that he absolutely hates Hanju and will scheme against him if he finds out Hanju has the potential to cultivate. He curses under his breath, calling Elder Iron an asshat. He fumes, recalling the years he spent tending the Elder's garden, only to be hated in return. He tries to rationalize the Elder's hatred, speculating it might stem from his parents running away, though he insists Elder Iron never directly harmed him. He notes that Elder Iron has disappeared again, allowing him to cultivate in peace. He resolves to waste no more time and begin cultivating immediately. He vows to leave this place as soon as he reaches the 9/4 stage of the Chi refinement realm. He prepares to cultivate, thinking he'll see what that old fogey can do to him then. He wonders if the specks of light are the so-called spiritual Chi. He can only feel the presence of wind, earth, wood, and water spiritual Chi, with no fire or thunder Chi at all. He decides to focus on the 4 elements he can sense. A screen displays cultivation options, including a high-profile path and a low-key path. He marvels at the system's ability to hide his cultivation, spirit root, and potential, calling it really spoiling him. He decides to choose the second option, the low-key cultivator path. 2 years later, the scene shifts to a serene landscape. A hand scoops water from a stream, the water shimmering with spiritual energy. He uses earth spiritual Chi to nourish the wood spiritual Chi, creating a cycle of growth, and water spiritual Chi to moisten the plants, while wind spiritual Chi clears away the bad air. The plants thrive under his care, bathed in spiritual energy. Looking around to ensure he's unobserved, Hanju thinks to himself that he should stop here for today. As he walks through the village, the villagers greet Hanju, inquiring about his harvest. Two girls swoon over Hanju, whispering about his handsomeness and skill at growing spear herbs, even fantasizing about marrying him. Ever since he started cultivating, his charm attribute has also begun to show its effects. A woman with red hair, Xing Hongxian, asks Hanju to come with her for a while. Hanju looks at her, surprised by the sudden request. Xing Hongxian leads Hanju away. Hanju wonders why Xing Hongxian has been staying here to guard the herb garden in Elder Iron stead, but she's never interacted with the slaves before. He wonders why she suddenly brought him out here, prompting him to ask the system to show his relationship with her. The system reveals that Xing Hongxian has a deep interest in him, with a favorability of 2 stars. Hanju is surprised to see that Xing Hongxian has a 2-star favorability rating towards him. He thinks to himself that Xing Hongxian must have had her eyes on him for a long time. Xing Hongxian tells Hanju that there's no need to be nervous. She just wanted to ask if he were willing to be a slave there for the rest of his life. Xing Hongxian continues, thinking that the Lord Immortal must be pulling her leg. Who would want to be a slave their entire life? However, she's been there ever since she was born, and there's also Elder Iron. Xing Hongxian asks Hanju to help her do something. She will help him cultivate and rid him of his mortal identity. What does he say? Xing Hongxian wonders what instructions he has for her. Xing Hongxian asks Hanju to help her obtain Elder Iron's alchemy recipe. She will bring him along to the fiendish cult, if his aptitude. A stone statue exclaims, "Damn, this lady is from the fiendish cult." A woman with fiery red hair reclines in a chair, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. A figure, obscured by shadow, trudges through a verdant forest, a basket overflowing with herbs slung across their back. "Fiendish cult?" they exclaim. The man's face is contorted in frustration. He thinks, what kind of joke is this? If he offended the Jade Pure sect, he'd be chased by them to the end of the world. If he refuses her, she will definitely kill him to shut his mouth. Deep within the forest, an Elder Iron is not in the herb garden. It's no use even if he shouts his lungs out. The red-haired woman says, "Don't worry, there's still time for you to slowly consider it. I can wait for you." Both of their cultivation is in the 7th level of Qi refinement realm, but he's never learned any magic, and he has no weapon. She must have a few tricks hidden in her. He thinks he can't resort to brute force. The girl with the basket says, he doesn't know the location of that thing. Moreover, there's still your fellow guarding Elder Iron's attic. He thinks he doesn't even have any cultivation. The red-haired woman says, of course, she knows it's an Elder Iron's attic. That old man is out seeking herbs. She bets he won't be coming back in these few years. A blurry image shows the girl falling. The red-haired woman says, as for the guard, you don't have to worry about him. When she leads them away, you will go in and search for the alchemy recipe. The pill seems hard to swallow. Fairy Shishuan holds out the pill. For insurance, this pill can help you to unlock your spirit root. It will help you to move easier. Eat it. Just treat this as my greeting gift. Hanju gags, his face contorted in disgust. Fairy Shishuan smiles. Relax. After the deed is completed, I will groom you as my husband. Hanju coughs, blood flecking his lips. Thank you, Fairy. Damn you. Hanju commands the system. System, expel that pill in my body. Clutching his chest, Hanju feels a burning sensation. The pill is violently expelled from his body. Hanju contemplates his next move. But right now I have to think about what to do. Should I listen to that bitch or not? He grits his teeth, conflicted. Fiendish cult will stop at nothing to accomplish their goal. Even if I help her, it might not do me any good. I might even... A system message appears. You were threatened by the fiendish cultivator Xing Hongxian. You have the following choices. 1. Steal the alchemy recipe, gain Xing Hongxuan's favor, and obtain a hatred level of 5 stars from the Jade Pure sect. 2. Defy and not allow Xing Hongxian to obtain the alchemy recipe. After Xing Hongxian leaves, you will obtain the sword technique, Unparalleled Finger Divine Sword. Hanju's eyes narrow. There's even a system mission? I can even get rewarded by not helping her. Xing Hongxian, just wait for me. I will never let you get away. Damn, what more is there to choose? Xing Hongxian thinks to herself, declaring that she and Xing Hongxian are irreconcilable. The room is silent. A figure sits in meditation, wondering aloud. Xing Hongxian states that she has found out that the alchemy recipe is in the study room. She continues, saying that she will lead away the guard at Elder Iron's attic in a while, and then the other person will use that time to go in and search. The other person replies, understood. Xing Hongxian reminds the other person that the attic has a protective array, and if something happens, Elder Iron will come straight away. She urges them to not have much time and to get it done quickly. A close-up reveals Xing Hongxuan's intense gaze. A tall building stands illuminated against the night sky. A body lies on the ground, surrounded by blood. Xing Hongxian thinks to herself that the witch is sure brutal, and although this cultivator's Tao was not the same as her, they did still associate together. She wonders how she can blatantly kill him. Someone kneels beside the body, lamenting, "Rest in peace, brother. I don't even know your name." Someone orders that she has gone that way and to follow her. Another orders to go and inform Elder Iron fast. Xing Hongxian observes, thinking that the witch sure is quick, and she managed to lead all those people away. Xing Hongxian thinks to herself that in that case, she'll just reluctantly act for a little while. He walks through a doorway into what appears to be a vast storage area. The room is filled with shelves and boxes, with several small figures either sleeping or moving around. A large box is shown, its size emphasizing the scale of the warehouse. The text on the box is illegible. Xing Hongxian holds the box, a concerned expression on his face. Going to find it? He wonders. A disembodied voice echoes, laced with resentment. Insisted I go through all this trouble. Is there a pit in her brain? People really are different from one another. Even the brush used by this Elder Iron is made using gold. We slaves only barely manage to feed ourselves. Damn this old, evil, rich landlord. Fairy Shishuan stands next to a gray, featureless figure. What are you babbling about? Did you find the alchemy recipe? She demands. The gray figure responds, no, not yet. There's too much stuff in here. I'm not sure where to start searching. Fairy Shishuan retorts, were you slacking off? Fairy Shishuan's expression hardens. Stop bullshitting, I saw everything, she snaps. Xing Hongxian pleads, no, please listen to my explanation. He appears desperate to justify himself. A shelf filled with various items is shown, hinting at the vastness and disorganization of the warehouse. Both Xing Hongxian and Fairy Shishuan are shown in distress, their faces conveying a sense of urgency and frustration. Finally, a scroll labeled Alchemy Recipe is discovered amidst the chaos. A scroll lies discarded on the ground, its secrets scattered amongst the debris. A person behaved as you to know how to be romantic. Once she gets her hand, he's screwed. How can he hide things like this? On the alchemy recipe, she will kill him. As expected of you, you are really my lucky charm. As long as you are happy, what should he do? The alchemy recipe is in her hand now. His unparalleled finger divine sword is gone. But her breathing seems to be unstable. He assumes she has spent a lot of energy distracting those people away. Should he make a sneak attack? How should he open this? He winced, clutching the scroll tightly in his hand as a sharp pain shot through him. Elder Iron glared, his voice booming with indignation. Such audacity! How dare you prey on the alchemy recipe? The red-haired woman frowned, a flicker of concern crossing her face. When did Elder Iron come back? She wondered. Years of dedication flashed before her eyes. Only 2 disciples had ever accepted her mission. Something was fishy. With a determined yell, the red-haired woman prepared to strike. Prepare to die. Fiendish cultivator. Falling into the trap, she cursed her misstep. Too much energy had been spent distracting those people. If she fought Elder Iron in her current state, she would surely lose. A voice commanded, stop right there. A warning followed, don't assume this is all of it. Elder Iron watched the scene unfold, surprised. If it weren't for the fiendish cultivator's excellent escaping art, she couldn't have even thought. Elder Iron grimaced in pain. It hurts. Ugh, Elder Iron. A voice from the shadows demanded, tell me what happened. The response was vague. It's like that. The brown-haired character looked away, a bead of sweat trickling down their temple. Stop mentioning it. They thought, *, that was a close one. I think he might not have noticed that I'm just acting. Now, I won't have to be responsible for this crime. *. He is told to go back to sleep. Hanju stands, a determined look on his face. A notification appears. He has obtained the sword technique, unparalleled finger divine sword. 2 years later, Hanju continues to chop wood, though it is considered a magic spell. Showing off his skill once in a while shouldn't be a problem, but this will be the last time he chops wood. He should leave soon, as the herb garden can't assist him in his cultivation anymore. In these 2 years, Hanju has cultivated the 4 spirit roots into the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. Only lightning and fire spiritual roots are left. As long as he cultivates them into the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm, he will be able to break through to the foundation establishment realm. But he can't find any fire or lightning spiritual Qi around the herb garden, so he can only search for other ways. He can't stay in this herb garden forever, viewing the sky from the bottom of the well. It's not hard to quietly leave the herb garden. Even if Elder Iron is here to block him, he can still get away unscathed. 2 figures discuss that Elder Iron has gone out to search for herbs to increase his lifespan again. One feels that the Elder has recently been going out too frequently, but the other tells him to stop talking nonsense. Elder Iron's cultivation level was stuck at the 7th level of the Qi refinement realm and couldn't increase further. Not everyone can make a breakthrough as easily as Hanju. This is the difference in cultivation potential. Of course, the changes. Goodbye to 20 years of living in this place. A new life is starting. By bathing in the outer pure sect, Elder Iron's light, a slave like him can also be considered a sect member. Then he'll take root here to cultivate. Unless he accidentally bumps into Elder Iron, his identity wouldn't be found out by the others. He is confronted by a guard who demands, who are you? Show us your sect pass. Hanju introduces himself. My name is Hanju, a rogue cultivator. I'm at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. Do I have any way to join the J Pure sect? Two guards at the bottom of the stairs watch as Hanju approaches. They agree to notify someone of his arrival. One of the guards tells Hanju that there is no need for trouble, and asks if he is in the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm and wants to join their sect. Yang Luo, an outer sect warden of the J Pure sect, asks Brother Han to let him have a look, mentioning that fiendish cultivators have tried to infiltrate the sect in recent years. Yang Luo asks Hanju to show him his spiritual energy. He agrees. Hanju begins to demonstrate his spiritual energy. The technique continues to manifest. Yang Luo observes that it was obviously not a sword technique, but most likely a magic spell, and wonders if it wasn't too outrageous for Hanju's cultivation level. He also notes that the spiritual energy's purity is not low, unlike those of fiendish cultivators. He tells Hanju that there is no problem and to follow him to the outer sect for registration. Yang Luo tells Hanju that from now on, he is an outer sect disciple of the Jade Pure sect. Hanju thanks him for the trouble and asks how many outer sect disciples there are and what the conditions are to enter the inner sect. There are 2,000 disciples in the outer sect, but only those who have reached foundation establishment can enter the inner sect. It's challenging to reach the foundation establishment. The sect holds a competition every 3 years, and the top 3 receive foundation establishment pills. The Pure sect's inner sect is located in a small world. Even the outer sects have no idea what's happening inside. Of course, the Jade Pure sect is a prestigious and established cultivation sect in the Great Yen. Does the Jade Pure sect have places to cultivate with lightning and fire spiritual qi? There's none in the outer sect, but the inner sect might have. The foundation establishment pills can help those in the 9th level of the qi refinement realm to break through into the foundation establishment realm. As long as you have Thunder Spirit Root, you can appeal to the Elder Hall. Maybe they will make an exception and let you enter the inner sect, since having a rare spirit root like this is usually enough for the sect to nurture you in particular. Brother Yang, can I trouble you to nominate me? If I can enter the inner sect, I will not forget your kindness. No problem. Then, I'll make an exception to help you. I'll explain to the Elder Hall so you can directly enter the inner sect. Thank you, Brother Yang. I'm very grateful. There is a rogue cultivator with the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm hoping to join our Jade Pure sect. Really? That's rare. Wait a moment. Is the first elder here? Huh? Not yet. I can't see through that old man's cultivation level. Is he in the foundation establishment realm? Checking on me? If so, wouldn't my 6 elemental attributes get found out? Having 6 elemental attributes is too high profile. It won't do me any good. System, please suppress it. Revealing only a little will be enough. One should be discreet when going around. Brother Han, can you please show us your thunder? He displays his spiritual roots, showing the power of thunder and wind. Hanju is equipped with a bottle of Qi condensation pills, a sect pass, a storage bag, and 100 low-grade spirit stones, all while wearing his Jade Pure sect Taoist robe. The matter of Hanju has been reported to the first elder, who will bring him into the inner sect upon his return. He hopes this special treatment won't disturb his cultivation. Before the first elder returns, he intends to train his fire spiritual qi into the 9th level of the qi refinement realm. Cultivating is a very pleasant thing. Normally, cultivators cultivate only one technique, and most cultivation techniques only have a single elemental attribute. A 6 elemental attribute, like Hanju, is bound to require several more times of hard work to make a breakthrough. Luckily, he has top-notch roots that cover the gap. He won't feel tired at all when cultivating. He mostly felt only the feeling of getting more powerful. More precisely, it's the feeling of his lifespan increasing. In his past life, he didn't care for his body. He stayed up late flipping through the internet. In the end, he was diagnosed with a terminal illness at a young age. Only then did he know the importance of life. Fire spiritual qi? In this life, he does not seek fame or fortune. He does not seek beauty. He only wants to live for a long time. Elder Iron says he is sorry to make them wait for half a year, but the first elder is finally back. The first elder has returned. He demanded to know if someone had been cultivating in the room without leaving. His aura had gotten a lot stronger. Hanju was surprised to realize that half a year had passed. Hanju greets the first elder at the Elder Hall. One elder notes that Hanju's fire spirit root has improved quite a bit, adding that he has been cultivating diligently for half a year. Another elder agrees, saying that Hanju has not taken a step outside for half a year and might even be able to become an elite disciple. The elder with glasses disagrees. If Hanju wants to join the inner sect, he will need a master. The inner sect has a total of 18 peaks and 18 missionary elders. If any of them is fond of him, then he can directly become an inner sect disciple. The large man holding a teacup explains that Hanju can directly become an inner sect disciple. The large man continues, saying that if there is no one, then Hanju can only participate in the outer sect competition and strive to reach foundation establishment as soon as possible. Hanju understands. Hanju declares that they should go. A voice reminds Hanju that the various peaks coaching elders all have different personalities, and their culture is also different, adding that some are competitive. He rode atop the large beast with another cultivator. Some chose to cultivate discreetly, while others preferred missions. The larger cultivator asked what kind of training style he wanted to join. Hanju preferred being discreet, not liking crowds or being high profile. The larger cultivator chuckled, seemingly amused by Hanju's preference. The cultivator suggested the Jade Serene Peak might suit him, certain he would like that place. The massive crane soared through the sky, carrying them towards their destination. The wind whipped past as the crane flew higher, the Jade Pure sect drawing closer. Hanju looked up, his eyes widening at the sight before him. It was big. The cultivator stated that in front of them was the Jade Pure sect's intersect. The Jade Pure sect's intersect was a majestic mountain range, piercing the sky. The scale of the mountains was truly awe-inspiring. Cultivators flew on swords, a common sight in the intersect. The cultivator remarked that he didn't have to be envious, since he would be able to learn it in the intersect's second test. The cultivator pointed out the intersect, where he would be able to receive missions and collect his salary. The Jade Pure sect sprawls across the landscape, a testament to its power and influence. He admits that he underestimated the Jade Pure sect's power, thinking it was a small sect like those in the cultivation dramas. The other man says he never knew. A voice wonders what this disturbing cultivation drama is, saying they have never heard about it before. They exclaim in terror. A voice warns to be careful, saying that if you fall from here, you'll die even if you're in the 9th level of the Chi refinement realm. They have finally reached Jade Serene Peak. He never thought that of the 18 peaks, Jade Serene Peak is the lowest and deserted. The other man says that the number of disciples in Jade Serene Peak can be considered the least. It isn't without reasons. Jade Serene Peak's coaching elder is Fairy Shixian. Her cultivation level is unfathomable, and she also likes to cultivate in seclusion. She prefers silence. That's why Jade Serene Peak isn't lively. In addition, she forbids her disciples to develop feelings for each other and become companions. So the disciples of Jade Serene Peak are all basically ascetic. The other man says that there's still a chance for him to choose again, asking how about it. A voice wonders if this is really true and says that's great. The voice thinks that Jade Serene Peak is so suitable for them, saying they were so afraid of being disturbed while cultivating, and laughs. They think that now they only need to cultivate at ease. As for a companion, it can wait until his cultivation reaches a phenomenal stage. By then he might consider having a few to train with. A voice says, "Good guy, this little cultivator has promise." This person's name is Hanju. The other man says that he's a rogue cultivator, a triple spirit root with a rare thunder spirit root. He says that on the way, he inquired about him. He prefers peace and quiet, and doesn't like being high profile, asking what do you think. Fairy Shixian asks Hanju if he is willing to join the Jade Serene Peak, to not bother with mundane affairs, and only cultivate with all his might. Jade Serene Peak finally has a decent junior brother. Chang Yuer is at the Foundation Establishment Realm, 2nd level. She thinks that he is handsome and is considering him. Chang Yuer thinks that as long as there are no instructions, she can enter seclusion and not come out for 100 years. She doesn't want to stay single. Fairy Shixian tells Hanju to attack her with magic spells, wanting to see his ability. Hanju declares that in that case, he'll go all out. Golden energy gathers around Hanju's hand as he prepares to unleash his power. The sword Qi is unleashed, a blinding flash of golden energy. Fairy Shixian watches the display of power. Fairy Shixian recognizes the technique. "Sword Qi," she exclaims. Chang Yuer thinks that Hanju is able to do so much, and that it's not bad. Chang Yuer's favorability towards Hanju has increased. Her current favorability is 2 stars. She admires his temperament. Fairy Shixian has generated good feelings towards Hanju. Her current favorability is 1 star. The woman with white hair states that the sword skill is not bad, and that from now on, he can stay at Jade Serene Peak. The bald man tells Hanju that he shall not disturb him anymore, and will take his leave. He adds that he'll be looking forward to his accomplishments. Hanju wonders why she is staring at him like that, and tells himself not to tell him. Fairy Shixian tells Hanju that she's waiting for him to greet her as master. The text bubble reads, "Disciple Hanju greets the master. May the master live tens and hundreds of thousands of years." Hanju bows, thinking that there was no need for such exaggeration. Yuer asks if he thinks she's an empress, clearing her throat. Fairy Shixian asks junior brother Han if he knows how to fly on a sword. Hanju replies that he's yet to learn it. A voice comments that this boy's appearance and temperament are excellent, and that his character isn't bad either. The senior sister embraces Hanju, introducing herself. "Junior brother Han, my name is Chang Yuer. You can also address me as senior sister." Chang Yuer continues to hold him close. Hanju, wide-eyed, thinks, "You don't know." Chang Yuer smiles. "Hee, you are so kind," she thinks to herself. "I must protect this junior brother. I won't let him be bullied, because such a good lad is hard to come by." Chang Yuer's internal monologue continues. "Can anyone even comprehend how I endured it? Within the entire Jade Serene Peak, he's my one and only junior brother, and he's so handsome. His attitude and personality both suit my taste. He is so damn good. I feel like it was worth waiting for these many years. Hanju sweats nervously, thinking, Jade Serene Peak is different from its fame. Why are all the female disciples like hungry wolves? Chang Yuer gestures towards a cave entrance. Head inside. There's your cave abode, and my cave is right beside yours. You can cultivate at ease. Thank you, senior sister. Hanyu de please. Hanyu sais, pave. Hanju reflects on the power differential. Since I started cultivating, this is the first time I've felt intimidated. The more profound my cultivation gets, the deeper I feel the disparity. This time, the power differential is enormous. It is making me anxious. Hanju observes Fairy Shixian in his mind's eye. My master is a nascent soul cultivator, a level far beyond my imagination. A rotund elder is shown. Back then, the first elder gave me a lesson. The difference between the outer sect and inner sect is insurmountable. Although he is a foundation establishment realm, half-step to Golden Core, he can only become the first elder of the outer sect. The text describes the cultivation process. Dantian uses it to temper the bones and dramatically improves one's physical constitution. Once the cultivator absorbs enough spiritual qi to fill the Dantian, the qi is compressed until it melts into Dantian. The melted qi becomes spiritual energy, making the cultivator ascend into foundation establishment. The text continues to describe the cultivation process. In this realm, the spiritual energy coils up and condenses to form a solid pill. The cultivator acts as a human cauldron and focuses the vital essence, qi, and spiritual energy to create a sacred fetus. Once enough spiritual essence, qi, and spiritual energy are poured into the golden core until it shatters, and a nascent soul is born, the cultivator can use nascent soul, groove in the heaven and earth, to naturally obtain immeasurable power. In his understanding, only the Jade Pure Sect's founder is a powerhouse above the nascent soul realm. However, the founder has been gone for years and hasn't returned. That means Fairy Shixian is the strongest cultivator he has encountered so far, Hanju thought, his expression troubled. She is a strong pillar he can lean on. Before he grows strong, he needs to depend on his master. Who knows what danger may be waiting outside? Thankfully, he came to Jade Pure Sect. If not, it is not the time to lament. For now, he should better cultivate his fire spirit root to the 9th level. Since he has such an excellent backing, he'll do his best. He can't make her lose face. To become stronger, to live a long life, he should focus on attaining a safe life before he thinks about those worldly affairs. You've successfully become an inner disciple of Jade Pure Sect and started your first cultivation after enrolling. You can choose one of the following development paths. 1. Earn reputation points and lead the Jade Serene Peak to become the strongest peak. You can obtain a piece of unparalleled equipment, but offend Fairy Shixian. 2. Keep a low profile and cultivate. If you obtain Fairy Shixian's recognition, you can obtain a maneuverability technique manual. Doing his best to get recognition. Isn't that supposed to be a good thing? This master is weird. 3 years later, he reflected, I've cultivated quite a bit. It's time to learn how to fly on a sword. Else it will be hard for me to move around in the inner sect. I can't keep asking for senior sister's help whenever I need to descend the peak. He began to study the sword flying skill. Learning the sword flying skill is a piece of cake. He thought, I have a top-tier sword talent. I can learn it with just a glance. This is the advantage of having a top-tier providence. He mused, I'm not embarrassment like Shuang something brother, putting up a fence around the sword. Hanju looked up at the sky, a determined glint in his eyes. Fairy Shixian remarks, you are truly remarkable. You actually cultivated in seclusion for 3 years. For below, Hanju greets, greetings, master. This disciple needs help with something. Hanju states, my wind and fire spirit roots have been cultivated to the 9th level of Qi refinement realm. He continues, I hope the master can advise me on how I can cultivate my thunder spiritual root. Fairy Shixian asks, you want to cultivate a triple spiritual Qi foundation? Fairy Shixian states, I'm afraid you can't. Hanju is shocked by her words. Bathed in golden light, Hanju stood resolute. The disciple asked, Master, can I ask for the reason? The master responded, specializing in a single type of spiritual qi is already extremely difficult. Put aside the fact that you will encounter stronger heavenly tribulation in the future, the time invested in cultivating it will also be a waste. Hanju thought to himself, what she says makes sense. Possessing these spiritual roots has its own cost. But master might not expect that I have my own ways. Hanju declared, this disciple understands. However, I believe that with my determination, I can succeed. The master replied, this disciple is willing to spend all his time cultivating. The master advised, you can use the inner sect's teleportation formation leading to the Thunder Spirit Pool. Hanju responded, thank you for your advice, master. I will now go there. The Thunder Spirit Pool crackled with energy. The pool pulsed with raw power. Hanju mused, Jade Pure Sect sure is generous. I never expected the Thunder Spirit Pool to look like this, and just a while ago, I thought it would look similar to a fish pond. Even when standing this far from the teleportation formation, I can feel the intense thunder spiritual chi emanating from the other side. Let's go and have a look. As expected, the Thunder Spirit Pool's spiritual purity is incredibly high. Cultivating near the center will allow his Thunder spiritual chi to reach the 9th level directly, a speed the Fire spiritual chi could never match. A voice booms, warning him not to walk around in the Thunder Spirit Pool. He can only cultivate at the side, or else he will be struck by lightning. The cultivator lets out a sigh of relief. Another cultivator watches him, exclaiming, "What are you screaming for? Have you never seen a handsome man before, huh?" The first cultivator thinks that you are the light in my life. He then thinks, at least you are a sweet talker. Feel free to choose any place to cultivate. Just don't get too near to the center. He thinks he will encounter a tree spirit. The narration states that the Jade Pure sect must have spent a fortune to have a tree spirit, also called a cultivation catalyzing treasure. The tree spirit might look demonic, but cultivating near it doubles the efficiency. The first cultivator thinks, it's an extraordinary treasure. If only I could grow one. He realizes that his Thunder spiritual chi can be cultivated into the 9th level in advance, and that he has come to the right place. He exclaims that he will cultivate it into the 9th level in a year. The second cultivator thinks, I didn't hear him wrong, right? 9th level in a year? Is he serious? He continues, it's impossible for him. His purity is too low. No matter how arrogant he may be, there's a limit when it comes to cultivation. No one can get to max level in a year. With his character, he won't be able to go far. 1 year later, the second cultivator, looking shocked, thinks, all right, I take back what I said. This person, Han Yu cultivates, surrounded by lightning. He thinks is insane. He thinks this day has finally come. 6 paths of chi cultivation are finally done. I can go for foundation establishment now. He continues, Master once worried that the heavenly tribulation would be too strong if I cultivated multiple spiritual roots. She didn't know that the cultivation method I cultivated has already recorded. Hanju thinks, the method to split tribulation. This is, the tree spirit's wooden face contorts in disbelief. Thunder tribulation for breakthrough to foundation establishment. What the hell? He sure knows how to choose places. A cultivator with short blue hair looks on with concern. What do you mean by that? He is not supposed to ascend here. The Thunder Spirit Pool will actuate the Thunder Tribulation and make its power double up. You have to get away fast to prevent suffering for no reason. The tree spirit grimaces. He can't be saved even if we want to. The tribulation cloud has been set. Raw, untamed energy crackles in the air, the very essence of the Thunder Tribulation. Bolts of pure, violet lightning descend from the heavens, converging on a single point. Hanju is bathed in golden light, preparing to face the tribulation head-on. The blue-haired cultivator watches with concern. Hanju's voice rings out, confident and strong. It's just thunder. I'll turn into energy for my foundation establishment. The tribulation intensifies, the air thick with electric charge. Reality itself seems to warp and distort under the immense pressure of the heavenly trial. A blinding flash of light engulfs the area, signaling the climax of the tribulation. A voice wonders, what kind of cultivation method is this? Another replies, I'm not sure, but anyway, it looks like he succeeded in advancing into the foundation establishment. Isn't it a little too fast? Sir, you need to pay 100 upper-grade spirit stones for using the Thunder Spirit Pool for 3 years. Thank you for your patronage. 2 years have passed. At first, he was going to strengthen his cultivation after breakthrough, but becoming a foundation establishment 3rd level is a surprise. His lifespan is almost 200 years now. Staying alive sure feels good. 2 years later. In just 2 years, you have already made it to the foundation establishment 3rd level. Within the whole intersect, you could be considered as one of the best. Thank you for the praise, Brother Mo. I am Hanju from the Jade Serene Peak. Mo Fujo from the Heavenly Thunder Peak asked for his name. A disciple from Jade Serene Peak? With your talent, joining the Jade Serene Peak is such a waste. What do you think about coming to the Heavenly Thunder Peak? My master is a thunder cultivator. He thinks, I've already acknowledged Fairy Shishian as my master. As she has become my master, she will forever be my guardian. How can I change my family that easily? Thank you for your kindness, Brother Mo. All right then, there's still a chance. Mo Fujo hopes Brother Han will think about it carefully. A close-up of an eye. A woman with long, flowing white hair stares intently forward, her expression unreadable. A vast, mountainous landscape stretches into the distance. A voice echoes, stating that there is nothing here and they should search another cave. The elder has commanded that those who capture the traitor will be rewarded. Xing Hongxian stands amidst the tall grass, her red hair a stark contrast to the green foliage. 2 figures in conical hats stand in the background. Reporting, there's no trace of the target here. Xing Hongxian reflects on her situation, realizing that her identity will cause her to be chased no matter where she goes. She wonders where she should go now. Since it was the first time in her life that someone stood up for her, Xing Hongxian thinks of Hanju, her love. Craw craw. Bush. Red hair in the bush. A bird squawks as a close-up of an eye peers out from the foliage. A figure is surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy. Stop right there. The method doesn't matter. Do not let that sinner escape. Xing Hongxian is being hunted down by the J-Pure sect and is injured. She has managed to escape by luck. We haven't met for many years. To think she is still alive. She covers her face with her hand, a troubled expression evident. But we didn't even see each other at all. Why in the world did she have that favorable impression? Is there something wrong with her head? Xing Hongxuan's mind races. Similar to a character activity record kind of skill. Just how many functions does the system have? Its origin doesn't look simple. The system wouldn't harm me, right? It's been so many years. She sits down, resolving to focus on her training. Whatever. Let's continue cultivating. I'll start with Fire Spirit Dash. The sound of the bell echoes through the mountains. Ding, ding, ding. Hanju looks up, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. The sound of bell? Did something happen? Junior brother, long time no see. Shang Yue upbeams. Here, explanation bites. That's right, it's the bell sound. Let's go meet the master together. She exclaims, A close-up of Chang Yue, her expression determined. Chang Yue erstavis in disbelief. You are in Foundation establishment. What's this? I can't even see through his cultivation now. A voice responds, I'm just lucky. Chang Yue as frustration mounts. I'm a freaking second level of the Foundation establishment. Doesn't it mean that his cultivation is at least third level? What kind of ridiculous speed is this? No way. I need to hurry up and cultivate. I can't lose to my junior brother. Chang Yue's internal conflict intensifies. I even made a promise that I would protect my junior brother. Where should I put my reputation as a senior sister now? A system message appears. System, Chang Yue's favorability towards you has decreased. Current favorability is 1.5 stars. Chang Yue, sword in hand, declares, there's no time to lose. I'll explain it to you on the way. Another voice retorts, which part of her looks like she's hurrying? The bell stands tall. The bell. Once the bell rings, it means the master wants to meet all the disciples. She explains that this is the first time the bell has rung in all these years, which is why she never mentioned it before. Shang Yue Leng's Sing Hongwei for Zilling. A voice wonders if summoning all the disciples means something troublesome is about to happen. Apparently, there are viridescent nether cult spies within the sect. The viridescent nether cult is becoming more arrogant, one disciple notes. He always comes across people from the nether cult when he goes out to train, and they're super arrogant. Hanju is admired by some disciples. One wonders when this junior brother came to Jade Serene Peak, and why she has never seen him before. Chang Yue thinks he might have to break Jade Serene Peak's prohibition on lust. Another disciple guesses that he is the new junior brother, Hanju, that the master recently took in. Lu Sanxin introduces himself as Jade Serene's first disciple. Since the master likes to cultivate in silence, most of the matters in this peak are handled by him. Lu Sanxin tells Hanju that if he has anything that needs to be handled in the future, he should feel free to come find him anytime. Hanju thanks him. Xing Hongxian tells everyone to sit down, explaining that she has summoned them all this time because the sect master has made a decision. Xing Hongxian continues. From now onwards, the 3 peaks that rank last in inter-peak sparring competition will have to choose 10 disciples to join the fight against the viridescent nether cult. All these years, the viridescent nether cult has been sending spies to scheme against the J-Pure sect. This time the sect master has decided to counterattack. From the look of senior brothers and sisters, Hanju doesn't think they will have to worry about the deployment. But sending the 3 peaks that are ranked last, does he wish to kill or help the enemy? The group discussed the upcoming fight against the nether cult. They weren't worried about the ranking, but the matter involved the nether cult, and the J-Pure sect would surely have a fight against them. The group continued to discuss the sect's nurturing program. They were told to be attentive when taking up missions and to remember to contribute to the sect. They assured the master that their Jade Serene Peak might be low profile, but they would still be contributing to the sect. Zhang Gu adjusted his glasses, pondering who to choose for the nurturing program. Lu Sanxin wondered if this program wasn't especially made for a first disciple like him. The scene shifted to a flashback of Hanju. It was said that he had only joined the peak for a few years, yet he had already cultivated from the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm to the 3rd level of the Foundation establishment realm, making him a genius. Zhang Gu exclaimed, as for the sect's nurturing program, how about you go? The group continued to discuss who should be chosen. They wondered why the master didn't let senior brother Lu go, stating that no matter the power or talent, senior brother Lu should be the best choice. One of the members pointed out that junior brother had only been there for a while, yet he could already join the nurturing program, and was even handpicked by the master. They suggested taking a look and thinking about it. In the flashback, Hanju raised his hand, stating that he thanked the master for appreciating him, but he only wanted to stay at Jade Serene Peak to cultivate quietly. Moreover, he was just a newcomer, and this type of opportunity should be left for senior brothers and sisters. Hanju thought to himself that the master cared this much about him, and wondered if she was suspecting him of being a nether cult spy. He decided it was better safe than sorry, and that it'd be better if he refused. Xing Hongxian asked, are you sure? Someone commented that Hanju understood. He was offered such a valuable opportunity to learn, but he refused. Hanju's motives were surely hard to guess. Lu Sanqin says thanks for putting in good words for him to the master, and offers his help if Hanju encounters any problems in the future. A system message appears, stating that Lu Sanqin has generated a favorable impression of Hanju, with a current favorability of 1 star. Changyuer wishes Hanju success. Changyuer tells Hanju that he can leave the junior brother in her care. Lu Sanqin says that since the junior sister has finally become a senior and even knows to take care of people now, he will get going first. He wishes Hanju good luck. Changyuer asks if Hanju has taken on any sect mission and offers to guide him. Hanju wonders if he cannot go. Changyuer says it's okay not to go, but asks if he doesn't think cultivating in the cave abode is pretty slow, adding that he'll be able to get a lot of cultivating resources by completing sect missions. Hanju says he has no need for that, and still has enough spirit stones. It is explained that completing the mission will also help Hanju gain contribution points, and if his contribution points are high, he can exchange them for pills. Hanju thinks he's afraid of death and will pass. An unknown character asks how Hanju can be afraid of death when he's a cultivator, and why he's even cultivating if he's not afraid of death. The unknown character says that he has a point. The woman with white hair scoffs, unimpressed. She thinks that Hanju is not a spy, but she still has her doubts. She decides to observe him a little longer, her expression unreadable. 10 years later, a voice booms out, addressing someone as a brat. The tree spirit demands an explanation, disappointed that the person is still at the 3rd level of the Foundation establishment. Hanju questions how anyone can be absolutely certain about anything. He thinks to himself that others can only see the 3rd level of the Foundation establishment realm. Brother Han needs to use the minimum amount of spirit stone to completely cultivate his thunder spirit roots. Mo Fujo greets someone, asking who is behind him. Mo Fujo introduces his younger sister from the same clan, Mo Zhu. Mo Zhu wonders why Hanju is still at the 3rd level of the Foundation establishment realm. Hanju says he will start cultivating first, since staying here costs quite a bit of spirit stones. Mo Fujo reminds them to cultivate together if they want. Mo Zhu thought a genius that Mo Fujo kept his eye on would be capable, but after so many years, there isn't even a bit of improvement. Fairy Shi Xian exclaims, impressed by the speed at which someone has broken through 2 levels in just 10 years, calling it the mark of a genius. Her eyes widen in astonishment. The spiritual chi around is being exhaustively absorbed. The unknown character is shocked, noting that the speed of spiritual chi absorption is faster than his own. Hanju cultivates, surrounded by swirling energy. Fairy Shi Xian wonders what kind of technique Hanju is cultivating, while the unknown character attributes it to his spirit roots aptitude. The unknown character believes that Hanju must have a way to suppress his cultivation. The unknown character admits that Hanju's cultivation has already surpassed his, acknowledging that there will always be someone better. 8 years later, Yang Luo thinks to himself that his thunder spirit root is finally at the 9th level, and asks the senior to open the teleportation formation to bring him back to the inner sect, as it's almost time to receive a salary. He wonders how many spirit stones there are. The tree figure remarks that Yang Luo seems to possess a way to suppress his cultivation, calling him remarkable. He then offers an opportunity to gain a lot of resources, asking if he is interested. Yang Luo asks if the opportunity is dangerous, to which the tree figure responds that fortune is often accompanied by risks. If that's the case, the tree figure pleads, asking someone to stay and wait. Yang Luo contemplates the opportunity. To tell the truth, he's a bit tempted. He wonders if it's better to receive a salary regularly and appreciate stable employment instead, especially if there are hints of danger. Background voices whisper about a handsome person, wondering if anyone knows his name. One comments that having too much charm is troublesome, as she can't even run since she's queuing. A close-up shows the intricate details of Yang Luo's clothing. Fairy Shixian grabs Yang Luo's arm, exclaiming in frustration. Fairy Shixian says to Brother Han that she has something for which she needs his help. A character with purple hair thinks that it's a big opportunity, but then questions the opportunity again with a distressed expression. Lady Mo grins, her eyes gleaming with mischief. It's a great opportunity. I'm sure you don't want to miss something like that. She leans in close to Hanju, her expression persuasive. Aren't you interested? If done properly, getting rich will no longer be a dream. Hanju's eyes narrow. There might be additional rewards too. Lady Mo's voice rises in exasperation. Lady Mo, please behave yourself. Hanju raises a hand to stop her. Lady Mo asks, Brother Han? Hanju's expression is firm. I'm sorry, I need to go back to cultivate. Lady Mo explodes in anger. What cultivate? This is a super big opportunity. Have you ever heard of? Lady Mo's face is contorted with rage. Where's Brother Han? Hanju walks away, thinking to himself, that lass didn't chase after me, did she? 2 women watch Hanju pass by. One says, did you see the male cultivator that just passed by? The other replies, of course. Too bad I didn't get to ask which peak he belonged to. The women continue to gush over Hanju. He's even more handsome than the winner of last year's intersect competition, Mazuri Fujo. One of them exclaims, "Isn't he? So you also have the same thought." The other wonders, intersect competition? Lady Mo's eyes widened as a sudden realization struck her. Holy shit, I cultivated to the point of forgetting about such an important matter, she thought, sweat beading on her brow. Master won't spare me. Han Yu appreciated, bowing respectfully. Disciple Han Ju greets the master. Lady Mo gestured for him to enter. Come, I also need to talk to you about something, she said, a hint of apology in her voice. I sincerely apologize. Due to my negligence when cultivating, I missed the intersect competition. She narrowed her eyes, studying him intently. On the other hand, why are you still in the third level of the Foundation establishment realm? Are you joking with me? You don't have to worry about it. There'll be many more opportunities in the future. Han Yu smiled vryly. I was hoping to remain low-key, so I hid my cultivation. Lady Mo's expression softened. Can you make breakthroughs that quickly? If everyone at the Jade Serene Peak cultivated as diligently as you, the Jade Serene Peak would have undoubtedly become the strongest peak. He shrugged. I'm not that good. I only like to cultivate. The air shifted as a presence made itself known. An old man with a long white beard and piercing eyes stood nearby, his gaze intense. The old man's robes rustled softly as he moved, the fabric a deep shade of green. A chibi version of Hanju appeared, celebrating his reward. Hooray! I almost forgot there's still a reward. Chang Yuer, in chibi form, tilted her head, looking at the old man. Master, why are there fallen leaves indoors? The towering pagoda stands against the sky, its eaves reaching towards the heavens. Elder Iron's name echoes from below, while Hanju's name is called from above. Chang Yuer's eyes widen, her expression curious. Do the two of you know each other? She asks. Elder Iron stands with another figure, their faces shadowed. It's more than just knowing, he says, his voice low. Lady Mo gestures towards Hanju. Iron, this is Hanju, a newly joined disciple of the Jade Serene Peak. Hanju, you can call him Junior Brother Iron. Elder Iron's face remains obscured, his expression unreadable. I wouldn't even dare to, he mutters. Elder Iron's thoughts swirl, a mix of disbelief and envy. Asterisk, Hanju, you brat, you actually became an intersect disciple. How is it possible? He had no spiritual roots in the past. My testing method can't get wrong, but in these 20 years, I did everything possible just to break through to the Foundation establishment realm. How did he even reach the 9th level of the Foundation establishment realm? This aptitude. If only I had found it earlier, maybe asterisk. A close-up of Elder Iron's face reveals a hint of frustration, his brow furrowed in thought. Lady Mo's eyes narrow, her gaze intense. Junior Brother Han is our peak's genius. I won't allow you to have any funny thoughts. A chibi drawing of Elder Iron appears, a comical representation of his inner turmoil. Thanks for the reminder, senior sister. I'm just lamenting as this world is too magical. Lady Mo turns her attention back to Hanju. Enough, I have something to talk about. Hanju, since you like cultivating so much. A new character appears, her expression serious. I am assigning you a mission to guard the Jade Pure Sect's 10,000 Demon Realm. Chang Yuer's chibi form reappears, her eyes wide with excitement. It's a place that raises Jade Pure Sex beasts. Please let me go together with Junior Brother Han. Master. A smaller bubble reads, no. That place is dangerous. There are frequent cases of beasts going berserk. There are also cases of disciples being brutally killed. Lady Mo explains that every peak will send out a disciple to guard the 10,000 Demon Realm. She adds that the spiritual chi is dense there, making it suitable for cultivation, but there's a certain amount of risk involved. Chang Yuer notes that Lady Mo isn't even bothering to hide her intentions. The new character fumes, thinking that she didn't even get a chance to reject the mission. She decides that it's just being a zookeeper and that she'll just slack off. Elder Iron states that he heeds his master's arrangement. He adds that the new character can go get ready, and someone will bring her to the 10,000 Demon Realm. Chang Yuer calls out to the new character, offering to help her pack up. Lady Mo tells Elder Iron that she doesn't want to hear fuss about his past with Hanju. She declares that from today onwards, the two of them are junior and senior brothers, and having a good relationship with him will only bring him benefit. The new character thinks that as long as it's not some unforgivable grudge, it's better if she resolves it. She also thinks that with her understanding about him, Hanju won't plot anything against her, and she can rest assured about that. She concludes that in the future, Hanju will be Jade Serene Peak's core disciple. Lady Mo looks on. The new character's eyes narrow. The new character wonders if Hanju will be a core disciple. Someone thinks that the brat did deserve it. Elder Iron calls out to someone, greeting them as Junior Brother Iron. It has been half a year since he arrived here. Hanju sighs, remarking that it takes a lot of effort to cultivate one root. He decides to check the system. He wonders if the relationship tab has been updated. The system informs him that his good friend, Mo Zhu, was attacked by a fiendish cultivator and was almost seriously injured. Stretching, Hanju thinks to himself that nothing good happens from accepting an opportunity, wishing Lady Mo good luck. He yawns, deciding it's time to patrol and train the 7 illusionary steps on the way. Although the 10,000 Demon Realm is a good location for cultivating, he will have to patrol once in a while to prevent the beast from going berserk and causing problems. Hanju looks off into the distance. He notices a white cat perched on a branch. A pair of glowing eyes peers out from the darkness. Ah, kitty, the beasts of 10,000 Demon Realm don't look dangerous at all. A figure dances and sings, seemingly carefree. A shadowy beast materializes, its form indistinct but menacing. The figure gracefully evades the beast's initial attack, moving with unnatural speed. The beast roars, its massive form radiating a palpable sense of power. Again, the figure dodges, a blur of motion against the backdrop of the encroaching darkness. The beast lunges, its jaws snapping shut where the figure had just been standing. He lands gracefully on a rooftop, momentarily safe from the creature below. The beast claws tear through the roof, splintering wood and shattering tiles. He thinks, so close. Thank God, I've already mastered the 7 illusionary steps. Else I might not be able to evade it. It's weird. Why were the forbidding spells cast on the pavilion not triggered? This is the first time it happened. He prepares to use the 7 illusionary steps, his expression grim. This beast doesn't look ordinary. I must take it seriously. Those spells, are they still worth calling forbidding spells when beasts can freely come in and out? 7 illusionary spells. Each level of this spell can create 1 additional shadow clone. If it is mastered to the peak of the 7th level, the user can create 7. He activates the shadow clones technique. Not only does it increase his speed, but it also baffles the enemy. Everyone, please pay attention. A beast has gone berserk. It can bypass the forbidding spells, and its speed is around the same level as us. Hanju tells his clones, we have to cooperate. The beast roars, its purple eyes glowing menacingly. The beast stands ready to strike. Hanju prepares the unparalleled finger divine sword. The beast is surrounded by golden light. The beast's eyes narrow. Golden energy crackles around the beast. The energy intensifies. Too bad. Among the clones from 7 illusion steps, only the real body can deal damage. Hanju thinks, thank God, it only got good speed and no attacking skills. But what could be the origin of that cat? It successfully bypassed the forbidding spells. He felt a growing unease. The beast had been going berserk more frequently as of late. He decided to report it. One of the elders spoke, his voice low. He suspected the matter was related to the viridescent nether cult. He was urged to speak more confidently. Another elder chimed in, believing the gains were involved and wanted to exploit the beast from the 10,000 Demon Realm. He revealed that they had gotten rid of more than 30% of spies from the nether cult who had infiltrated their sect. He suggested sending more disciples to guard the 10,000 Demon Realm. But another elder suspected a traitor among the higher-ups, perhaps even the sect master. Old Immortal Taoist Thunder watched the proceedings. Old Immortal Taoist Thunder, elder of the Heavenly Thunder Peak, noticed his junior sister's silence. He asked if something was on her mind. The junior sister responded that she would let them decide on these matters. She seemed to have an idea about what was going on behind the scenes on the nurturing program. The elders discussed the talents from each peak and wondered where the sect master had brought those 18 core disciples. Old Immortal Taoist Thunder confided in his junior sister, stating that if there was a traitor among the elders, the only person he could trust was her. He urged her to work together with him. She agreed, stating that they were taught by the same master. Old Immortal Taoist Thunder found that excellent. An elder announced that they would now dispatch more disciples to assist guarding the 10,000 Demon Realm, and the meeting was adjourned. 2 years later, a figure stood within a magical circle. He finds the forbidding spells cast in the 10,000 Demon Realm to be quite effective, suitable for resting and cultivating. All of Hanju's spirit roots have reached the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. A voice echoes, asking if he is using the 10,000 Demon Realm as a cultivating ground. A figure with glowing eyes appears, an unknown presence in the realm. The observers are shocked. When did he come in? Is he not affected by the forbidding spells? Could it be a cultivator above the Golden Core realm? 2 figures stand on a platform overlooking a vast landscape. The man with green hair raises a hand, saying, please don't panic. I'm also a disciple of the Jade Pure sect sent here to look after the 10,000 Demon Realm. The green-haired man stands with a gourd hanging from his waist. The green-haired man says, you appear to be at the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. But looking at the rate of your expiration, you should be at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm, right? Hanju thinks to himself, he saw through my cultivation. Who is this old man? The green-haired man continues, you don't have to be nervous. Did you come here voluntarily? Or did your master send you here? A woman with purple hair says, my master, Fairy Shishien, sent me here. The green-haired man thinks, oh. The green-haired man asks, did your master give you any mission? Hanju replies, even if she did, why should I tell you about it? The green-haired man says, oh, you won't let others know? How interesting, that Junior's sister. The green-haired man says, fine. Brat, do you know what trouble you've gotten into? Follow me. For the sake of your master, I can help you deal with it. A status window appears before Hanju, displaying information about Li Qingzi. The window reveals that Li Qingzi is at the 8th level of the nascent soul realm and is a master of the Jade Pure sect who adores Fairy Shixian. Li Qingzi's true power is revealed. He is the head of the sect, and he even adores someone. The landscape is filled with beasts that are likely to go berserk. The beasts are all Tiger Heart White Dragon subordinates. The Tiger Heart White Dragon always gets their revenge and is naturally violent. This time, it has summoned so many beasts to prepare for a riot. Li Qingzi demands to know what Hanju did to provoke the Tiger Heart White Dragon. Li Qingzi calls out to Hanju, addressing him as a young friend. Li Qingzi is seen with a woman with white hair. Hanju thinks that Li Qingzi doesn't deserve her. Li Qingzi fan jua question. Li Qingzi begins to explain what happened 2 years ago. Li Qingzi explains that the phenomenon of beasts going berserk earlier than expected was not caused by Hanju. It's most likely caused by the Nether Cult. The matter between Hanju and Tiger Heart White Dragon should be one of the incidents caused by them. Hanju is lucky that the Demon King might have fallen into their trap and got its strength consumed, else he would have been dead. Li Qingzi asks what kind of technique Hanju is using, because his speed is even faster than Tiger Heart White Dragon. He explains that the movement technique he picked up from the road is normal for him to be faster. Li Qingzi retorts that it's not normal, especially since they're talking about a Demon King, and even a master of the Golden Core realm wouldn't be able to beat it. A white cat-like creature states that their priority is dealing with the beast from going berserk, but if they want to do that, they'll have to start with the cause. The cat-like creature asks how they should deal with it, adding that this Demon King has great potential and wonders if they're going to compensate if it gets killed. The cat-like creature continues, stating that Hanju's skills are not as simple as they seem, and since he could safely retreat when facing the Tiger Heart White Dragon, he must have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Li Qingzi, looking flustered, tells Hanju to go tame it. Li Qingzi explains that he'll set up a formation and trap them here to help Hanju bear the pressure, seemingly tempting him with the offer. A system notification appears, outlining a mission from the sect master of the J Pure sect. It offers Hanju the choice to accept the mission and try to tame the Tiger Heart White Dragon, or reject the mission and continue cultivating. A figure excuses himself and leaves. Li Qingzi wonders to himself why Junior's sister took in a disciple like Hanju. Li Qingzi laments that he really can't make any sense from the young friend, even though he gave him such an opportunity. He sighs, realizing that in the end, he still has to carry all the burdens. A disembodied voice asks if the Demon King agrees. Meanwhile, a close-up of a wolf-like creature with glowing eyes is shown. A massive beast towers over a figure, its presence imposing. The figure remarks that the beast was expected to easily sense something there. The beast's face contorts into a snarl, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Elsewhere, a voice clicks its tongue, declaring that's it then. A figure stands amidst a swirling vortex of red energy, power radiating from their form. Meanwhile, Fairy Shixian and Zhanggu walk along a path, surrounded by lush greenery. Fairy Shixian recalls her master's words. The 10,000 demon realm has beasts going berserk, and she needs to meet up with Hanju quickly. They continue along the path, the forest growing denser around them. Fairy Shixian stops, raising a hand. She asks Zhanggu to wait, sensing something happening up ahead. Both Fairy Shixian and Zhanggu look ahead, their expressions a mix of surprise and concern. The path winds through the forest, leading towards an unseen destination. A voice muses that it looks more like an unparalleled sword technique than something caused by beasts going berserk. A voice calls out, Junior brother. A woman asks why he is here. A chibi figure exclaims, surprise, so please, did you miss your senior sister? A man with a bowl cut introduces himself as Meng He, pleased to meet Hanju. Hanju replies that he is pleased to meet him too. Meng He explains that his master learned that the beasts at 10,000 Demon Realm are going berserk, so she sent Chang Yuer and him to assist. He asks how much Hanju knows about the current situation. Hanju explains that earlier, many beasts surrounded him, but fortunately, an elder came to help him. Meng He states that the situation in 10,000 Demon Realm is quite dire. Since that's the case, he will go and take a look around. He asks Chang Yuer to get some rest. A tea set sits on a table. Chang Yuer says that they have come because Master is worried that Hanju might be in danger. She heard spies from the Viridescent Nether Cult have infiltrated the 10,000 Demon Realm, and they need to be vigilant. Hanju thinks that the Viridescent Nether Cult might be why the sect master, Li Qingzi, came to the 10,000 Demon Realm. He examines the compass, his expression thoughtful. The 10,000 Demon Realm, huh? The situation is more precarious than he anticipated. Chang Yuer addresses Meng He as senior sister. She asks if they should leave the 10,000 Demon Realm. Meng He looks shocked at the suggestion. Meng He questions if leaving would mean abandoning their post. Meng He, looking distressed, urges someone to activate the forbidding spells quickly. A voice responds that they have been activated for a long time. Hanju, visibly injured, expresses his gratitude, and mentions encountering a powerful beast, barely surviving. Meng is asked how he provoked the beast, noting it should be at least in the Golden Core realm. Coughing up blood, Meng recounts seeing a group of beasts trapped by someone and encountering the strong beast in the Golden Core realm when he thought of retreating. He tells him to stop talking. Chang Yuer expresses concern, noting that even though they haven't been there long, Seven's senior brother has already been injured, deeming the place too dangerous. She wonders why Hanju wishes to get out of here, but has been staying for a long time and is unscathed. The scene focuses on Hanju's ear as a voice narrates that one shouldn't wander around recklessly, using senior brother situation as a classic example. It is said that they are scurrying and their target must be us. A figure is seen running. The man with the concerned expression warns that there is an overwhelming number of beasts, and the forbidding spells might not be able to stop them. Chang Yuer questions why they aren't running away. She explains that their place is under Jade Serene Peak's jurisdiction, and running away would mean leaving their post without permission. Chang Yuer sarcastically suggests that they can just stay behind and wait for their death, and she'll tell Master about their heroic deeds. Junior brother Han states that the 18 peaks each have an area to manage, and they won't be the only ones being attacked by the wave of beasts. He urges them to move quickly, as where there's life, there's hope. The pavilion has been trampled by the wave of beasts, and they are not stopping. It seems their target wasn't them. Junior brother Han observes that they just happened to be crossing here and wonders what the Nether Cult is planning. Meng, he notices a beast with a fervent aura. It's a beast in the Golden Core realm. He carries Chang Yuer, retreating from the overwhelming force. The sounds of battle fade behind them as they flee. A voice echoes, filled with betrayal. Shit, that coward left us behind and ran by himself. Desperation floods his eyes as he cries out, Junior brother, A above us. Brother Han continues his desperate retreat, Chang Yuer held tightly in his arms. The air grows thick with the scent of ozone. A crimson energy erupts, a sign of Meng He's resolve. The ground trembles beneath their feet. A voice, laced with fear, whispers, We're done for. Meng He's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with determination. The air crackles with power. Brother Han continues to flee, but the power emanating from Meng, he gives him a sliver of hope. The 3 pure shadow sword technique begins to manifest. Meng He's eyes glow with intense focus as he channels his spiritual energy. The 3 pure shadow sword technique is fully activated. A wave of yellow and orange energy erupts, the word cut, emblazoned across the bottom. A burst of purple and white energy explodes, the word cut, appearing at the top. How could it be possible? That was a Golden Core realm beast. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe just how insane Junior brother Han is. A Golden Core realm beast, and another 6 of the Peak Foundation establishment realm, all wiped out in a flash. Flash. That cold expression. He still can't forget it. Was that really the junior brother that he knew? Nevertheless, he's so strong and handsome. Today's harvest has been excellent. There are so many valuables on the beasts. He heard that we can exchange them with spirit stones. Let's go. Bring back the junior brother from. Are we leaving just like that? Yes. This incident can be considered an exceptional circumstance. In the worst case, all I have to do is kneel down and beg for forgiveness from the Master. 10,000 Demon Realms teleportation formation. Tears streamed down Hanju's face. Junior brother, junior sister. Thank God, both of you are still alive. A pained groan echoed. Blood stained the cultivator's robes. Chang Yuer demanded, Why didn't those beasts kill you? I dash. Meng called out, Wait, I'm coming with you. The odd groceries building stood tall. It's something he never thought of. Meng thought, I was worried that the number of spirit stones I had wasn't enough for me to fully cultivate the foundation establishment. It seems I'll have good days ahead. Meng wondered, can we earn this much just by killing beasts? To think they will sell for 397 superior grade spirit stones. I suddenly feel like going back to farm beasts. It can earn me so much. Chang Yuer said, Junior brother, cease your thoughts. 10,000 Demon Realm is a small world contrived by the sect to nurture beasts. Each beast inside is valuable. Under normal circumstances, the disciples are forbidden. Chang Yuer realized, it's something I never thought of, from killing the beasts. Chang Yuer continued, this time, we wouldn't be held responsible due to the exceptional circumstances. Ugh, all right. Hanju thought to himself that it was better to stay quiet and cultivate as usual. He could slowly earn the spirit stones, and the amount he had right now was enough for him to break through to the Golden Core realm. A voice called out, Greetings, Master. The speaker then asked why the 3 of them had returned. A disciple kneeled before the Master, explaining that there weren't only beasts going berserk in the 10,000 Demon Realm, but there was even a sight of Nether Cult. He begged for forgiveness, willing to receive punishment and face the wall to repent for 100 years. Fairy Shixin listened intently, her expression unreadable. She simply stated this. Chang Yuer, her face flushed with anger, insisted that the matter had nothing to do with junior brother. Another disciple, bearing visible injuries, recounted that they were attacked by the beasts, but the seventh senior brother abandoned them and ran away. Fairy Shixian responded that although Meng he didn't save the two of them, in the end, they were too weak and held him back. She added that having a person coming back alive to relay the information was better than 3 people dying together. Chang Yuer's eyes narrowed, her expression hardening. This but dash. Fairy Shixian stated that Meng he didn't violate any of the sect's rules, and all he did was protect himself. Chang Yuer exclaimed, yes, while another disciple wondered what the master was up to. The disciple from before, his face obscured by his hands, questioned if she was trying to settle it alone with him. The disciple wondered if the master was suspecting him again and when she would knock it off. Fairy Shixian asked Hanju, who had cultivated for so long, what his reason was for such behavior. Hanju wondered if she was asking him about his ambitions. He kneels, contemplating the path to immortality. Even with diligent cultivation in seclusion, opportunity remains essential for achieving immortality. The disciple understands, yet hopes to increase his cultivation and become powerful before seeking opportunity. Only those without talent seek opportunities. He possesses unparalleled spirit roots and top-notch Kane providence. This master arranged an opportunity for you. If you had succeeded in the 10,000 demons realm, you could have become a core disciple. Unfortunately, you gave up on it. Moreover, the cultivation technique you're using is unfathomable. It renders me unable to help you in cultivation. So how about this? Do you want to have your own spiritual pool in your cave abode? Other than Thunder's spiritual chi, it even has other types of spiritual chi. Where is it? It's somewhere near Jade Serene Peak, but you can only receive it if you secure one of the top 3 positions in the Intersect Assessment. Intersect Assessment. It must be fighting. It won't be dangerous, will it? Master, will there be a participant of the Golden Core Realm or above? Do you think a Golden Core Realm is as common as cabbages? Anyone reaching the Golden Core Realm is either a core disciple, an elder, or a deacon. You mean all the participants are cultivators at the Foundation Establishment Realm? That's right. Great. Then it's... The disciple expresses his gratitude, vowing to earn respect for the Jade Serene Peak. A sinister smile plays across the cultivator's face as he anticipates receiving the Khanate cave abode with a spiritual pool. She thinks to herself, annoyed, that the brat isn't quite easy to handle. Hanju walks through the sect. A voice calls out, "Boss, are you here? Give me spirit stones worth 100 cultivation days." According to the master, there are still 8 years before the intersect assessment. Hanju thinks, I have to use this time to cultivate my best. Elder Iron says, it's done. Your seat is number 4444 in Area A. As he walks, Hanju overhears, wow, that guy is so handsome. Could he be the mysterious handsome disciple of the Jade Serene Peak? It may be him. I've never seen anyone better looking than him in the sect. He thinks, asterisk, I'll have to budget carefully, even during cultivation. I'll train the wind spirit root to perfection and save some of the spirit stones. Asterisk. Hanju thinks, asterisk, these girls sure are vulgar. They don't even understand the joys of cultivation. Asterisk. Hanju thinks, asterisk, teleporting to Wine's spiritual pool. As expected of the sect, they have all kinds of spiritual pools. Wind spiritual pool's environment is miles better than the Thunder spiritual pool. Asterisk. The landscape of the Wind spiritual pool. Hanju thinks, I must ensure that all 6 types of my spirit root reach the 9th level before the inner assessment. Hanju looks determined. A group of people laugh. One says, ah ha ha, Zhou-fan, you sure are good. Another says, didn't you say you would surpass us in the inner assessment? Why are you still on the 1st level of Foundation establishment? The disciples mockingly question how anyone with such a meager spirit root could ever hope to surpass them. They suggest that if he were willing to beg on his knees, they might consider letting him go. One of the disciples mentions that Sister Lu will soon be marrying and won't be able to help him anymore. Another disciple, eating a slice of watermelon, decides that problems always arise where there are people, and he'll just focus on his cultivation. The disciple continues to eat his watermelon. One of the disciples scoffs, calling him trash. Another disciple questions how he dares cause trouble near the spiritual pool and accuses him of being a spy for the fiendish cult. Zhou-fan warns someone to watch themselves. The disciple eating watermelon comments on Zhou-fan's Khanate providence, finding its origin scary. A chibi version of a character wonders if they should use this chance to help him, but another chibi character argues that numerous side characters get abandoned by the main characters for their progress. Another chibi character says that he is like the main character of a novel and it'll be a cakewalk from now on if you help him. Someone decides to forget about it. A voice echoes, declaring cultivation as the most important thing, urging Zhou-fan to believe in his destiny. Zhou-fan lies dead on the ground. 8 years later, Hanju stands near the fire spiritual pool. He decides to stop his training here, as the inner assessment is about to begin. A status screen displays his spiritual root levels: water and earth at level 8, fire, lightning, wind, and wood at level 9. A figure with white hair stands under a tree, as another figure asks, Zhou-fan. An older man with white hair stares intently. A hand rests on a sword hilt. The white-haired figure says, "I'm sorry. You're a nice guy." The white-haired figure stands with their back to the viewer, holding an umbrella. Hanju is told that he should have just focused on cultivation, as it causes much less headache. Hanju stands facing the white-haired figure. The white-haired figure shouts, "Hold it!" The white-haired figure asks, "Yeah? Are you Hanju?" Zhou Fan introduces himself. He is Zhou Fan of the Heavenly Thunder Peak. He says he's heard many stories about the other person from Brother Mo, and that Mo says the other person will be a great cultivator in the future. Zhou Fan states he's always wanted to meet them. He asks what he can do for them. Judging by his stance, the unseen character will use an old-school method of wuxia novels. The character thinks to himself, "Brother Mo, look at what you have done." The unseen character stands tall, looking down at Zhou Fan, who is kneeling before them. The unseen character asks, "I've heard that you're very popular with the girls. Please tell me how to pursue my sweetheart." He thinks to himself, "I really thought you were going to fight." Zhou Fan looks up, pleading. The unseen character looks down, determined. He thinks to himself, "Everything." The unseen character explains, "How can cultivators like us be trapped by love? The world will be under your command if you can obtain the great Tao. By then, you can naturally obtain whatever you want. Have you ever seen me close to a woman?" The unseen character states, "You'll have to comprehend this step yourself." Zhou Fan looks up, his expression unreadable. The unseen character blushes slightly, thinking to himself, "Why did my dead heart skip a beat?" The unseen character states, "Fool, the most important thing is the looks. Do you really think there's a comparison between us?" The text indicates, Zhou Fan has developed a liking towards you. Favorability, 1 star. Zhou Fan senses something feels wrong. He walked with the other disciples toward the massive bell, a sense of anticipation hanging in the air. All the disciples had been summoned, which meant it must be something related to the intersect assessment. A man with glasses greeted Hanju. "Brother Han, it's been a while." The man continued, "There happens to be something I wanted to ask." He nodded. "Yeah, go ahead. Do you happen to know a girl named Xing Hongxian?" Hanju's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "How do you know?" The man asks, "Do you know a person named Xing Hongxian?" The man with glasses asks, "I don't know. Why did you ask me?" The man with glasses explains, "These years I've been hiding in the 10,000 demon realm with the sect master to fight off the nether cult. The reason we receive no casualties is thanks to the information given by a nether cult traitor. That is also why the sect master pretended to leave the sect and hid in the 10,000 demon realm to ambush the nether cult." The man with glasses continues, "Senior brother has a great fortune, as expected from our senior brother. That nether cult's traitor is Xing Hongxiwa. When she was young, she was forced to swallow a poisonous pill and was threatened to become a spy in the Jade Pure sect." The man with glasses adds, "She has always hated the nether cult. She even tried looking for an antidote from one of our outer sect alchemists." The other character states, "That lady did a splendid job. She was able to distinguish right from wrong and decided to choose the correct path." The man with glasses continues, "After that, she was given asylum by the sect master due to her contribution. The sect master even made an exception and accepted her as an intersect disciple." The other character exclaims, "Lady Xing is so awesome. She has such strong morals. She is an inspiration to our generation." The man with glasses concludes, "Xing Hongxian is currently at the main peak and is cultivating under the sect master's junior sister, Taoist Jingxiu. Earlier when I met Lady Xing, she asked me to look for a person named Hanju, a servant of one of our outer sect alchemists." A voice, tinged with amusement, cuts through the air. "Junior brother, isn't it quite a coincidence?" A wave of frustration washes over the figure. That F asterisk king B asterisk TCH spilled everything. Hanju reflects on his past. "Since I'm the Hanju that she was talking about, and I didn't have a choice back then." A comforting hand rests on his shoulder. "Don't worry, I understand." A voice booms with pride. "I just didn't expect you to have such exceptional talent." The voice continues, laced with satisfaction. "It is truly our fortune that you chose Jade Serene Peak over another, more excellent peak." A woman's voice announces, "The intersect assessment is about to begin." The woman continues, "Every peak will need to send at least 10 disciples to participate. Is there anyone willing to represent our peak?" A chorus of voices cries out, "Me. Please let me go." A voice observes, "Everyone is so excited. Is there some kind of reward for the assessment?" Another voice replies, "There's quite a bit of reward, other." Hanju considers the rewards. Then inheriting the Jade Stream technique, there's even a reward of 500 superior Great Spirit Stones and a Spirit Ice Pier. That's all. They didn't mention anything about the Khanate Cave Abode. Was that some kind of special reward from the master? Hanyu decides to participate. Everyone is so excited. Then, I'll blend in with them, so they don't think I'm unsociable. Someone offers the first seat to Hanju, but he declines. The crowd expresses surprise that Hanju is actually participating. Fairy Shixien waves her hand, stating it was only meant as a display of support, and that the first seat doesn't have much responsibility. An announcement is made. The list has been finalized. Hanju is asked to stay behind while the others can return. The disciples whisper amongst themselves, wondering if the master is going to give junior brother Han private guidance. Someone urges the others to leave quickly before the master gets angry. Fairy Shi Xian approaches Hanju, remarking that his cultivation seems to have increased again and that she underestimated him. The fairy continues, noting that even with 3 spirit roots, his cultivating speed is still the best within the Jade Pure sect. Hanju bows his head, saying it's all thanks to the master's guidance, and that the master is amazing. Fairy Shi Xian states that she doesn't remember teaching him anything. She adds that his cultivation and sword techniques are excellent, but they are not Jade Pure sect techniques. The fairy reveals that she's been observing him, and guesses he must have had another master before. She adds that he's been cultivating diligently right after joining the sect, and has no intention of harming the sect. Fairy Shi Xian continues, saying that someone testified that he's from the outer sect. Fairy Shi Xian assures Hanju that his past won't be a problem. She explains that she has already discussed everything and will not inquire any further. Hanju kneels before Fairy Shi Xian, who tells him not to worry about the inner sect assessment. She adds that no one will put him in a difficult situation because of his background. Fairy Shi Xian declares, with a glint in her eye, that from this day forward, Hanju will be her personal disciple. Hanju's eyes widen in surprise, the declaration catching him completely off guard. A system notification appears. Hanju's status in the Jade Pure sect has risen. He has become the personal disciple of an elder and will obtain a magic manual. Hanju expresses his gratitude, wishing Fairy Shi Xian a long and prosperous life. Fairy Shi Xian presents him with a token, instructing him to keep it safe as it is the personal disciple's token. Fairy Shi Xian, holding the token bearing her name, Shi Xian, dismisses Hanju, signaling that he may leave now. He responds with a respectful yes. It can produce varying effects by infusing different types of spirit energy. Now Hanju has another hidden card, but he is not proficient with it yet. Adding the 3 pure shadow sword technique, there should be no problem being passive until someone comes at him first. There are no restrictions on the techniques that are used during the battle. These 2 skills are too destructive, so he must avoid using them if possible. When everything is considered, he doesn't have any skills to use. Chang Yuer says, "Junior brother, the intersect assessment is approaching. How confident are you? Why you? How did you come in? It's a secret." Chang Yuer asks, "Junior brother, isn't this your first time participating in the intersect assessment?" She tells him to follow her. The rules, so she specially asked him to come and explain it to him. All the 18 peaks have set up an arena. He should have known about this. The disciples of every peak will participate in duels of a knockout tournament until the top 10 have emerged. After that, they will compete in the intersect city, where the entire sect will be spectating. A board displays the names of disciples. "Junior brother, look here. For tomorrow's assessment, you'll be fighting at Tianju Peak. So, before the top 10's fight, there won't be a lot of people spectating, right?" "That's right. Don't tell." Chang Yuer says, "Me, you're aiming for the top 3? You can definitely do it with your strength." Hanju responds, "I'll try my best." Chang Yuer smiles, "Thank you so much, senior sister. Be careful on the way back. Isn't it quite good? I can even fight discreetly. I really don't want to draw attention." Hanju's eyes narrow, a flicker of determination in their depths. "And you let's hold, miss. You shouldn't babble nonsense." Chang Yuer giggles. Chang Yuer reflects, "I never thought we'd meet here. This must be fate. Back then, I had no choice. Had I rejected you, I'm afraid you would have killed me." Chang Yuer says, "Don't worry. I'm serious about it. And back then, you also didn't betray me. If not for you, I wouldn't be standing here right now." A close-up shows Chang Yuer's eye, reflecting on the information she just received. Is it true that others are already at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm? Hanju scratches the back of his head, thinking to himself that to be accurate, he's almost at the 9th level. He realizes the assessment is approaching, so there's not enough time for him to cultivate. Chang Yuer's hand rests on her lap. Hanju holds up a small bottle, stating that it contains the Jade Pure pill. He doesn't really like using it, but offers it to her since it's suitable for her. Chang Yuer tells him to keep it and use it himself. She assures him that she can get this pill regularly. Hanju looks at Chang Yuer, who states that's not the problem. A flashback shows a scene with trees and a lantern. Xing Hongxian thinks to herself that she's currently cultivating under Taoist Jingxiu. Master Jingxiu is a nice person, so she doesn't have to worry. A disembodied voice tells someone that they must work hard in the intersect assessment. Chang Yuer reflects that back then, she didn't know that her husband was such a genius. She thinks her aptitude is average. Hanju stands with a sword in front of him. A hand holds the bottle of Jade Pure pill, wondering if this is causality. 2 figures stand in a brightly lit hall, dwarfed by the massive pillars around them. One speaks, simply stating disciple. Taoist Jingxiu, cloaked in blue and white, wonders aloud. "You gave the Jade Pure pill to that boy. Do you regret it?" A woman with fiery red hair, adorned with a golden collar, replies, "I don't. I've already fallen into the trap of Taoist Jingshu thinks to himself, love. Nonsense. Is it just because he's handsome? The woman asks, tilting her head, isn't that enough? Taoist Jingshu responds, I don't think it's worth it for you to help him. The woman, a finger raised to her lips, says, his aptitude is quite outstanding. When I first met him, he had no cultivation at all. But I heard. The woman continues, weird. He has such talent, but why haven't I heard anything about him all these years? Sect Master says that he's very low profile and has been busy cultivating in seclusion. Sect Master even tried giving him an opportunity, but he rejected, saying he's Taoist Jingshu, eyes narrowed, thinks, afraid of death. How interesting. I think I need to pay more attention to him. A close-up of a man's eyes, filled with an unknown emotion. A crowd of people gathers, their excitement palpable. One says, hey, didn't she say there will be a lot of spectators only at the final top 10's fight? Another replies, I thought there would be only a few spectators at every peak. The crowd stretches as far as the eye can see, with figures flying overhead, heading towards the arena. The arena floor stretched out, a vast expanse of polished stone marked with concentric circles. A system prompt appeared. A chibi-style figure wondered how the F***CK she was supposed to act. The system displays the options for the Jade Pure Sect Inner Sect Assessment. A voice muses that the second choice, a numinous treasure, is far superior to any usual treasure. The system displays the option to keep a low profile and make it to the top 3 to obtain a numinous treasure. A voice notes that this is good timing since they don't have any numinous treasures, and perhaps the heavens are helping them. They decide to choose that option. The system knows exactly what he wants. Hanju thinks, musing that it might be related to the choices he made initially. He prefers living a long life rather than being in the limelight. Hanju stands before a crowd, resolving to remain low profile until he becomes invincible. An announcement booms across the sky. The first round is about to begin. Jade Serene peaks Hanju versus Tian Zhu peaks Lu Rinjia. Chang Yuer exclaims that it's Hanju's match. Her companion replies that it should be interesting. Chang Yuer declares that senior brother Han is so strong, he's definitely going to emerge victorious in every round. Hanju's opponent screams in terror. Hanju unleashes the 7 illusionary steps. A chibi-style figure cries out, pleading for their mother to save them. Lu Rinjia prepares to unleash an attack, shouting Gitsuga Tenzo. Lu Rinjia looks down on his opponent, remarking that fighting such a weakling on the first round isn't getting him any high. The spectators begin to leave, finding the battle too boring and preferring to watch fights at another peak. 2 spectators comment that he isn't surprised to be this. A character with a scowl says that he's doing this on purpose and that they'll get what he means in a short while. Hanju thinks to himself that this is so tiring and that he's pretended long enough, wondering if there are people watching them anymore. A close-up of Hanju's eyes reveals a determined gaze. It seems there are not many spectators remaining. The judges have nodded off too, giving someone the best opportunity. Lu Rinjia prepares another attack. Lu Rinjia declares that he's gotten bored now and that he won't use his skill even when he keeps beating him, stating that they should end this. A voice echoes, filled with a chilling confidence. As you wish. The observers' eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down their temple. He's fast, they think, barely able to process the speed. A shockwave rips through the air, a visible distortion of speed and power. The judges, perched precariously on their stand, exclaim in disbelief. Did the battle end? One cries. It's not Hanju! Another shouts, their faces a mask of astonishment. Lu Rinjia lies sprawled amidst the rubble, battered and bruised. He is unable to get up. An announcement booms across the arena. The winner for this round is Jade Serene peaks Hanju. Chang Yuer watches from the sidelines, a thoughtful expression on her face. Brother Han, why didn't you just win directly? She wonders. Mo Zhu calls out, hey, Brother Mo. He thinks to himself, I just happened to find his weakness. Another voice replies, bullshit. The few rounds he fought after they're still the same. There aren't many people spectating, even the judges run away. I can't seem to understand that genius. Chang Yuer's expression darkens slightly. Big brother, I've got a feeling that he's avoiding me. Another voice chimes in. Your intentions are too obvious. Brother Han is an ascetic. He doesn't want his cultivation to be held back by love. Lu Sanqi muses, will there any meaning in life if he keeps cultivating like that? Another voice responds, everyone pursues different goals. What he pursues is immortality. The great Tao. Lu Sanqi continues, I feel both of you are the same kind of people. Chang Yuer replies, don't exaggerate. I'm no match for him. The sun hangs high in the sky, casting a golden glow over the Jade Pure Sect. Hanju reflects on his recent battles. He notes that the battle for the top 10 is approaching, and it will be difficult to hide his skills. He also acknowledges that Zhou Fan, the Mahayana cultivator, has made it to the top 10. The man named Hanju sits in meditation, preparing himself for whatever may come. Sunlight filters through the trees, illuminating the lush foliage. Something feels off. Hanju notices the leaves are still, and there is no breeze. Where's this wind sound coming from? He wonders if he's being haunted, a chill running down his spine. The man named Hanju senses remnants still lingering in the air, a faint whisper against his ear. Meanwhile, a golden seal appears, radiating power, the Nine Dragons' devil-expelling seal. The seal activates, unleashing a blinding light. The remnants are expelled, a swirling vortex of red and black energy. She confronts the demon, her eyes blazing with righteous fury. Demon, why don't you give up? A blinding light erupts, consuming everything in its path. The energy intensifies, a searing wave of power. The light continues to surge, an unstoppable force. A voice cries out, wait. The voice pleads, wait, stop it. The world blurs, the attack unrelenting. A figure with crimson eyes declares, it has intellect? It's all the more reason to get rid of it. A booming voice erupts, didn't I tell you to stop beating me? I'm the great grand elder of the Jade Pure sect. The great grand elder continues, enraged. Why does the Jade Serene Peak have a barbarian like you? Don't you know how to respect the elders? The attacker's eyes widen, a question forming in their mind. Great grand elder? Elder Iron happened to be passing by, and he wonders why Hanju kept spamming his skills in his direction. He asks if there's no law and justice left in this world. Hanju asks the senior why he is creepily moving around in the middle of the night. Elder Iron scoffs, stating that this is how he usually is when cultivating his divine powers. He asks if Hanju knows what the primordial spirit is. Elder Iron thinks to himself that the spell almost extinguished his spirit. He wouldn't be able to bear it even with his real body. He wonders if every inner sect disciple is this powerful nowadays. Elder Iron tells Hanju to stop and not tell her. He will apologize to him. Hanju asks if he knows his master. Elder Iron reveals that Hanju's master is actually his disciple and is also the current sect leader. Hanju says, oh. Elder Iron decides to act as if nothing happened tonight and says goodbye. Elder Iron tells the young man that his build seems to be amazing and asks if he wants to inherit. He tilted his head, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. What legacy? Elder Iron presented a book, its cover emblazoned with the words Heavenly Constellation Golden Body. He asked, do you want to learn it? In the entire J Pure sect, only the sect leader and I know about it. The elder dismissed the offer. Forget it. I appreciate the senior's goodwill. Hanju's mind raced. Asterisk, I nearly killed him just now. There is no way this old man will act so benevolently. Asterisk. He thought to himself, I'm sure he was scheming something. Elder Iron, his expression softening, assured someone, don't worry. I'll talk to him tomorrow. The elder dismissed the person. You can return now. Remember to rest early. Hanju wondered, asterisk, master. Is the Heavenly Constellation Golden Body technique powerful? Asterisk, that senior was hoping to teach me his technique. Elder Iron, his face flushed, confirmed, it's indeed powerful. It is said to be the strongest technique in the Jade Pure sect. If he dares to come again, I'll handle him myself. Thank you, master. But before cultivating it, one needs to cut off. The silhouettes of Hanju and Elder Iron stood in stark contrast against the light. Hanju gazes up at the swirling galaxy, a formal assessment about to begin. A voice echoes from the towering pagoda. The disciple understands and prepares to depart. Whispers spread about the senior's extreme measures, avoiding women and even cutting off their own. The scene shifts to the intersect city, where the battle for the top 10 is about to unfold. The assessment is formally commencing, and the entire sect is present to witness it. The crowd gathers, anticipation hanging heavy in the air. Banners proclaim support for the Spirit Ice Peer. He thinks to himself that it will be hard to stay low-key in front of so many people, wondering if he should just defeat them instantly. A woman calls out, excited that Junior Brother is finally here. The crowd cheers, proclaiming that all of them have come to support Junior Brother Han, wishing him luck and urging him to grab first place. The crowd continues to show their support for Junior Brother Han. Hanju expresses his gratitude, promising to do his best. A voice wonders about Zhou Fan. The crowd watches. Zhou Fan looks serious. Zhou Fan is told that his greatest opponent in this intersect assessment is Hanju. It is said that Hanju has been hiding his real strength, and that his strength is comparable to that of elite disciples. Zhou Fan states that they can't say for sure, but he now has a powerful trump card that Hanju might not have. Zhou Fan seems surprised, wondering if he has a chance against Hanju. A girl poses. Two women face each other, one with blonde hair and the other with purple hair. The purple-haired woman says it's none of the blonde-haired woman's business. The blonde-haired woman says that the other should grow more, otherwise, Junior Brother Han could end up in jail. A woman's voice, laced with fury, demanded to know who dared call him husband. Chang Yuer, in chibi form, wondered if this was divine retribution. Silence descended. An elder announced the start of the battle for the top 10 in the intersect assessment, declaring the first round would begin. Hanju and Zhou Fan faced each other, the tension palpable. The announcement declared the match. Jade Serene Peaks Hanju versus Heavenly Thunder Peaks Zhou Fan. It was the Heavenly Thunder Peak's newly emerged genius, Zhou Fan, the person with a birth Dharma treasure. Heavenly Thunder's Zhou Fan was a black horse, having defeated all his opponents instantly and won every round. Someone had heard from the eldest disciple of the Sword Peak that as long as Zhou Fan ranked in the top 3, he could request a duel with his Dao companion at stake. Someone questioned Hanju, asking if he hadn't said he never had a close relationship with girls. Hanju sighed, thinking he had no choice and wondering what else he could do in such a dire situation. A hand held a glowing object, its power evident. A voice urged someone to try their best. Purple lightning crackles around the chest plate, energy surging through the gauntlet hands. Purple energy crackles around the white-haired cultivator, his gaze intense. The cultivator stands in the distance, a faint smile playing on his lips. You have to try your best. The white-haired cultivator faces Hanju, both surrounded by swirling purple energy, the air thick with anticipation. The cultivator smirks, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Don't be shy. I'll let you give the first strike. Hanju's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he prepares to face his opponent. Well, if you say so. The white-haired cultivator's face is etched with a mixture of arrogance and anticipation as he awaits Hanju's attack. Golden energy flares around Hanju, a question mark hovering above the white-haired cultivator in the distance. Golden energy intensifies around Hanju, his resolve hardening. I'll bet everything on this attack. Hanju focuses his energy, preparing to unleash a powerful strike. Be prepared. The white-haired cultivator's eyes widen with a flicker of unease, sweat beading on his brow. He thinks, I should be at an advantage since I have the birth Dharma treasure. Why am I feeling flustered for some reason? Don't tell me it will end up like that person said. A voice narrates, Mo Fuzhou, a core disciple of Heavenly Thunder Peak, is undeniably strong. And Hanju is one of the few people he has acknowledged. You may not believe me, but I am far worse than Brother Han in some aspects. Hanju is a subtle person who follows a simple policy. Those agreeable shall be competitors. Those who are not shall be enemies. If you have the opportunity, Hanju advises, try to make friends with Brother Han. It will benefit you. Zhou Fan stands below, listening intently. Brother Mo, Zhou Fan thinks, I refuse to accept it. Today, I will defeat him and prove myself. I am a master of my destiny, Zhou Fan declares. You? Heh, that's all you're worth. Watch closely. Zhou Fan vows, I'm going to make you regret it. I'll make you understand that you made a mistake in your judgment. What's going on? Someone shouts. His spiritual chi is surging, someone exclaims. It's too frightening. Absolute defense. So what if you have heavenly talent? Zhou Fan snarls, today, I, Zhou Fan, am going to trample you. Hanju prepares to attack. A golden light blurs as the attack is launched. The crowd watches intently. The pink-haired woman's eyes widened, her expression a mask of disbelief. Zhou Fan's birth Dharma treasure really is strong. Master even accepted him as a personal disciple. The blonde woman frowned, her gaze sharp. He still has a long way to go compared with my junior brother Han. Another woman with red hair added, it might be pretty challenging for Brother Han to win, because of it. The blonde woman scoffed, her expression dismissive. With just a glance, I can see that you know nothing of him. The crowd murmured, what the heck was that? What just happened? A disbelieving voice echoed, the battle, did it end already? A close-up revealed Hanju's intense focus. His eyes narrowed as he unleashed his power. Zhou Fan was sent hurtling backwards, a dark silhouette against the blinding light of the attack. The force of the blow sent him spiraling through the air, a ragdoll caught in a tempest. The very structure of the arena groaned under the strain, cracks spiderwebbing across the ancient stone. Zhou Fan slammed into the ground, his face contorted in pain and shock, blood trickling from his lips. A voice declared, the victory goes to Jade Serene Peaks Hanju. The second round will commence shortly afterwards. The pink-haired woman huffed, too arrogant by giving up the first move. The blonde woman added, Hanju is too strong. He instantly defeated his opponent. I said so, didn't I? Junior brother Han is powerful. Zhou Fan sat slumped on the steps, his head wrapped in bandages as healers tended to his wounds. The cultivator's face contorted in defeat. He seemed to have gone easy on his opponent. The top 5 had been decided, and they would draw lots to determine the next stage. The announcer held up the lots, explaining that the participant who skipped the next round would head straight to the top 3. The person who picked the red color would skip the next round. Hanju marveled at his incredible luck. His master had said the top 3 would receive a personal Kane cave abode. Skipping the next round meant he jumped right into the top 3. After Hanju was chosen to skip the next round, the remaining 4 people participated in the semifinal. However, none of the 2 matches were that spectacular. Why wasn't either of them moving? Watching spiritual-type cultivators fight was so boring. Someone begged both muscle heads to use spells. Were their swords only meant for decoration? The announcer declared that they now had the top 3 and would be announcing the final round's rules next. A hand reached up. A cultivator concedes to the elder. A close-up reveals a cultivator's intense gaze. Having exhausted his spiritual energy to quickly defeat his opponent in the previous battle, a cultivator admits he is still recovering and willing to be ranked third. Another cultivator expresses gratitude to the elder. Someone exclaims in disbelief at the ridiculous excuse. The crowd observes that Hanju was overestimated, but going all out on your opponent is the highest form of respect. They now think highly of Zhou Fan, pitying his loss. A wounded cultivator looks up, bandaged and weary. A close-up reveals a cultivator's blushing face. A system notification indicates that Zhou Fan's favorability towards the recipient has increased to 2 stars. A chibi character expresses confusion. Hanju looks up at the sky, a hint of annoyance in his expression. Why are you so overjoyed with 3rd place? Don't tell me Fairy Shixin asked you to take 3rd place. A figure responds, his expression earnest. No, Master just told me to do my best. Ahead, an elder states, whatever you say. We've arrived at the main peaks hall. A woman with a hooded cloak announces, congratulations to the 3 of you. You've successfully become the sect's elite disciples. The reward this time is Khanate Cave Abode. Glowing orbs float in the palm of a hand. The hooded woman explains, each of the Khanate Cave Abode is located in the surrounding mountains outside the 18 peaks. Because the locations are secluded, these light balls will guide you there. Later on, all of you will be able to oversee the lands where the cave abode is located. Hanju wonders to himself, are they trying to make us security guards? A Scar Man thinks, the first Khanate Cave Abode is rich with fire and wind spirit chi. I want the cave abode with fire and wind spirit chi. It's suitable for me. A man gazes at a glowing orb, a Khanate Cave Abode abundant with water, fire, and with spirit chi. He decides to choose this one to grow strong. A chibi character looks at a colorless orb, thinking it is suitable for them since they are cultivating 6 different spiritual roots. A character thanks a senior Taoist, expressing their satisfaction. A woman thinks about a boy, noting that he can make it to the top 3 and that Shinner wasn't mistaken about his potential. The characters are told that since the choices have been made, all of them can follow the light ball and return to their designated cave abode. They're told they can leave now. The characters acknowledge the instructions and begin to walk away. Elsewhere, the periphery of the Jade Pure sect reveals a mountain range. A crack looks ordinary and extremely narrow and can fit only a person. After walking a few steps, it suddenly opens into a cave. A bright light shines. A cave with flat and vast land and imposing houses is revealed. The cave's land is fertile, with a beautiful pond, mulberry trees, and bamboo plants surrounding it. Hanju holds up a white robe trimmed with gold, noting that its owner is trying to wear clothing that looks like a foreigner while enjoying himself. Chang Yuer stands beside him. The text asks if this is the golden cicada's mystic divine robe, and states that the numinous treasure rewarded by the system is far from ordinary. The text describes the robe as weightless, translucent, and having strong defense. The text states that if its defense is as powerful as described by the system, an expert from the nascent soul realm may not be able to harm him. It also mentions a never-felt sense of security, allowing him to finally concentrate on cultivating. Hanju stands with his arms crossed, thinking that the location is now different from back then, making it hard to look for him. He hopes the others can see that this is an owned cave abode. Another man asks Brother Mo if he is sure that is Hanju's cave abode. Mo Fujo replies that he was still guessing until now, but now he is sure of it, and tells the other man to look over there. The other man states that the location is too secluded, and it took him half a day to find it. He adds that it suits Hanju's personality, and Mo Fujo agrees, saying it is very Hanju-like. The text announces that Brother Han, Mo Fujo, is here to visit him. Hanju wonders if it's Brother Mo. He is asked by an unknown individual why they are looking for him. The unknown individual mentions missions related to the viridescent nether cult and asks if Hanju is interested in joining. The individual elaborates, stating that their branch possesses many pills that can aid in cultivation. Chang Yuer expresses her gratitude, but states she wishes to enter seclusion to make a breakthrough. The unknown individual asks if she's going to make a breakthrough into the Golden Core realm. Chang Yuer states that if there is no other matter, she will go back inside for secluded training. Chang Yuer calls out to Hanju. Chang Yuer thinks to herself that it will be difficult to make a breakthrough in the Golden Core realm, and the Heaven Tribulation will be more terrifying than the one at the Foundation Establishment realm. Hanju thinks that if they happen to find the Tribulation Transcendence pills, he'll let her have it. Hanju thinks that if he wants to persuade Hanju, he needs to talk about things related to cultivating, and that cultivating not only needs opportunities, but also stepping stones. It is frustrated. This expression speaks for itself. Chang Yuer looks at a notification that she has received an invitation from a fellow disciple facing fame and fortune, and she has the choice to agree and receive an inferior grade spirit stone, or reject them and cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtain a piece of equipment. She wonders what else there is to choose. A man with spiky white hair declares the importance of their mission, stating that success will earn them merit and elevate their status within the J-Pure sect. The white-haired man stands next to another figure with light purple hair. He apologizes, stating he is not interested in fame or fortune in the cultivation world. A voice declares that if the J-Pure sect is in trouble, they will risk their life to defend it, even if it costs them their life. A close-up reveals a man with dark hair and intense eyes, his expression resolute. He thinks, but right now. The man from the previous panel states that he just wants to cultivate in peace. The chibi figure Chang Yuer is seen holding a hammer. One of the men wonders if Hanju is too cowardly, despite his strength. The other man believes that if Hanju wants to cultivate, he must fight for opportunities and will come to his senses sooner or later. He adds that unless Hanju really doesn't want resources, it will be hard for him to gain resources if he keeps cultivating in seclusion. The man with sunglasses states that once he gets those elixirs, he might be able to surpass Hanju. A figure calls out to Hanju to wait for him, declaring that he will show him that he is not worse than him. At the same time, Hanju received a reward for rejecting the invitation. 2 years later, all of his 6 spiritual roots have finally reached perfection. He can now make a breakthrough into the Golden Core realm. He cannot be careless. Only 2 or 3 out of 10 Foundation Establishment realm cultivators can successfully make a breakthrough. He sat atop the rock, preparing to break through. The air crackled with spiritual energy as he steeled his resolve. Above, the sky churned with dark clouds, a visual manifestation of the heavenly tribulation that awaited him. Lightning flashed, illuminating the impending trial. Apparently, the Golden Core realm's heavenly tribulations provoked one's inner demon. If he failed, what then? He would either get struck to death by the heavenly tribulation or be driven mad because of the inner demon. The stakes were high, the path fraught with peril. The inner demon materialized before him, a shadowy figure with piercing red eyes. A palpable sense of dread filled the air. The inner demon chuckled, a chilling sound that echoed in his mind. Hichichi, now tell me, what do you want? The demon's voice dripped with temptation, offering fleeting pleasures. Fame? Fortune? Women? The whispers slithered into his consciousness. The inner demon's form solidified, its gaze intense. Show the world your strength. Will you devote yourself to asking the scared for benevolence? Or will you overthrow all beings and rule for eons? The choice is with you. Hanju's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening. What's more, he questioned, his voice steady despite the turmoil within. The inner demon sneered, its red eyes gleaming with malice. Huh, is there anything else? Is that it for the inner demon? You have no other choice to offer, yet you dare to ask me to spread my name? You're so bad at choosing. The demon pointed a clawed finger directly at Hanju. Your target. With a surge of spiritual energy, Hanju unleashed a powerful attack. Bye-bye. The inner demon was eliminated, its form dissolving into nothingness. The tribulation had been overcome. He steels himself, preparing to go all out in making a breakthrough. The air crackles with anticipation. Speak of the devil, Hanju thinks. A surge of energy erupts, filling the room with blinding light and the scent of ozone. Reincarnation activates, followed by the golden cicada's mystic divine robe. A blinding flash signifies the successful breakthrough. 7 days later, a system notification appears. Congratulations on breaking through to the Golden Core realm and obtaining an unparalleled magical sword. The 6 paths soul absorption technique's inheriting function has been unsealed. Hanju throws his hands up in celebration. Oh, my lifespan has increased again. This is awesome. He sets a small goal for himself. I'm going to make a breakthrough into the nascent soul realm within 100 years. If it exceeds 100 years, it is considered my loss. Now then, Hanju stretches, preparing to take a look at his relationships before continuing his cultivation. He is safe within the J-Pure sect. A notification appears, detailing that Li Qingzi was attacked by a fiendish cultivator and severely injured, but luckily escaped. The viridescent nether cult has attacked many times. He wonders if he can be safe even if he stays at the J-Pure sect. He wonders how the master is doing and decides to go and show him his face. The attack has left him shocked. His eyes widen in disbelief. The injured are being brought into the hall to get treated. Many of the injured outer sect's disciples have arrived at the inner sect. Those with minor injuries will stay outside and wait, bringing the heavily injured into the hall. Those in convalescence are asked to gather up at the northwest square. The injured are being treated. Junior brother Han is greeted by his senior sister. Senior sister is glad that he is finally willing to come back. A disciple greets the master. After the intersect assessment ended, this disciple was rushing to cultivate and forgot to come and greet you. Please punish me. The senior sister's voice carried a hint of accusation. You still remember to come back? Hanju's brow furrowed, his gaze intense. I thought you had betrayed the sect. The senior sister's expression turned grave. The situation right now is the J-Pure sect is about to face a never-before-seen disaster. The senior sister's eyes narrowed, her expression unreadable. Zhou Fan's voice dripped with venom. You can straight away leave the J-Pure sect. Zhou Fan's face contorted with rage, his eyes burning with malice. Rain lashed down, distorting the world into a blurry reflection in a puddle. The J-Pure sect was in trouble. A voice, crackling with static, demanded, "Leave the J-Pure sect?" A shadowy figure stood silhouetted against a backdrop of lightning, a whip coiled in their hand. "Are you kidding? Is the J-Pure sect in trouble?" Hanju's brow furrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Trouble. He wondered, should he opt for the first choice? A holographic screen displayed the options. Leave the J-Pure sect and wander the world, obtaining a chi-gathering pill, or stay and obtain a magic tool and a magic book. Hanju's eyes narrowed. "Master, what about you?" A hand tightened around a scroll. "I'll live and die along with the J-Pure sect." A woman with long white hair looked down, her expression unreadable. A figure stood firm, their back to the viewer. "If that's the case." He vows to live and die with his master, a declaration of unwavering loyalty. A faint smile plays on his lips as he contemplates his resolve. He wonders if he isn't afraid of dying. Of course, he is afraid. However, he possesses the golden cicada. A system notification appears, indicating that Fairy Sichuan's favorability towards him has increased to 3 stars. He wonders if she can become his Dao companion with 1 more star. He dismisses the thought, finding it annoying and against his initial plan. He acknowledges that his master and everyone else will inherently die. Life is precious, but it's up to each individual to decide if it will be fulfilled or mediocre. He pursues longevity, but doesn't want to abandon his master. Unless faced with an unstoppable enemy, he's sure he'll save himself first. A voice echoes, stating that she didn't teach him anything and that he doesn't have to do this. He responds that although he was not taught, his gratitude runs deep. His master has repeatedly presented him with opportunities. He reflects that she has also helped resolve some potential problems for which he's grateful. To be honest, after reviving and living for almost 60 years, his master has treated him the best in this world. She has never blamed or troubled him for such a good master. He wishes only the best. Fairy Sichuan muses that things aren't that serious yet, appreciating the other's considerate nature. A close-up shows Fairy Sichuan's chest, while a chibi Chang Yuer beams with happiness. Fairy Sichuan asks if Chang Yuer has had any difficulties in her cultivation lately, suggesting she could cultivate with her, just like Chang Yuer. The chibi Chang Yuer assures her that she doesn't have to worry, but internally thinks that Fairy Sichuan is a brat for rejecting her guidance, before agreeing to take her leave. Fairy Sichuan tells Yuer that they have to reach there first. Fairy Sichuan instructs her to help her brother according to her plan. Chang Yuer, with a close-up of her eye, acknowledges that she has understood, addressing Fairy Sichuan as master. Chang Yuer stands before a stone tablet inscribed with the words "Today, freedom, tomorrow," questioning why her sister is there and why she is trespassing in her personal cave abode. Shang Ayue is shocked. Chang Yuer recalls that her master asked her to set up a spiritual formation and sow spirit plants. The narration explains that it is to increase the spiritual chi in her cave, that the spiritual formation is composed of redstone and needs to be injected with spiritual power to be activated or deactivated, that this formation can hide the entrance to the cave, and that the spirit grass does not require tending and will increase the surrounding aura. She holds a bouquet of flowers, a bright smile gracing her lips. "Isn't it great?" Chang Yue asks. A small figure stands before Chang Yue, head bowed. "I never thought you would have these." Chang Yue continues, "Even though my cultivation isn't as great as yours, I am experienced in alchemy, talismans, spirit formations, and exorcisms." The small figure exclaims, "Amazing! Thank you, master." "Thank you, sister." A voice responds, "There is no need for the thanks." Chang Yue smiles knowingly. "Soon, this senior sister will move in with you. What do you think?" Senior sister's face is shown, a bead of sweat trickling down her cheek. She gulps, her expression unreadable. Senior sister looks down at Chang Yue, her expression serious. "You want my cave's spiritual chi, right?" The senior sister's robes shimmer in the light. A silent pause hangs in the air. Below, a figure's eyes narrow. The figure's face is etched with anger. "Cultivation. Cultivation. That's all you know. Get lost." The mountains stand tall and imposing. 5 years passed. The Thunder Spirit Root had reached the 3rd level of the Golden Core Realm. The sect master Shure is living a hard life. He often went to investigate the viridescent nether cult. No wonder he keeps getting into accidents. A system notification appeared. A Khanate Providence bearer has been detected. Do you wish to check its origin? Khanate Providence. Is there someone outside of the cave abode? It's a person from the fiendish cult. Moreover, he's the eldest core disciple. But why has he come to the Jade Pure sect? If it weren't for the system, he wouldn't have noticed him. He wondered if he came alone, or if there's a large group hidden around him. Chen Santian thought to himself that he will have the advantage, and that tomorrow will be freedom. He scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. TSK. Ridiculous. As expected, everyone from the J Pure sect is a coward. Chen Santian paused, surveying the area. Hold on. Why is there such extensive writing in this wilderness? Don't tell me it's a cave abode. But where's the door? He sneered, his hand crackling with energy. He dares to call me a coward. Very well. Chen Santian's eyes glowed with power. You're dead. Now that he is confirmed to be alone, I shall grandly welcome him. A palpable killing intent emanated from the masked figure. Chen Santian prepared to unleash his attack, energy swirling around him. His eye narrowed, focusing his power. Chen Santian unleashed the 3 pure shadow sword technique. The attack exploded with immense force. A figure is caught in the blast, unable to fight back. The figure pleaded, Elder, please stop. The ancient writings on the stone wall glowed. Why have you come to the J Pure sect? He raises his hands in a placating gesture. Elder, this is a misunderstanding. I just happened to pass by. Chen Santian thinks to himself. Who the heck is he? I have already investigated everything beforehand. No elder in the J Pure sect has such a strong sword technique. The masked figure's face is bloodied. He wonders, he's a great grand elder of the J Pure sect? Chen Santian is identified. Aren't you Chen Santian, an inherent fiend and the eldest disciple of the viridescent nether cult? What will happen to you if I hand you over to the Jade Pure sect? Chen Santian is shown kneeling before Hanju. He pleads, Elder, I'm in the wrong. I am Sore. Chen Santian thinks, how does he know my background? Chen Santian begs, please give me another chance. Hanju considers his options. Should I tie him up and hand him over to the sect? Chen Santian's hand grips a sword. He thinks, perhaps I can use him to exchange hostages if the sect master is captured in the future. Chen Santian continues to beg, Elder, please let me go. Otherwise, I will kill your disciple. Chen Santian, bloodied and desperate, says, excuse me, but Hanju denies having any disciples. I don't have any disciples. The hem of his robes brushes the ground as he stands before the kneeling figure. Chen Santian thinks to himself, the elder is in the 9th level of the Foundation establishment realm. Bullshit. This must be a facade, to be able to suppress me and find out my identity. Chen Santian continues his internal monologue. This elder must be an expert. It's impossible for me to run away. Is that all the fiendish cult's eldest core disciple is worth? The unknown cultivator wonders. I still wonder, is he super weak, or is my 3 pure shadow sword too strong? Hanju stands before cave entrance, saying, no worries. You follow me. The cave entrance is revealed. Hanju and Chen Santian stand before the cave entrance. The unknown cultivator thinks, I was planning to hand him over to the master, but I'm sure he'll try to escape even if it costs him his life. I can only kill him since I don't have the strength to suppress him. He didn't dare to flee because he was overestimating me. Chen Santian, with a nervous sweat, thinks, come and stab me with all your strength. The unknown cultivator thinks, don't tell me it's because he's looking for an excuse to kill me. Chen Santian exclaims, Elder, I know I'm in the wrong. I have reflected upon my mistakes. The unknown cultivator thinks, come on, if you don't try, you'll continue to have the intention of ambushing. Protected by the golden cicada's mystic divine robe, Chen Santian felt confident that even his head was safe. He taunted his opponent, daring him to attack, promising not to blame him for the attempt. Despite his bravado, Chen Santian trembled, realizing the cultivator's power. He thought to himself, am I that scary? I have never seen a person as cowardly as him. Hanju sits perched on a ledge, gazing out at the world. He settles into a meditative pose, the sunlight bathing him in a warm glow. The unknown cultivator watches Hanju from the shadows, hidden amongst the trees. The elder sure enjoys cultivating. He has not walked out of the door even once. The masked figure's eyes narrow behind his mask. I've been staying here for a year. The intel will get delayed at this rate. I am the eldest core disciple. If I don't return after such a long time has passed, the cultivator considers his options. It will definitely cause concern to the sect's elders and my master. What should I do? He contemplates his next move. Should I just ambush him? He dares to cultivate fearlessly. This may be my chance. Gathering power, the cultivator's hand crackles with energy. If only I were strong enough, I would have made you pay 100 times more. The masked figure's face is obscured by shadow, his thoughts consuming him. Who am I? A figure in blue robes sits in meditation. He declares himself the formidable inherent fiend of the viridescent nether cult. His eyes narrow with determination. The masked figure apologizes for disturbing, claiming there's a mosquito. A system notification appears. Chen Santian thinks that the elder must get plenty of sunlight. The system notification reveals that Chen Santian's hatred for Hanju has increased to 4 stars. Chen Santian wonders what will happen now that his hatred is at 4 stars, to the extent that he would fight Hanju to the death. Chen Santian thinks he can only wait for Hanju to go out, and only then will he be able to sneak out. He doubts Hanju can keep cultivating nonstop. Chen Santian thinks that by that time, he will make Hanju pay back for the suffering he's endured for a whole year. Chen Santian is enraged. Chen Santian is determined. A figure emerges from the darkness, a faint light illuminating their form. 3 pure shadow swords are mentioned. He reflects, stating that he gave enough chances, but they weren't appreciated. Blood splatters across the scene, a grim backdrop to the unfolding events. He realizes that the seniors must have sensed it, and now they will be coming to hunt him. The text reads, "Kill the little one, comes the big one. Kill the big one, comes the old one. Kill the old one, an older and bigger one will descend from heaven." The man stands, a strange energy emanating from him. A masked figure appears, surrounded by swirling purple energy. Is an old one really appearing now? A single, menacing eye stares out, promising death. "You kill my disciple very well. Death shall await you." The figure demands, "Do you have the courage to state your name?" Cao Cao introduces himself, asking for the other's name. Zhang Kunmo, from the viridescent nether cult, declares himself. Cao Cao is remembered, and his death is promised. Information from the system appears as Han Ju stands with a purple aura surrounding him. Zhang Kunmo has developed immense hatred toward Han Ju, now at 5 stars. He finds it incredibly high. A cultivator thinks it's best to contact the sect and ask them to send someone to clean up the floor. A voice calls out, "Husband," as Lady Xing approaches a cave entrance, wondering if her husband is inside. Lady Xing smiles. A chibi version of Lady Xing exclaims, "Husband, F***CK. Lady Xing." Someone notes that not only Senior Sister made it inside, but even she did. They question if the array formation is only for decoration. Lady Xing states that she is here to see someone, asking for what reason she has come to visit this humble one. A voice calls Lady Xing darling. It's noted that she is here because of the pure jade pills, and that there's a lot of them. Lady Xing presents the pure jade pills she saved up all these years, saying to feel free, too. Lady Xing says to take them back, as she doesn't need them anymore. She questions his decision. Lady Xing asks why he won't use the pills, reminding him that he is already at the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm, and should use them for himself. Lady Xing's expression hardens, a flash of anger crossing her face. She warns him not to tell her what she is. Hanju stands back to back with Lady Xing, telling her not to tell anyone about his breakthrough. Lady Xing responds that if she wants to be his Dao companion, she will. Hanju's eyes narrow. He thinks to himself that she has to work harder, otherwise, after a few hundred years. Lady Xing declares that she will become an immortal, and all he will be is white bones. She continues, stating that his deep love will then become her punishment. The back of Lady Xing's head is shown. Lady Xing tells him that he can cultivate in peace. She will help him get some golden core cultivation pills. Hanju looks shocked, realizing that's not what she means. Hanju robbed his storage rings and bags, which were full of spirit stones, pills, talismans, and curses, but lacked equipment or cultivation manuals. Hanju poured it all into his little universe belt. 8 years after killing Chun Santian, Hanju's Thunder Spirit Root reached the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, while other spirit roots are yet to be cultivated. After Xing Hongxian left, Hanju wondered for a while if Xing Hongxian and Master Shixian were related, as both had the word Xian in their names. The sign hanging in the room reads, Viridescent Nether Cult. Within a chamber adorned with skulls, figures sit in a circle, their intentions unknown. Duan Tong Tian, cult leader of the Viridescent Nether Cult Yuaning Peak, is asked, "You still haven't caught Li Qingzi after so long?" A bandaged figure replies, "Li Qingzi must have intentionally not returned to the Jade Pure sect. He is diverting most of our manpower." The bandaged figure continues, "Let's just ignore him and attack the Jade Pure sect directly." Duan Tong Tian is told, "This old bartender is willing to personally lead the disciples to attack the Jade Pure sect." Another voice adds, "Me too." Another asks, "Leader, what is your opinion on this?" Duan Tong Tian replies, "Let's not rush. We've already invested heavily into Chun Santian. Now that damage has been done to the Jade Pure sect, I won't back down. This time will be different." Duan Tong Tian says, "I'm about to make a breakthrough into the soul formation realm. If I succeed, the fight with the Jade." The bandaged figure states, "Pure sect will be an easy win." Another figure exclaims, "What? Sur formation réalisme." A voice asks if the leader is confident. He states that he has been preparing for this for decades and is 90% confident, adding that they only have to wait for 30 more years. Voices shout to go and win, to destroy the Jade Pure sect, kill the man, and use women as cultivation furnaces, stating that they can wait for 30 years, as 30 years is nothing. A voice declares that all cultivators shall submit to their cult and that their disciple shall be avenged. A voice warns the Jade Pure sect to wait for their demise and cherish the little time they have left. A black paw print glows faintly. Another 10 years pass, and it feels like he's been getting stronger daily in these past years. It feels so wonderful and fulfilling. The nascent soul realm is calling out to him. 2 chibi figures are shown. Someone asks how Senior Sister got in. Chang Yuer states that this formation was set by her, and she has brought some treasures that can be planted in the pool to further increase the spiritual chi in the cave. Someone thanks Chang Yuer, stating that in the future, it may even become the cave with the best spiritual chi in the Jade Pure sect. Chang Yuer says not to thank her, as it was all given by the master, and she is just helping out with some manual labor. Duan Tongtian says that she is the best. Chang Yuer informs him that ever since he went into seclusion, Jade Serene Peak welcomed several new disciples. She then delivers the unfortunate news that Brother Iron, who is under him, has died. Duan Tongtian is shocked to hear that Brother Iron has died. Chang Yuer explains that Junior Brother Iron's qualifications were far too weak, his lifespan was exhausted, and he died. She adds that before he died, he still wanted to meet Duan Tongtian, and that he was his alchemy apprentice. Duan Tongtian asks why Brother Iron wanted to meet him. Duan Tongtian wonders how he would know, as he wasn't even close to him. Duan Tongtian reflects on Brother Iron's death and the fact that his parents fled after abandoning him. The alchemy apprentice, a young boy, is shown. He's only 6 years old and asks what they should do. Two figures discuss whether they should search for the apprentice's parents. The figures remark on what an unfortunate child he is. The figures decide that in that case, the apprentice should take over his parents' work, as the fields still need to be tended to. They note that he's only a child and won't be able to do hard labor, but decide to let him do it anyway. A voice reflects on the past, acknowledging that it's better than starving in the wild, whatever he can do. Looking back, there were times when he was mean, but he never harmed me in all the years. He even raised me, the voice recalls. Truth be told, I truly hated his cuts in the past. But if it weren't for him, I may not even be here, the voice continues. Maybe this is the path of cultivation. Everything has its past. A cause and effect. Some leave too soon, leaving only an air of melancholy. Time is both long and short. Senior sister, you have to work harder on your cultivation. If you're gone too, I'll really be lost. The spiritual grass has been planted. It's time for me to get back to cultivating. I'll strive to accompany you on the road of cultivation by Senior Sister. Duan Tongtian stands solemnly, his expression unreadable. A close-up of a face, etched with sorrow. A scroll hangs on a weathered wall. I hope you're born into a good family in your next life. Brother Iron. Bathed in divine light, Hanju stood firm. Even without the help of pills, Hanju's spiritual roots, except for earth and wood, had reached the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, bringing him closer to the nascent soul realm. As his 100th birthday approached, the system unlocked a new function. Hanju squinted at the screen. What is this thingy? A congratulatory message appeared. Reaching the age of 100 years had unlocked the simulation trial function. The screen detailed the simulation trial. He could set his opponent's cultivation and strength parameters to simulate a battle, detecting all living beings within a 100-mile radius. The result would not affect the physical or mental state of the opponent, and the number of times he could activate this function was unlimited. Hanju wondered, there won't be any side effects like getting hurt, and so on. Hanju's eyes widened as he looked at the screen. Oh my god, this is an overpowered cheat skill. The screen prompted, do you wish to activate the simulation trial? Hanju grinned. I've never known how strong I am, but now I can finally try it out. Hanju's, I reflected the screen's glow. A message appeared. Welcome to the simulation trial training ground. Hanju looked around the training ground. This was like a dreamland. Am I inside of my consciousness? The screen displayed. You can choose a character from the relationship tab to be your opponent. Hanju mused. Fighting with the people on my side feels weird. Anyways, I'll choose the strongest one. Great Grand Elder. He selects his opponent for the simulation trial. The screen displays a list of names, and his finger hovers over the choice. Li Qingzi, 8th level of the nascent soul realm. A figure materializes before him, a man with green hair and glasses. He greets Hanju. Hello, Sect Master. Oh, it looks exactly the same. The Sect Master's form blurs as the simulation begins. Hanju's eyes widen in shock. He is fast. Li Qingzi, his purple hair flowing, prepares for battle. This simulation trial has no martial virtue. 7 illusionary steps. Li Qingzi starts attacking without warning, fighting with his full strength. Hanju steels himself, preparing to use the Qilin sword. 3 poses. He thinks, I have to put in all of my efforts. Li Qingzi unleashes the shadow sword technique, a golden light illuminating the training ground as he shouts, go. The shadow sword technique explodes with power. A blinding light fills the arena. Hanju's eyes widen in disbelief. The 3 pure shadow sword didn't affect him at all. He is too muscular. Li Qingzi's body radiates a golden light, his muscles bulging. He declares that this is the heavenly constellation golden body. The golden figure roars, demanding to know how Hanju will deal with this. Hanju prepares his own technique, energy gathering in his hands as he prepares the 9 Dragons Devil Expelling Seal. The seal is cast, a blinding light erupting from Hanju's hands. The seal explodes with immense power. Li Qingzi is blasted away by the force of the seal, sent hurtling backwards. Orbs of energy swirl around the arena, the air crackling with power. The 9 Dragons Devil Expelling Seal forces the Sect Master to this state. Hanju realizes it is still too difficult for him to handle a cultivator of the 8th level of the nascent soul realm. He can only repel, but not defeat him. A system message appears. Do you wish to lower the opponent's strength? Adjustable range. 8th level of the nascent soul realm to 1st level of the foundation establishment realm. The simulation trial is getting more and more interesting. The scene shifts to the Jade Pure seat, hall of the main peak. Someone wonders how this is possible. The sect master, brow furrowed with concern, asks, "Is that true?" A palpable tension fills the room as the other members exclaim their worry. "How are we going to fight him?" one asks. Another member wonders, "Where's the master? Hasn't he already cultivated his essence soul? Shouldn't he be reaching the soul formation realm soon?" A third voice interjects, "Not at all. His essence soul is just a mystical power. Reaching the soul formation realm will be difficult." The sect master turns, suggesting, "How about asking for help? We can still ask for help, right?" The sect master sighs. "I've already sent letters to the other orthodox sects asking for help, but there's no reply yet." Fairy Shixian, her expression grave, says, "And hasn't returned. It's impossible to find him." A voice suggests, "How about this? The great grand elder and I will handle Duan Tontian when the time comes." The sect master states, "Not to mention Duan Tontian, none of you can break down my heavenly constellation golden body. I'm sure all of you understand." A sect member reflects, "As the J Pure sect's strongest technique, so far, there's been no one who can break it. Maybe I can still match up with him." Something is smashed to smithereens. Today's record defeated a stronger realm, 5th level of the nascent soul realm. From a passerby's point of view, the simulation trial is so fun. A figure pores over a book titled Heaven Constellation Golden Body. Dark clouds gather, swirling with ominous energy. Lightning crackles around a towering peak. The air crackles with raw power. A surge of blue energy illuminates the sky. The heavens churn with celestial energy. Lightning strikes the earth with deafening force. A figure stands silhouetted against the blinding light. The nascent soul realm heavenly tribulation commences. Hanju, steeling himself, thinks, "Nascent soul, I'm definitely going to succeed in breaking through it." Lightning crackled in the sky as the voice echoed, "Junior brother, where are you, junior brother?" The speaker worried. The fiendish cult was soon going to invade. Li Qingzi wondered why he was ascending now, of all times. She questioned if the junior brother was breaking through into the golden core realm, realizing it would interrupt his ascension. Li Qingzi clenched her fist, resolving, "I can't let it happen. I, as a senior, must protect my junior brother." Although with her strength, it would be hard for her to protect him, she decided to wait until he was done. Then she would bring him back to the inner sect to hide safely. Until then, she could only stay there and defend him. It was a pity, but she could only blame herself for liking him. She would set up the protective array first. 10 days later, the air hung heavy with anticipation. A fiendish aura suddenly permeated the area. The aura intensified, a palpable threat descending upon them. Li Qingzi's eyes widened. Fiendish aura? Are they here? It was emanating from the main peak. Had the fiendish cult attacked from the other side? It was a relief they avoided Junior Brother's cave abode. Li Qingzi considered if bringing him back to the inner sect now might cause him even more harm. Leaving the cave abode, he hoped that from there he would be safe. He was sorry, but he had to leave first to assist the master. He had sworn to die and live together with her. A voice called out, begging him not to come out. Hanju ascended to the nascent soul realm. It felt quite domineering. Even his 6 paths of reincarnation technique had evolved. The nascent soul realm was like a threshold. In this realm, the cultivator's power could interact with the heavens and earth and the 5 elements to obtain supreme power. With the 6 paths spirit root, having 6 types of spirit energy, all of it could be merged into a new and powerful spiritual root. From now on, he could directly absorb the spiritual chi from heaven and earth. Hanju no longer had to cultivate each spirit root one at a time. A system message congratulated him on breaking through to the nascent soul realm, granting him a mystical power reward. He had chosen the path of a swordsman, obtaining a sword Dao mystical power, heavenly punishment ghost deity sword. 998 years passed. A system alert blared. The J Pure sect was currently under attack by the viridescent nether cult. What? They had already started the attack. Again? What was it this time? A new strongest person in the Jade Pure sect had been found. Duan Tontian, cult leader of the viridescent nether cult, at the 1st level of the soul formation realm. He considered the options before him. A soul formation cultivator was attacking the Jade Pure sect, but he had defeated a nascent soul cultivator when he was just a golden core. He might stand a chance against the soul formation realm now. A finger presses the yes button. The soldiers of the Jade Pure sect are in full retreat. Chow Chow is sent flying. Chow Chow roars, "Come out and die." He wonders why his target isn't here and declares that the people from the Jade Pure sect are all garbage. Chow Chow believes the cult leader should be wrapping up things soon. Chow Chow commands all disciples to burn everything, kill everyone, and rob everything. The disciples respond, "Yes, sir." Since he can't find Chow Chow, he will use other disciples of the Jade Pure sect and offer them to honor my disciple's soul. Duan Tongtian. Duan Tongtian stands, his expression unreadable. A figure with long, dark hair stands with his sword at their side, gazing into the distance. Lightning strikes a mountain peak, illuminating the stormy sky. A skull with glowing red eyes floats amidst swirling red energy. The skull remains, now surrounded by what appears to be blood and shattered fragments. Two muscular figures stand on rocky terrain. One exclaims, "This aura, it is so terrifying." A shadowed figure laughs maniacally, declaring, "Just give up." A man with a long red beard points a finger, saying, "You kneel down and beg me. Maybe I will let you suffer less." An older man with glasses grits his teeth, declaring, "We, the disciples from the Jade Pure sect, will rather die." The red-bearded man sighs, "It's too slow." A white-bearded man with pointed ears states, "It's impossible." The bones behind him are connate black magnets. The spiritual energy will immediately dissolve after getting absorbed by it. Two muscular figures, sweat glistening on their bare chests, find themselves in a desperate situation. "Damn it, what should we do?" One of them asks, his voice laced with panic. Fairy Shi exhales heavily, her expression a mask of weariness and resignation. Hanju hopes that someone is still in seclusion, praying that no one discovers his cave abode. "I bet he's still in seclusion," he thinks. Fairy Shishin's face is etched with regret as she apologizes to Chang Yuer and everyone else. And also Chang Yuer and everyone else. "I'm sorry," she says, her voice heavy with sorrow. "This master failed to protect all of you." A sword lies on the ground, a silent testament to the battle that has just taken place. "I can only die before you," a voice declares, filled with grim determination. Duan Tongtian declares that the grudges that went on for centuries are finally ending today, his expression a mixture of triumph and weariness. Duan Tongtian's face fills the frame, his teeth bared in a grimace. "What a pity," he mutters, his voice laced with disappointment. Chang Yuer leaps off a cliff, her pink hair flowing behind her. "She is such a beautiful lady," someone observes, their voice filled with admiration. "She's jumping off. The bottom of the cliff is an endless pit." A voice commands someone to chase after her, not to let her get away. "Chase after her. Don't let her get away." The voice booms, echoing across the landscape. A close-up of an eye reveals a desperate situation. "I've already exhausted my spiritual energy to run away from them," a voice thinks. "I can't even fly a sword now." Shang Yun prompts downward, her expression resolute. "Since I'm going to die," she thinks, "I'd rather die before letting all of you harass me." Chang Yuer's face is filled with regret as she falls. "If only that guy," she thinks. "If only I had cultivated as much as he did, this situation wouldn't have happened." A disembodied thought echoes, wondering if they will be able to meet in the next life. Lady Mo is confronted, someone demanding to know why she came down here. Senior brother Han carries someone, the scene blurred with speed. A chibi figure wonders aloud if they have died and are now in heaven, a system notification appearing nearby. Moju's favorability towards someone has increased, now standing at 5.5 stars. Someone exclaims that they have finally found Brother Mo. Brother Han is seen, someone questioning how it is possible. Moju declares that she is going to the main. Someone asks Brother Han how he even cultivates, noting that they are also in heaven. The narration describes how 3 cultivators in the Golden Core realm were instantly killed by Brother Han as he passed by. Someone is in disbelief, unable to speak. The situation looks dire, with an aura of a soul formation cultivator at the main peak. Someone blames themselves for coming so late. Hanju's eyes narrowed as he took in the scene. At Jade Serene Peak, so many fiendish cultivators had surrounded them. Senior sister and the others had been completely cut off. Chang Yuer shouted, "Junior sister, bring the new disciples and run away after we make the way." A man with blood on his face declared, "We've already decided. Since we're going to die, before it happens, we will send them to hell first." A figure stood ready, sword drawn. Chang Yuer's eyes widened. 3? Don't tell me. A sword gleamed, radiating power. Chang Yuer looked on in horror. "Junior brother." A voice echoed through the night. "I will give you one more." Duan Tongtian offers her one more chance, hoping she'll return to the viridescent nether cult and become his Dao companion, promising to spare her life. Chang Yuer spits, declaring that Duan Tongtian killed her parents. She'd rather die than go back there. Duan Tongtian questions if she dares to refuse his goodwill, mentioning that his sword is coated with poison. A close-up of Chang Yuer's eye shows her shock as she exclaims, "Husband." Duan Tongtian remarks on how quickly she agreed, noting that she seems to catch things quite fast. Duan Tongtian says that people only listen after going through hardships, skiing as a shadowed figure stand behind him. A close-up reveals a man's face contorted in rage, his eyes glowing with a crimson light. The forest stands silent, the trees reaching towards the sky. A figure lies prone on the ground, unmoving. The woman's face is etched with horror. This person is the second-ranking core disciple of the fiendish cult, she thinks, tears streaming down her face. Husband finished him with just a single move. A man with long brown hair advises, Lady Xing, you should find a place and hide away. Lady Xing replies, okay. A system notification appears. This place is not safe anymore. She thinks to herself, husband, you should be careful. A notification appears. The notification reads, Xing Hongshuan's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 6 stars. A voice exclaims, my goddamn charm and strength. A skeletal figure with glowing red eyes looms, a dark silhouette visible within its form. Duan Tongtian's voice booms, laced with disdain. Is this all the Jade Pure sect is worth? He continues, revealing the dark practices of his cult. Previously, all our cult did was use human corpses and cultivate poisonous insects. Fairy Shixian's face is bruised and bloodied, but her resolve remains unbroken. The devastation surrounding her is a testament to the battle she has endured. Duan Tongtian boasts of his power. If I use all the cultivators in your sect to cultivate poisonous insects, it will help increase my sect's power. He continues, envisioning his sect's dominance. The foundation of the Jade Pure sect that went on for centuries will today. Fairy Shixian is struck by a powerful blow, the force of which sends her reeling. Despite her injuries, she stands defiant, her eyes burning with determination. Duan Tongtian taunts her, his voice dripping with malice. Fairy Shixian, are you still refusing to give up? Why don't you guess how many people in the Jade Pure sect are still alive? The camera focuses on Duan Tongtian's robes, adorned with sinister symbols. A close-up of an eye, filled with hatred, as a voice snarls, go to hell. A figure stands silhouetted against a blinding light, their identity obscured. Duan Tongtian sneered, his voice dripping with malice. You foul-mouthed wench, feel free to curse all you want on your way to the afterlife. Crimson energy lanced through the air, each beam a promise of annihilation. The air crackled as the attack intensified, the force threatening to tear reality itself apart. A desperate scream echoed through the void. No! Duan Tongtian's face contorted in a mask of cruel satisfaction, his eyes burning with malevolent energy. A blinding explosion erupted, obscuring everything in a sea of fire. A lone silhouette stood defiant amidst the inferno. 7 illusionary steps shimmered into existence, a desperate attempt to escape the overwhelming power. A figure cradled Fairy Shixian, her body limp and bloodied, a testament to the brutal assault. Concern etched on his face, the disciple asked, Master, are you okay? Her eyes widened in shock, Fairy Shixian's thoughts racing. Huan Yu. Duan Tongtian observed the scene, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. It seems I made a mistake in my evaluation. Junior sister actually took in a good disciple. I'm starting to like him quite a bit. Unfortunately, we all will die together here today. The disciple, desperate to protect his master, shouted, What did you come here for? Run away fast. Tears welling in her eyes, the disciple pleaded, Listen to me. Escape as far away as you can. Master, I dash. She is told that from this day forward, she is no longer a disciple of the Jade Pure sect. A small figure says that they came here because Duan Tongtian says, Brat, aren't you brave? If you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, I will spare your life and give you a chance to join the viridescent nether cult. A system notification appears, stating that facing the powerful cult leader, Fairy Shixian wishes for you to leave. You have the following choices. Listen to your master's order and run for your life. If you successfully escape, you can obtain a piece of equipment. Kill the cult leader. You understand that the path of cultivation is no bed of roses. Being low profile doesn't mean that you're timid. If you successfully save the Jade Pure sect, you can obtain a bottle of unparalleled pills. Duan Tongtian says that otherwise, he would have chosen to run away, but right now, he doesn't need the chance and is here to kill you. Duan Tongtian thinks that the person is arrogant. Fairy Shixian walks forward. Cao Chao's eye is shown. Fairy Shixian declares that they will die. Zhang Kunmo is yelling. Zhang Kunmo says that he doesn't even need to handle pests like you, and with his strength, Elder Kunmo can solo kill you all. Duan Tongtian says that he'll just stay here and enjoy all of your despair upon facing death. Fairy Shixian walks away. The intensity of the moment is etched on his face, eyes wide with disbelief. Duan Tongtian's face contorts in a mask of utter shock, his mouth agape. Duan Tongtian, along with the others, can only gape in stunned silence. He insta-kill a nascent soul. How is it possible? Fairy Shixian's eyes widen, sensing the shift in spiritual energy. Hanju stands silently, his expression unreadable. Golden energy flares around Hanju, a radiant aura enveloping him. The man's eyes glow with an inner light, his voice resonating with power. Are you ready? It's time to send you on. Hanju declares, I'm here to send you to the afterlife. Hanju stands over someone, who says, Hee, with just your strength. The man wrapped in bandages says, How disgraceful. The bandage man yells, Chow chow, you son of a bitch. A man with a beard says, Shit, Young lad, run quickly. This magical treasure can refine one's soul. A voice booms. Your soul shall be offered to my disciple, Chun Santian. My disciple, can you see me? I'm getting revenge for you. A man points his finger, declaring, he will definitely see you. 3 pure shadow sword. The bandaged man stands before a large figure. A group of onlookers react with shock. Duan Tongtian speaks, his expression expectant. Interesting. What now? I'm qualified, right? Hanju thinks to himself, to be able to slaughter an elder from my cult at your age. Duan Tongtian continues, his tone persuasive. You are fully qualified to be an elder of my cult with your strength. Duan Tongtian's offer hangs in the air. Technique or land, I can give you everything. What do you think? A red aura flares around Duan Tongtian, emphasizing his power. Hanju thinks, his expression hardening, to be able to block my 3 pure shadow sword. Duan Tongtian gestures, a skull looming behind him. Behind me is the Khanate black magnet. This treasure can absorb spiritual energy and is immune to most attacks. Hanju's eye narrows, his resolve firm. I've already given you the opportunity. You can only blame yourself for being arrogant. Do you honestly believe I'll spare you because you're talented? There are countless talents out there in the world. Duan Tongtian floats in a sphere of energy, his voice echoing. Why do you think there are so few geniuses in this world? It's because they need to survive with their own skill, and most of them die halfway, just like how you will. A sword streaks through the air, a symbol of Hanju's rejection. The onlookers react with surprise and alarm. Duan Tongtian's face contorts in terror. What is this aura? It's so terrifying. So this is the strength of a soul formation, huh? Since you insist on being adamant, I shall let you have a taste of suffering. Duan Tongtian prepares himself, a red aura emanating from his body. Aren't you a supporter of the J-Pure sect? If so, I will kill everyone in the J-Pure sect right in front of you. Let me see how you protect the J-Pure sect. So noisy. Are you done talking? HM. A figure raises a sword, light glinting off the blade. What I mean is, do you have any other last words? Duan Tongtian's eyes widen in shock. What's happening? It's like I've been locked by something, but why don't I sense anything? My body, it can't move at all. What freaking technique is this? Heavenly Punishment, Ghost Deity Sword. A blinding light fills the area. A lone figure stood amidst the blinding light, a sword held loosely at their side. The news spread like wildfire. Duan Tongtian was gone. A nascent soul had killed a soul formation cultivator. No wonder it wasn't the fault of mystical power last time. It was because this brat is too damn strong. This talent, this heaven-defying talent, the J-Pure sect must retain this person. The problem still needs to be resolved. Only his body has been destroyed, as my 6-path soul absorption technique can still sense an essence soul trying to escape, which means he still has the chance to restore his body. I can't spare this threat. He actually had such a strong disciple. Disciple? Did he join the intersect assessment before? Why don't I remember? Thank God I escaped during the chaos. They shouldn't have noticed me, right? Iumstarfan, baita momen. Where are you going? Heaven is protecting my J-Pure sect. That person, just who the hell is he? Are you looking for me? I'm Zhao Zilong of Chong Mountain. The figure stood amidst the rubble, his expression unreadable. Hanju declares his intention to end the centuries-long conflict between the J-Pure sect and the viridescent nether cult, preparing to use the 6 paths soul absorption technique. Duan Tongtian's spirit form, glowing with ethereal energy, vows to Zhao Zilong that he will never let him off, even if he becomes a ghost. A declaration echoes, stating that the honorable demonic sect will never let someone off. A notice declares that Duan Tongtian, a soul formation cultivator, has been purged. Hanju stands, his expression resolute. System notifications appear, confirming the successful elimination of a soul formation realm cultivator and the acquisition of unparalleled pills and divine cognition pills. Another notification reveals that Xiaoyi has developed hatred towards him, reaching a level of 5 stars. He wonders who Xiaoyi is. Duan Tongtian's expression hardens, a storm brewing behind his eyes. Duan Tongtian's face is etched with worry. He knew even an older one would come and cause trouble. Duan Tongtian thinks to himself, I definitely can't win if I face him. It would be hard to predict the outcome, even if I were to ascend to the soul formation. A woman with a white headpiece urgently calls out, Everyone, quickly take a look. There's something wrong with the Khanate black magnet. An ominous skull with glowing red eyes looms, filling the panel with dread. The skull cackles, its laughter echoing with malice. Duan Tongtian is so useless, he can't even stall for time. It seems I will have to search for the next one now. A figure with crimson skin and white hair stands amidst swirling energy, a sinister smile playing on his lips. This fellow Taoist sure has a good mystical power, killing a soul formation really here just a nascent soul realm. I'm in awe. Hanju unleashes the 3 pure shadow technique. He thinks to himself that it's useless against a void amalgamation realm cultivator. He laments that if Duan Tongtian could stall for a little more time, he could have recovered a lot more. A demonic figure declares that she is Xiaoyi, an elder of the North State's demon-taming sect. Duan Tongtian states that Duan Tongtian was only stalling and asks if it's all because of the other person. Duan Tongtian scoffs, saying that the trash told him the Jade Pure sect is no match for him. The figure asks if they are trying to sound him out. It appears that the essence soul is different from normal. The figure guesses either the real body is injured or the body has been extinguished. Xiaoyi retorts that they have no right to know anything about it, and that she simply despises bullying a junior. Xiaoyi says whatever, and that she's already delayed this information back to the demon-taming sect, telling them to just wait for the revenge from their fiendish cult. A technique is unleashed. One of the figures states that it's no surprise that the viridescent nether cult is ambushing the 10,000 demons realm. The other figure realizes that it's the demon-taming sect who is instructing them behind the scenes. Hanju states that the priority right now is to wipe out the fiendish cultivators inside the sect and calls out to Hanju. One of the figures apologizes to their master, saying it's all their fault. The master calls him a brat and says their master is. He insists that he is not that heavily injured. The man with the brown ponytail hair states that his master is the most important to him, and he can go by himself if he wants. He asks if the other is kidding him, stating that if he dealt with a whole fiendish cult by himself, his fame would go over the top, adding that people fear getting famous like pigs fear fattening up. The woman with white hair says she is so jealous of Fairy Shixian, wishing she had a disciple like him. Another man tells her to stop talking about it. The bald man states that his last disciple even stole a superior divine pill last month, ran away, and hasn't come back yet. The woman with white hair replies that comparison can kill a person. The bald man asks just what the white-haired woman's identity is with her cultivation, adding that there's no way she is a disciple that the Jade Pure sect can nurture. The man with the brown ponytail hair states that since it's fate for them to meet, all the other needs to know is that right now, he is a disciple of the Jade Pure sect. He adds that he will never harm the Jade Pure sect. The man with the brown ponytail hair looks off into the distance, a pensive expression on his face. Old Thunder says that the others shouldn't have asked such a thing, wondering who in the world doesn't have their own secret. The cult leader replies, true, adding that if the other's question drove Taoist Han away, he is going to kill him. One of the masked figures asks where the cult leader is, stating that he can't feel his aura anymore. One of the masked figures states that he thinks he saw Kunmo's corpse, asking how it is. Old Thunder states that he will make the other into the next sect master after all of this is over. Another man replies that he has just healed Old Thunder's arm and not to put too much strength into it, adding that first and foremost, he must. A close-up of Old Thunder's face is shown. A figure declares that the fiendish cult's cult leader is dead, ordering every disciple of the Jade Pure sect to kill all the fiendish cultivators. The news spreads like wildfire. The cult leader is dead. The announcement is met with disbelief and a frantic call to retreat. The order to kill all fiendish cultivators is given, inciting a bloodthirsty cheer from the shadowy figures. Panic sets in as the order is relayed, and the fiendish cultivators scramble to escape. The command to show no mercy echoes through the sect, promising a brutal purge. Meanwhile, the elders of the Jade Pure sect discuss the implications of the cult leader's death. They believe it will reduce casualties in their sect, and vow to make the fiendish cult pay in the future. One of the elders praises Hanju's strength, announcing that he will become the Jade Pure sect's vice sect master. An elder laments his inability to improve any further, stating that the Jade Pure sect's future depends on the younger generation. He vows to not let Hanju leave the sect. An elder vehemently opposes the decision, questioning the reasoning behind it. Hanju finds the prospect of being a vice sect master tiring, his eyes narrowed. The elder wonders where he will find the time to cultivate. Another elder suggests giving him the title of an elder instead, allowing him to enjoy the benefits of a vice sect master without the responsibilities. The sect is in trouble, so no one is allowed to disturb the great grand elder, who is considered wise. Hanju states, that's fine. A voice assures, don't worry, just as you guessed. He only has his essence soul. Another voice adds, Duan Tongtian most likely promised to restore his body for him in exchange for giving him a chance to break through. The voice continues, the reason he stalled for time just now was probably to borrow a certain secret technique and absorb the spirit chi and vitality of the Jade Pure sect. A desolate landscape stretches out, the sky heavy with foreboding. A voice states, moreover, the North State is pretty far away from here. It's on the other end of the world. The voice continues, even if they rush here, the Orthodox sect will never let them cause trouble. So rest assured. A voice wonders, how can I not worry? It's better to be safe than sorry. Hanju thinks to himself, I must cultivate in seclusion and quickly make a breakthrough into the void amalgamation realm. By the way, that person just now was a void amalgamation cultivator. Wouldn't it? Of the viridescent nether cult fled, the inner sect of the Jade Pure sect began to recuperate and plan the rebuilding project. At the same time, a rumor about a mighty figure started circulating in the inner sect. The Jade Pure sect succeeded in escaping the crisis this time. All thanks to the sect's deity, Slaying Elder. She slew the deity with one swing of her sword and turned the situation around. To think that our sect has a hidden expert of the soul formation realm. From today onwards, the deity slaying elder is my idol. Anyone interested in becoming a member of the deity slaying fan club? I've heard he's pretty handsome. Did he kill with just one slash? Demon slaying elder is magnificent. That's it. Everyone is dismissed. Hanju, please stay back. Everyone else can leave now. Yes, master. All hail demon slaying elder. Is there anything you want to say? Anything I want to say? Tell me, who in the world are you? Why become the J Pure sect? Faidashi Xuan Kvifun Sanyu. Farishi Xian states that Li Qingzi is willing to let things slide, but as his master, she must know everything. Hanju responds that there's no need for all that. Farishi Xian wonders if Hanju doesn't believe in his talent. She asks where his abilities and techniques come from. A figure shrouded in shadow thinks that it's no surprise that his master doubts him. He believes that no one will believe him, and that even an idiot can sense that something is wrong. Farishi Xian says she'll tell him, but he can't let anyone else know about it. She begins a story about a child. The story begins with a child who was full of innocence, loved to drink beast's milk, and lived a carefree life. One day, the child found a ring under a burnt tree that had been struck by lightning. The child wished to return the property to its owner and decided to give it to Mr. Constable. The child never expected that an immortal was living within the ring. The immortal says that the child's body is wonderful and full of purity, and that he seems to be a 1-in-a-million talent. So the child cultivated in seclusion every day and avoided trouble. Farishi Xian thinks that the story is getting more and more outrageous, and that Hanju's master wouldn't believe her. Farishi Xian states that that's the case, and that it did happen before. She wonders what the reason could be. Farishi Xian asks that if that's the case, why did he step forward to save them? Hanju replies that the Jade Pure sect has never treated him well before. Farishi Xian says that she believes he doesn't treat the Jade Pure sect as his home, either. Hanju replies that that's true, but he's lived for 100 years. A system notification appears, stating that Farishi Xian's favorability towards Hanju has increased. The current favorability is 3.5 stars. Farishi Xian asks what he plans to do now, inquiring if he will continue his seclusion as usual. Hanju thinks to himself that they never know when that monster of the void amalgamation realm might come and attack, so he has to quickly become stronger. Farishi Xian tells him that he can go now. Earlier in the past, some disciples thought Hanju was cowardly for participating in the inner sect assessment through the back door, and that allowing him to enter the top 3 was overkill. They represented all the disciples to thank him for not killing them. Now Hanju lies back, thinking that their generosity is an exemplary illustration for their generation. He thinks to himself, as expected, Hanju reflects that the strong rules all is an immutable fact. This proves that cultivating in seclusion is the right choice. Hanju thinks that it has been difficult for him to stay alive right now. Opportunities come to only those who are prepared, and he has to keep doing his best to cultivate in the future. Chang Yuer calls out to Hanju, announcing that she is here. The sect has gathered several natural treasures that can help increase the spirit chi in his cave abode for him. Chang Yuer says that she is here to help him plan it, and that there's also a spirit chi gathering array formation. Hanju thanks her for her hard work, senior sister. Chang Yuer tells him to stop joking around, as he is now the demon slashing elder. How could she stay as a senior sister? A system notification appears, showing Chang Yuer's favorability at 3 stars, and declaring her the demon slashing elder and junior brother Han. She exclaims, woohoo! Chang Yuer looks upon you. She notes that if senior sister keeps working hard in cultivating and not slacking off, she will forever be her senior sister. A pair of eyes are shown, and a voice says that they are doing their best in cultivating. The woman wonders how she compares to junior brother. The other woman tells her not to worry, and that she has a request. A man with a smirk says to please talk, and that he can help fulfill all of their requests. He has been waiting for this. Meanwhile, a voice asks if they can trouble senior sister to add another array formation in the cave abode, the type that can prevent fire and thieves. Thanks. After 3 years. Once the Jade Pure sect finished preparations, the sect master led the 10 Peaks disciples to attack the viridescent nether cult. The remaining 8 Peaks were left to guard the sect. The flag reads, Jade. The viridescent nether cult, which lost its strength after the death of Duan Tongtian and Zhang Kanmo, was quickly subdued by the Jade Pure sect's attack. The wicked viridescent nether cult was finally destroyed after hundreds of years. This news shocked the cultivation world of Great Yen. The Jade Pure sect's prestige significantly increased, and the fame of demon slashing elder also started circulating around the cultivation world. However, only his name was known to the world, and no one knew his identity. Hanju thinks to himself, HM, this feeling. He is at the 2nd level of the nascent soul realm. Even though the mission was... A system message appears, hidden achievement accomplished. Duan Tongtian is dead, and the viridescent nether cult has been destroyed, triggering extra rewards. Other than the original reward, divine cognition pills, you've also obtained a treasure, demon binding rope, and a secret spell manual, major Kiliakosm thunderstorm. The system exclaims, "Oh dear system." A storm rages, lightning splitting the sky. The lightning illuminates the buildings below. One of the men asks, "Are those fiendish cultivators here to attack us again?" "Prepare for battle," another replies. "But wasn't the viridescent nether cult destroyed?" A third suggests, "Maybe they are fiendish cultivators from the other cults." One of the men asks, "Master, what do you think?" The master replies, "Rest assured, I took a look using my energy perceiving technique. The burst of spirit energy came from Hanju's place." "Oh, then, it's nothing to worry about." Lightning flashes. More lightning. A description of the major Kiliakosm thunderstorm spell appears. He unleashes a torrent of spirit energy, crackling with power. This is precisely the type of skill I like. Have a taste of my 5 consecutive lightning. Sect Masterly asks, "Elder Han, are you free?" Sect Masterly asks, "Do you need anything?" Sect Masterly thinks to himself, "If Elder Han requires anything, please let me know. I've already talked about it with the other elders. Since anything about you is a matter of enormous importance for the Jade Pure sect." Hanju replies, "I don't have any requirements. All I want is to live my life peacefully." Now that I look at it, this cave abode appears to be a little cramped. Sect Masterly says, "It's fine. I'm used to it." Another elder suggests, "How about Elder Han move to the main peak to cultivate? That place is big and comfortable." Sect Masterly replies, "Since that's the case, I won't be forcing you." Sect Masterly continues, "As for this Khanate cave abode, the sect will help you renovate it using the best resources." Hanju exclaims, "Really?" The other elder says, "There's another thing I want to discuss. Is Elder Han willing to take in a disciple?" The other elder continues, "This guy has huge potential. All you have to do is offer him some guidance whenever you're free." Sect Masterly says, "When he grows up in the future, he can be of great assistance to you." A system notification appears, detected a bearer of Khanate Providence. Yang Tiandong is revealed to possess the bloodline of a demon saint, born half human and half demon. His cultivation potential is unparalleled, but he once lost control and injured his fellow disciples, leading to his imprisonment by the viridescent nether cult. Fortunately, the J Pure sect saved him. He stands, his expression unreadable. Is he just another protagonist template? The sect master greets him, "Greetings, deity, slaying elder." The green-haired elder responds, "I'm fine with taking him as a disciple, but you must let him learn Jade Pure sect's cultivation techniques. I'm only responsible for teaching him spells and mystical powers." The sect master replies, "All right." The sect master explains that learning the cultivation techniques will be a problem. Yang Tiandong has to contribute and earn merits to learn their secret techniques. The sect master presents tokens, stating, "These are tokens that represent you, the deity, slaying elder. Please take them. You can give them out to your disciple in the future." He wonders if he is being hinted at to take in a bunch of disciples in the future. The green-haired elder says, "All right, I'll be taking my leave. Both of you, take your time chatting." The sect master bows as the green-haired elder departs. Yang Tiandong states, "I've already deduced your background. Your name is Yang Tiandong." The sect master is surprised that he knows this, and Yang Tiandong continues, "You are a half-human and half-demon who was imprisoned by the viridescent nether cult in the past, right?" The green-haired elder warns, "Your identity is unique. Remember not to tell him about your past, understood?" Yang Tiandong wonders, "He can even deduce my past." From this day forward, the sect master declared, he would take Yang Tiandong as his disciple. Yang Tiandong was amazed that the sect master had deduced so much. The sect master knew everything in the world because he had the system. The sect master told Yang Tiandong to keep the token properly and find a place to cultivate. Yang Tiandong agreed. Yang Tiandong had a request. The sect master wondered what it was. Yang Tiandong explained that he could only learn the ultimate technique once he reached the soul formation realm. Yang Tiandong hoped the sect master could guide him, as he felt dull. Yang Tiandong looked determined. The cultivator stood, his face partially obscured by a scarf, contemplating his next move. Is this feather blocking his divine sense? Hanju stared intently at the feather. He thought to unveil the ultimate technique hidden in this feather. "Just you wait until I find out all about you." Hanju decided, all right, he'll accept it and study it first. A cultivator must cultivate diligently. For starters, he should spend 10 years cultivating his spirit energy. After that, he'll teach himself spells. Wait a minute. 10 years? What is it now? In nothing. Hanju will go cultivate. 10 years later. It took him 10 years to reach the 4th level of the nascent soul realm. It shouldn't be long before he makes it to the soul formation realm. He can't wait to start preparing for that. 4th level of the nascent soul realm. Hanju wondered how his disciple is doing. A voice calls out, noting that their master has finally awakened. The small figure sits in the same spot for 10 years without moving, lamenting that they're going to get hemorrhoids soon. It's noted that he went from the first to the sixth level of the Foundation establishment realm, and that his cultivating speed is quite good. The disciple states that he has benefited dramatically from cultivating for the past 10 years. A figure with glowing red eyes declares that they even grasped some principles, but another voice calls it bullshit. Elsewhere, a figure laments that they have been in seclusion for so many years but never grasped anything. They're told that in that case they can go out and do some missions, but they wonder what kind of mission it is. The disciple remembers that the sect mission building has a monthly contribution list, and that he can return once he is ranked first on the list. He expresses his confusion. The figure wonders how long it will take to accomplish being first rank on the monthly contribution list. Someone states that they finally sent that kid away. As a matter of fact, the ultimate technique of his feather can be unveiled right now, even without the divine sense of a soul formation cultivator. He has been preparing for this day for 10 years. However, the last 10 years he spent strengthening his cultivation base to enhance his divine sense was secondary. The crucial ingredient was this one thing: a pill that enhances divine sense. The figure states that Daddy Young never expected this, and that everything is within his plan. The figure states that the pills work as promised, and that his divine sense has really increased tenfold. Hanju states that he will take a look at what this feather is. Hanju took out the crimson feather again and probed it with his divine sense. A powerful resistance appeared, and he gritted his teeth and persisted. His divine sense collided with the barrier. After about 3 seconds, he forcefully broke through the resistance. A blinding light erupted as Hanju's divine sense pierced through the barrier. Immediately after, an enormous amount of memories surged into Hanju's mind. Mystical power, imitation of heaven and earth. The sky stretched out, vast and unknowable. Meanwhile, 2 figures gazed at the distant mountains. One wondered if that was the Jade Pure sect right in front of them, and if they would be accepted. Getting rejected is normal, Macapaka. A group of hopefuls approached, eager to be welcomed. One expressed their fear of rejection. Another wondered which peak out of the 18 peaks was the strongest. One had no idea. Senior Mo would introduce them to us later. Hanju mused, being young is indeed lovely. He thought back, remembering that he looked the same when he first joined the Jade Pure sect. Time sure flies. This uncle, me, is now responsible for enrolling new disciples. These babies are all talented and polite. This enrollment job is relatively pretty easy. A figure smoked a pipe, observing the newcomers. His eyes narrowed, scrutinizing the potential disciples. Hanju watched the new arrivals, a faint smile playing on his lips. A blinding flash of green light erupts as a needle-like projectile hurtles towards its unseen target. The needle explodes in a burst of energy, the attacker cursing under their breath. Damn it. The needle was meant to spread poisonous fog. Alerted by the explosion, Imo Fujo shouts a warning, his voice laced with urgency. Everyone get back. Someone's attacking us. A figure shrouded in shadows retaliates with a swift sword strike, the blade glowing with ominous green energy. The sword descends with relentless speed, the green energy intensifying with each passing moment. The blade connects, unleashing a surge of purple energy that crackles through the air. The attacker presses the assault, the sword continuing its deadly dance, each strike accompanied by a burst of violet light. Mo Fujo cries out in pain as the relentless barrage of attacks finds its mark. The force of the blows sends Mo Fujo staggering backward, his face contorted in agony. The attacker's assault continues unabated, each strike carving deeper into the earth, sending tremors through the surroundings. The relentless onslaught of energy tears through the landscape, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The final strike lands, leaving a scene of devastation, the attacker's silhouette a dark omen against the ravaged landscape. His vision blurring, Mo Fujo realizes he's been struck. Oh no, I got careless. A figure looms over him, the attack a swift, brutal motion. Mo Fujo gasps, blood trickling from his lips. He wasn't alone. Nearby disciples watch in horror, their faces etched with fear. A figure in a wide-brimmed hat declares, "Everyone, kneel down and don't move. We only want Mo Fujo. If any of you dare to disrupt us, don't even think about returning alive." Mo Fujo struggles to move, his body unresponsive. That attack pierced somewhere near my acupressure point. I can't move. The attacker looms over the injured Mo Fujo. All I can tell you is that a great calamity awaits your sect. Another blast of energy erupts, shaking the ground. From the distance, a cry rings out. Look, a group of figures approaches, swords drawn. Energy begins to swirl around the attackers, distorting the sky. The energy coalesces into a massive, shadowy silhouette. The technique, imitation of heaven and earth, uses spirit energy to forge an actual physical body. Once cultivated successfully, the cultivator can even form a 1,000 meters tall body. Figures stand atop a wall, their forms blurred and indistinct. The character's eye flashes red as he snarls. You piece of trash. How dare you try to capture our sect's disciple right before? The figure gazes at the scroll, its inscription reading, imitation of heaven and earth. Three figures look up in awe. Whoa, whoa, how can he be so colossal? One of them wonders. Another suggests, maybe it's an illusion. The mystical power, the imitation of heaven and earth, is incredible. The eyes glow with power. The deterrent power immediately skyrocketed, not to mention the destructive power. The only issue is that I can't act freely because people from my side are also close. A figure with blood on their face speaks. How about this person? He looks familiar. A blurred figure moves with incredible speed. A figure shouts, no. Multiple figures cry out in distress. Stop it. We're one of yours. No. If he steps on us, retreat. A figure declares. Take hostages to threaten him. He won't dare to act recklessly. A figure exclaims, what? Isn't he a person from the Jade Pure sect? A blinding light erupts, accompanied by a wave of unseen force. How could he do this against his own people? A figure with dark wings emerges, their voice echoing with authority. Stop it. Don't involve those children. They are innocent. A figure clad in blue robes gazes down, their expression unreadable. A close-up reveals a face contorted in disbelief. Was it just a feint? A sword descends, poised to strike. The figure below looks up, fear etched on their face. Dazed and disoriented, the figure sits amidst the rubble, their minds struggling to grasp the situation. Where are those people? Did all of them vanish? A group of onlookers murmur amongst themselves, their faces a mixture of shock and awe. I think someone intervened. They were too fast. I couldn't see them. Blood trickles down the figure's face as they struggle to comprehend the sudden shift in power. Of course, to be able to instantly defeat two experts in the Golden Core realm. Who else could it be but him? What are you daydreaming about? Come and heal me quickly. Senior brother Mo apologizes, his voice strained with concern. I'm sorry, Senior brother Mo. Please don't strain yourself. A grand building stands silhouetted against the sky. A figure pores over a magazine, a sinister chuckle escaping their lips. Nice. A figure stands bathed in light, their presence commanding attention. Sect Master. Aren't these? Fairy Shishin wonders if the phantoms in raincoats have slaughtered many righteous cultivators. If her guess is correct, these people are members of the Raincoat sect. 1,000 years ago, they tried to conquer the entire Great Yin cultivation world. These two men wanted to abduct Mo Fuzhou. I'll leave them to you. However, they were crushed by the Union of Orthodox sects because they killed the talented disciples of various sections. Recently, they have reappeared and are capturing talented disciples from Orthodox sections. They appear to have gotten a hold of our information. All of the disciples they tried capturing were talented. The man suspects that their sect has spies to be able to gather all this information. They are either from Sunrise Pavilion or they are one of the high-position seniors. We can't jump to conclusions. This fiendish cult has been hiding for thousands of years, but has suddenly reappeared again. They must have some kind of purpose. How strong is the Raincoat sect? Do they have any cultivators in the Void Amalgamation realm? They definitely have some soul formation cultivators, but I'm not sure about the Void Amalgamation. Elder Han declares that without further ado, Li Qingzi and he will personally visit the various sects and unite all of them together. During this period, I will leave the Jade Pure sect's safety to you. A system notification appears. You face the request of the Jade Pure sect's sect master and great grand elder. You have the following choices. 1. Reject and leave the Jade Pure sect. Obtain a youth retaining pill. 2. Agree and continue cultivating while ensuring the safety of the Jade Pure sect before the sect master and the great grand elder return. Obtain a spell manual and a bottle of soul formation realm cultivation pills. A youth retaining pill? I won't need cosmetic art anymore. Once I have this, it's tempting, but that's good. I can rest assured knowing Elder Han is here guarding the sect. As long as I don't need to go out, anything is fine. Li Qingzi and Great Grand Elder's favorability towards you have increased. Current favorability, 4 stars. 6 years passed. He broke through to the 5th level of the nascent soul realm. His lifespan increased to 1,080 years. Hanju thought it was not bad, finally exceeding 1,000. It had been so long. Hanju wondered why his disciple had not returned yet. Hanju decided to take a look at the contribution list to see if he was there or not. The list showed that Li Qingzi had been attacked by the Raincoat sect 14 times, Great Uranus 26 times, Zhou Fan 8 times, and Yang Tiandong had been captured by the Raincoat sect. Hanju realized that his disciple got captured. He thought that normally, when a disciple is in trouble, it's natural for his master to go save him. No. Hanju felt that the precipice was a trap. He had a feeling that a mysterious power was manipulating him, controlling his life, and forcing him down a detrimental path. He would definitely fight against fate. Hanju would never go down a detrimental path. He was sorry, his beloved disciple. This master is powerless. All he could do was wish him good luck and hope he had a good life in his next life. He wouldn't bother going out, but as an elder, he still had to do something for the sect. Hanju had to return the sect's favor. Hanju suspected that one of the elders was a hidden spy. He wondered if there really was a spy from the Raincoat sect within the Jade Pure sect. The image showed old immortal Taoist Thunder, 7th level of the nascent soul realm, teaching elder of the heavenly Thunder Peak of the Jade Pure sect, and secret deacon of the Raincoat sect. What the fuck? It's him. Hanju mused to himself, considering the secret deacon of the Raincoat sect. He had hidden himself well. He wondered if he should arrest him or try collecting evidence. Both the sect master as well as the great grand elder were not in the sect. The only person Hanju could trust was kneeling before his master. Hanju heard her greeting. She had discovered that there was a spy from the Raincoat sect among the elders and asked how they should deal with the situation. The woman asked who it was. Hanju thought of Thunder Peak's old immortal Taoist Thunder, but he didn't have any evidence, and he couldn't expose the system either. Should he lie and say someone came to report on old immortal? The woman commanded, "Kill him." Hanju wondered what she had against him. She didn't even ask for evidence and just told him to kill him. The woman stated that she had suspected him for a long time. And since he also said so, it must be true. They don't have to relay this matter to the other elders. They'll go directly to Thunder Peak. The path to Thunder Peak stretches before them. Old immortal Taoist Thunder says, "Oh my, to have both elders pay me a visit. They are here to bid him farewell on his journey to the netherworld." 3 Pure Shadow Sword. The swords glow with power. The figure exclaims, "You? What nonsense is this?" Someone reported that he is a secret deacon of the Raincoat sect, and the recent cases of disciples going missing are also related to him. Today, he will eradicate the evil to avenge the missing talented disciples of the Jade Pure sect. En explosion érupte. 300 volts, lightning speed. Old immortal Taoist Thunder has developed hatred towards him. Current hatred, 5 stars. Old immortal Taoist Thunder is surrounded by lightning. Major Kiliacosm, thunderstorm. Surrounded by crackling energy, old immortal Taoist Thunder cries out in agony as the execution begins. The sect master watches, unable to even see when Hanju attacked. She thinks that whoever faces him will have no way to escape. Elder Han begs for mercy, promising to confess everything. The sect master assures him that he will have mercy. The execution continues, the energy crackling around the condemned man. A disciple states that he will leave the rest to the master, activating the 9 dragons Taoist expelling seal. Another disciple cries out for the master, wondering what happened. Disciples search for the sect master, excusing themselves. According to the deity slaying elder, old immortal Taoist Thunder was a spy from the Raincoat sect and has been executed. The disciples are warned that they may be targeted by the Raincoat sect and should avoid going out too often. They wonder how their master could have been a spy. The disciples question if the elder got the wrong person, realizing that their master is dead. A guard exclaims that old immortal Taoist Thunder has been working diligently for so many years, questioning the evidence of him being a spy. This is the old immortal Taoist Thunder's storage ring, which contains an item from the Raincoat sect. The Raincoat sect's envoy used this to send letters to him to exchange information. Apart from this, there are also some letters from the Raincoat sect and equipment for fiendish cultivators. It's true, they even know that old Zhang's underwear is pink. It's all thanks to the deity slaying elder. Then, isn't the deity slaying elder too scary? A 7th level of the nascent soul realm can't even take his 3 strikes. That person must never be provoked. Thank God, the other elders are innocent. But this number of deacons... What mess is this? The Raincoat sect alone has 4 spies, and there are spies from both Orthodox and fiendish sects as well. The others must be from the cultivation families. Sigh, what the heck is going on in the Jade Pure sect? It's like a circus. It's going to be troublesome if I were to deal with them one by one. I'll memorize a few names and deal with them later. I shouldn't alert them right now. Detected bearer of Khanate Providence. Do you wish to check its origin? The fuck? How is this possible? When compared, my disciple's bloodline suddenly feels so shitty. Is this real? Elder, can you please give me one of the chicks? But all these are for the inner sect. Don't worry, I'm the deity slaying elder from the inner sect. If someone asks for it, tell them it's me who took away the chick. Greetings, elder. Feel free to choose anyone you like. You can take as many of them as you want. No need, I only want one of them. Black Hell Chicken, reincarnated demon saint of the upper world. Its true form is a Black Hell Phoenix. Because it killed too many people, it offended the heavenly court and was executed. Its soul sneaked into the 6 paths of reincarnation and was reborn in the mortal world. Its soul will continually modify its physical body until it finally transforms back into a Black Hell Phoenix. As it is a chick right now, its spirit intelligence has yet to mature. It's like a 2-year-old infant. Fairy Shixian greets the returning master and senior brother, noting how happy they look. She asks how their trip was. One of the elderly figures responds, saying that she is flattering them and that it is the first time she has been so concerned about the 2 of them. He asks if anything happened in their absence. Fairy Shixian says that the thing is old immortal Taoist Thunder. A lone figure walks along a stone path. One of the elderly figures tells the junior sister to tell him where he died, as he is going to desecrate his corpse. A system notification congratulates someone on obtaining a bottle of Soul Formation Realm Spirit Chi gathering pills. A voice says that this is not how you accumulate Chi. You have to pull in your abdomen. Another voice responds, saying yes, that's it, just like that. Hanju is seen with a bird. A voice says that in the future, you can use it too. Hanju thinks that this is difficult, and that it will no longer devour all of the treasures in the cave abode. A woman tells her husband not to worry, as she obtained plenty of treasures when she was out adventuring, and that she has finished planting all of them. She adds that that's not all, and that she still has another big present for him. Fairy Shishuan asks if he knows what it is. A younger version of Fairy Shishuan guesses it's a storage ring. She is correct. She recalls training with her senior brother and sister last month. The memory continues, mentioning an ongoing battle between an Orthodox sect, the Crimson Peak sect, and the Azure Dragon sect. The younger Fairy Shishuan is encouraged to go on an adventure, as her strength will ensure the trip goes well. She is told to forget it. Hanju states that he can keep the storage ring, as all he wants is a peaceful life. Fairy Shishuan tells him he has to face the truth, as the J Pure sect won't cover for him forever. Fairy Shishuan explains that the Great Yin cultivation world contains over 20 sects, with 12 Orthodox sects among them. She believes the J Pure sect should be among the top 5. Fairy Shishuan notes that only among the top 5 would the J Pure sect have so many enemies. She adds that most of the sects don't have much difference in strength. Hanju's wife says it might be hard for him to live a peaceful and quiet life. She mentions that recently, an influential figure has appeared in the Vermilion Birdsword sect. Fairy Shishuan reveals that his name is Huang Jihao. She explains that he once killed an old monster in the nascent soul realm when he was only a golden core, and she fears he might have reached the soul formation realm by now. It's rumored he wants to challenge all of the Great Yin cultivation world sects, and she wonders what they would do if he comes to their J Pure sect. Fairy Shishuan is told not to hide and do nothing, deity slaying elder. The question is posed, what does deity slaying elder have to do with Hanju? Fairy Shishuan wonders why there are battle maniacs all over the place. She is told that Huang has killed anyone previously when he challenged the other sections. She doesn't think so, since Vermilion Birdsword sect is an Orthodox sect. He sits across from Fairy Shishuan at a table. The fairy says that she can rest assured. A propaganda poster shows Hanju, declaring that he will welcome old Huang anytime. A close-up of the propaganda poster shows Fairy Shishuan in a chibi style. A small bird looks at a worm. 1 year later, a landscape stretches out before the viewer. Meanwhile, Yi Samlang, a deacon of the Raincoat sect, wonders why Old Thunder has not arrived yet, speculating that something may have happened to him. The deacon from the Raincoat sect is asked if he has heard that the deity slaying elder is vicious, and that he's a cautious person who has never been seen before. The speaker wonders if that is really his character and says he would like to see him fight against their sect leader. A man replies that he is the old Immortal Taoist Thunder's personal disciple. The disciple of old Immortal Taoist Thunder thinks that the system is incredible, checking on the surroundings expert without exposing him to any hidden danger. He recalls that old Immortal Taoist Thunder was targeted by the sect master and is currently unable to leave the sect, so he asked him to come and find him. Yi Samlang says that this is not their secret code. A bright light emanates from the disciple's hand. The disciple thinks that no one knows his true identity, not even the spies. A blinding flash of energy erupts, tearing through the air with unstoppable force. The energy slams into its target, a cataclysmic explosion of light and power. Dust and debris fill the air, obscuring the aftermath of the devastating blow. Duan Tongtian's eyes widen in disbelief. What's happening? I can't break his defense, he roars, his voice laced with panic. The sect master watches, his expression grim. What was that blow? I've only seen the sect leader exerting such strength. Duan Tongtian grits his teeth, struggling to comprehend the power he faces. Who is this guy? He mutters, his mind racing. His eyes burn with fury and disbelief. You, aren't you only in the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm? How can you be this strong? He stammers. The sect master nods, his gaze intense. That's right. Duan Tongtian's face contorts in a mix of fear and desperation. Shit, we will need to mobilize half of our high-position reinforcement if we want to deal with the deity slaying elder. Duan Tongtian steels himself, a grim determination hardening his features. I must relay this information no matter what it costs. The figure's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he become an essence spirit without even realizing it? The sect leader's words echoed in his mind. It was all his fault. Surrounded by a Kiliacosm thunderstorm, the figure begged for mercy. He surrendered, hoping to escape the onslaught. Below, a figure with long purple hair looked up, demanding answers. What was the true intention of the Raincoat sect? Energy crackled and surged, a visual manifestation of the power at play. A woman with fiery red hair sits pensively. A disembodied voice wonders, what is the Raincoat sect trying to accomplish by abducting so many talented individuals? Another voice explains that before annexing the sect, they will first abduct all their talented disciples and place them in a concentration camp. A spirit-like figure states that after destroying the sect, these talents will have nowhere to go but to join the sect. Another voice asks if they're targeting only the Jade Pure sect or the entire cultivation world. The spirit-like figure responds that they are targeting the entire cultivation world. Another voice questions the boldness of the Raincoat sect, asking if they have a cultivator in the soul formation or void amalgamation realm. A blonde-haired man in a blue robe admits that they have cultivators in the soul formation realm, but he doesn't know about the void amalgamation realm. He wonders why the Raincoat sect is hiding in the dark when it's so strong, claiming to be just an ordinary deacon. A pair of eyes widen in shock. A voice questions if he's just an ordinary deacon when he's in the 7th level of the nascent soul, wondering if the Raincoat sect is trying to bluff others. A spirit-like figure begs to be let go, promising never to do it again. It is revealed that Yi Samlang has developed hatred towards someone, with a current hatred level of 6 stars. A voice declares that someone is tired of living. A man tells someone they can go now. A spirit-like figure responds with surprise. A bright explosion fills the scene. A man with a ponytail states that it's done and tells someone to go. A dense forest stretches beneath the sky, filled with scattered clouds. Xiaoyi holds up a storage ring, her eyes wide. She exclaims about bringing it back to her husband, but a ghostly figure beside her notes the unusual aura of a nascent soul emanating from it. 2 years later, a bird stares intently, its expression unreadable. Elder Han sits across from another figure, stating that he has something that needs Elder Han's help. The other figure asks him to speak. Elder Han reveals that he has discovered where the Raincoat sect has imprisoned those talents, but the terrain is easy to defend. A man's eyes narrow as he thinks that the plan is not good. He wonders if it's a diversion and if he should leave the sect. Elder Han asks if he thinks he can stop the Raincoat sect from sending a soul formation cultivator to attack the Jade Pure sect. He adds that an expert in the nascent soul realm can only be a deacon in the Raincoat sect, making them hard to handle. Elder Han states that he has no choice but to do it himself. He will leave the safety of the Jade Pure sect to Elder Han, who assures him that unless a void amalgamation expert arrives, no one will be able to defeat the Jade Pure sect. A voice declares that it's good and that they will leave it to him. Another voice thinks that to be absolutely sure, they better test their own limit. Hanju stands in a simulation trials training ground, thinking to forget the strongest Xiaoyi for now and try Duan Tongtian. He asks to set his cultivation to. Duan Tongtian's face is shown as he thinks about the 9th level of the soul formation and the 6th level of the nascent soul realm. He thinks that back then, he didn't give him a chance, but he'll let him go all out this time. Duan Tongtian is shown fighting. A storm of crackling energy rages, the air thick with ozone. The simulation trial has ended. Hanyu sits, exhausted. A small, round creature asks if he is still alive. Hanju thinks to himself that a tie won't do, and he must immediately start secluded cultivation. He decides to first confirm the Raincoat sect's movement. A message appears, stating that his disciple is attacked by the Raincoats. The message urges the disciple to hold on, as his master is cultivating diligently and will save him when confident enough. Meanwhile, figures cloaked in straw hats stand in a dimly lit room. One wonders why Yi Sanling has not returned yet. One of the figures questions if something happened to him, stating that it's impossible, as Yi Samlang is an expert in the nascent soul realm's 7th level. They believe that besides the deity slaying Elder, no one in the Jade Pure sect can stop him. They are coordinating from both inside and outside. The figures discuss who the spy is. One says they have no idea, and only Yi Sanling knows. Except for the sect leader, every spy has only one person to keep in contact with. One of the figures states that this is the problem, as the sect leader is too cautious. Another says that in their opinion, it's better to directly destroy the Jade Pure sect, and if those disciples refuse to obey, they can just kill them. Elsewhere, a figure walks through a doorway, silhouetted against a bright light. The cloaked figures react, one exclaiming that the figure is audacious and demanding to know who they are. The figure states that is that all they're worth, and that they are too lazy to even draw out their sword. They demand to know who the cloaked figures are. The figure introduces himself as Huang Jihao from the Vermilion Birdsword sect. A voice demands to know the location of their headquarters. Huang Jihao expresses his surprise, wondering how this calamity found their location. One of the figures suggests letting the sect leader teach him a lesson. Another voice counters that the sect leader is more likely to skin them alive first. Huang Jihao is told that the sect leader won't be coming out anytime soon, and is challenged to face the Jade Pure sect first. If he defeats that person, they will reveal the sect leader's location. A man with auburn hair questions the mention of the Jade Pure sect, asking about that person. A man with long, light brown hair stares intently. The man with long hair stands with a sword, as someone wonders if challenging the Jade Pure sect is not challenging enough for such a desolate sect. He's known as the deity slaying Elder. Someone mentions that the formation expert with just a slash has unfathomable strength, and that he might be interested in him. Another voice says that they've fought with the Jade Pure sect master and great-grand elder, and their strengths are mediocre. The deity-slaying elder is unknown to them, and they dare not lie. The viridescent nether cult fell into oblivion because of him. For the time being, they will challenge the Jade Pure sect. The Raincoat sect's master will come next. In the end, they compromise to stay alive. A figure with a sword stands silhouetted against a bright background. A chibi figure exclaims that they are here to visit Junior Brother Han again, and wants a hug. The chibi figure hugs a large, fluffy bird, asking when Junior Brother Han took in this pet. Someone tells the chibi figure to stop touching their precious mount, and asks how they're going to pay them back if they ruin it with their hugging. They remark that it's admirable to use a chicken as a mount. Chanyuer says that she has to admit Hanju's face is something. Chanyuer wonders how outstanding Hanju's parents are, saying they must be remarkable. Hanju simply responds, "My parents." Hanju thinks to himself that they are just normal people. More than a century has passed, and he guesses they are already dead. He continues, thinking that their blood tie ended the moment they abandoned him and ran away. As for missing them, it's impossible. Chanyuer tells Hanju to stop talking about them, and asks what brought him here. She adds that even Elder Iron was more responsible than them. Hanju asks if she knows Elder Guan, who is their master's third senior brother. Chanyuer says she doesn't know. She recalls that 300 years ago, the great-grand elder sent him out of the sect to take refuge because he offended someone. Not long ago, he sent a letter saying he would return soon. She asks if none of the elders told him. She thinks to herself that it has nothing to do with her anyway. Chanyuer states that this is Sect Master Li's problem and that he should deal with it. Chanyuer says that she heard Elder Guan is returning this time to fight for the Sect Master position. It's rumored that Elder Guan likes their master and might even become their master's Dao companion. Hanju wonders how strong Elder Guan is. Chanyuer thinks that she heard he obtained an opportunity outside the Great Yin and is now in the Soul Formation realm. All the elders are celebrating since their sect finally has an expert. She adds that the sect master is the only one who doesn't know about it because he has gone out. She tells Hanju that she understands and that he can return first. Hanju tells her to relay this matter to Sect Master Li, saying that he will do his best to guard his sect master position. Chanyuer says okay. Hanju thinks things are getting troublesome and that he won't be able to avoid a confrontation with Elder Guan. Hanju thinks the problem is how he will settle this peacefully for the sake of the master. He adds that there's another bigger problem, and strictly speaking, this Khanate Providence detector system has been here for half a day. The description details that he's an external elder of the Vermilion Bird Sword sect, born with the heart of the sword, possessing an extremely high comprehension of sword Dao. Because of his unparalleled aptitude from a young age, he has developed a haughty attitude and can give up everything to become stronger. A system notification appears. The J Pure sect is facing Huang Jihao's challenge, presenting two options. Order the entire sect to encircle and annihilate Huang Jihao to obtain a fire attribute cultivation technique manual, or secretly repel Huang Jihao without causing too much commotion to obtain a numinous treasure. Seeing the mission notification, it's guessed that Huang Jihao is getting closer. It's better to be safe than sorry. The decision is made to first try it out in the simulation trial. The system message indicates that the target has been defeated in 2 minutes and asks if a restart is desired. The system message continues, indicating that the target has been defeated and asking if a restart is desired. A voice thinks, "I can't kill him in a flash, continue." As expected from the heart of the sword, he can last for more than 2 minutes. This won't do. The fight is too long, and the battle sound is too loud. It's going to be challenging to avoid people's attention. There's not enough time. He has to stop him on his way here. Otherwise, it will be hard to settle this discreetly once he arrives at the sect. This is the only way, but it will depend on Huang Jihao's character. A landscape stretches out, mountains rising in the distance under a cloudy sky. Huang Jihao stands before a grave, the wind rustling through his hair. A pair of eyes watches from the shadows of the trees. 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm? Why didn't he notice him? This boy is interesting. A delicate, pleasant aura surrounds him. A slender figure is complemented by soft, smooth, and perky lips. Silky hairs constantly give off youthful pheromones. Huang Jihao's face is shown in close-up. Huang Jihao has developed a favorable impression of someone. Current favorability, 2 stars. Xiaoyi exclaims in shock. What the fuck? Hanju gazed out at the Jade Pure sect, his expression unreadable. The man wondered where his favorability was coming from when he hadn't done anything yet. A man with orange hair declared, "Young man, I feel an affinity to you." The man with brown hair recoiled, thinking, "Affinity? Mr. Huang, please don't. I'm not that kind of person." The orange-haired man, Huang Jihao, stated, "I'm Huang Jihao from the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. Have you ever heard of me?" Huang Jihao's eyes narrowed as he spoke. Huang Jihao continued, "I came here to challenge the Jade Pure sect's deity, Slaying Elder." "Why did you come here to challenge the deity, Slaying Elder specifically? What about the other people in the Jade Pure sect? I have previously defeated your sect's sect master and great-grand elder." Originally, I didn't want to deal with you guys. The system notification appeared. You have developed hatred towards the Raincoat sect. Current hatred, 6 stars. The man with the ponytail asks how strong the Raincoat sect master is, wondering if the deity, slaying elder, might not be as strong as him. He adds that their sect master is mysterious, and he doesn't know much about him either. Huang Jihao asks why he is asking so many questions, inquiring if he's going to take him as his master or not. The man with the ponytail thinks that Huang Jihao is getting impatient and it's time to proceed with the plan. He tells Huang Jihao that he is fine with taking him as his master, with a condition. Huang Jihao retorts, calling him a brat, and asking if he has never heard of his name. He states that he will receive 1 strike from him, and if he can injure him in the slightest, he will leave immediately and never return. Huang Jihao promises that he will not disturb the J-Pure sect. He then asks Hanju to please excuse him. The focus shifts to Huang Jihao's sword. Hanju thinks that the sword is not ordinary and wonders how Huang Jihao, who is only in the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, got this kind of treasure. Red slashes fill the air as Huang Jihao prepares his sword. Energy begins to build around Huang Jihao. Huang Jihao gathers spirit energy. Huang Jihao struggles to hold on any longer. Huang Jihao summons a wind barrier. Huang Jihao prepares to defend himself with a punishment ghost deity sword. He prepares to strike, his eyes narrowed in fierce concentration as he grips the hilt of his sword. The blade flashes, arcing through the air with blinding speed. Huang Jihao's eyes widen as he's forced to react to an unseen force. His sword shatters, the pieces scattering like dust in the wind. He shifts his weight, trying to regain his balance. His expression twists in disbelief. What kind of sword technique is this? He realizes the truth, his eyes widening further. No, it's a mystical spell. Hanju watches, a faint smile playing on his lips. As expected of you. Your reaction is incredible. Huang Jihao's face contorts in rage. You dare to trick me? I indeed warned you. He grits his teeth, struggling to understand. Whatever the attack just now, I can't endure it, even if it's not an ambush. Who are you? Hanju's expression remains calm. You're the one who came to find me, and yet you're asking for my identity? Huang Jihao's eyes narrow, a flicker of realization crossing his face. I did say that I would never come to. He declared that he would wait until the other person left the Jade Pure sect to challenge them again. A voice echoed, questioning if he was sure he could wait until they left the Jade Pure sect. Huang Jihao cursed the damned bastard, furious that he had been tricked. He admitted to being careless and reacting too slowly, then asked who the other person was. Another figure questioned why he left from the direction of the Jade Pure sect. Huang Jihao, his eyes narrowed, told the figure to scram. The figure mused that the elders might think more highly of them if they captured him and brought him back to increase their achievement. Meanwhile, a voice chuckled, asking who the other person thought they were. The figure stood amidst a blinding light, several swords pointed in their direction. The figure thought that they were needlessly worried and finally had a place to vent their anger. The figure stood still, surrounded by swords. A voice echoes, calling out, Hanju, are you there? Fairy, Shishin muses, Master actually took the initiative to come and visit me. Hanju, seated across from her, replies, Don't worry about it. Yura has told you about my senior brother, Guan Yu Gang, right? Fairy Shishin confirms that she did mention it before. Hanju thinks to himself, As expected of you, old Huang. Fairy Shishin remarks that Huang Jihao is unlucky, adding that misery loves company, as he was defeated by the already injured Huang Jihao. She continues, An unknown sword chi destroyed a force nearby. She guesses that Huang Jihao came to challenge their Jade Pure sect. Hanju asks if it was repealed by her, right? Fairy Shishin confirms that it is right, and that the master came to hold her responsible for the damage. Fairy Shishin exclaims that she didn't expect the famous Huang Jihao to be defeated by a junior like Hanju. She reveals that she has come with the hope that Hanju can help her suppress senior brother Guan. She wonders if she should suppress Guan Yu Gang. The narration explains that the sect master might be weaker than senior brother Han, but he has spared no effort for the Jade Pure sect. It would be disheartening if he were relieved of his duty. Senior brother Guan only wants to take revenge on the sect master and doesn't care about the sect at all. Once his injuries are healed, he will be made to challenge the sect master, as he can only become the sect master once he defeats him. A shadowed figure asks what someone thinks. Fairy Shishin tells Hanju that she is fine with it, but hopes the battle will be conducted discreetly. It will also help senior brother Guan save face. Fairy Shishin asks if he is raising a chick too, commenting that this chick looks rather impressive. Fairy Shishin explains that since secluded cultivation turned out to be boring, she brought this little birdie in to accompany her. Fairy Shishin suggests that Hanju should work and rest properly, reminding him of the Immortal Domain meeting that happens once in a century. She explains it's a gathering where equipment, pills, treasures, and even cultivation techniques can be exchanged as long as you have enough resources, asking if he wants to go. Hanju thanks her for her good intentions, but says all he wants is seclusion and doesn't feel like going out for an adventure. Furthermore, Someone exclaims in disbelief that someone couldn't even receive a single strike from him, but then states that it's the truth. The silhouettes discuss that his spiritual energy was extremely domineering, and it was the first time they saw such spiritual energy. Furthermore, Tang Han, sect master of Vermilion Birdsword sect, states that it's ridiculous and that other than him, someone is the strongest in terms of strength in their sect. He asks what it is. A character stands with a slight blush. Fairy Xixian, perched in a lotus position, asks if the matter is important. Tang Han replies that it is not really important, but there is another matter. He explains that the Raincoat sect is still targeting the Jade Pure sect, and he intends to challenge their sect master once he is healed. He scoffs at them, noting they have been desolate for thousands of years. Tang Han continues, explaining that earlier, the Jade Pure sect's great-grand elder visited him, hoping they could join forces to ward off the Raincoat sect. However, he did not accept the proposal. A figure shrouded in shadow wonders who that person is. It is revealed that the sect master of the Raincoat sect, back when he was young, was as high-spirited as Tang Han. As luck would have it, he fell into the demonic path and became the sect master. Tang Han recalls hearing from the Grandmaster that the Raincoat sect's sect master was the strongest person in their era. He is told that he can test his strength this time, but not to be reckless and to retreat straight away if he can't defeat him. Tang Han assures that he is not stupid, though he may be arrogant. 7 years later, Yang Tiandong and Zhou Fan's cultivation actually increased after getting caught. Their identity hasn't changed. Maybe they're pretending as if they've compromised their sect. And Sect Master Li is so pitiful. He either gets attacked or travels in the direction where he will be attacked. The Black Hell Chicken calls out to his master. The Black Hell Chicken wonders what the outside world looks like. Tang Han thinks about the outside and how the Black Hell Chicken is growing at a rapid speed. Its strength is already around the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. If it were a human, no one could match its cultivation speed. On top of it, its intellect is also sharpening, and it has developed a curiosity about the outside world. The Black Hell Chicken says, let's just say. The scene shows a glimpse of the outside world. He is shown a poster declaring the outside world is dangerous, complete with a crazy Thursday chicken feast advertisement. He is warned that all those places are off limits, and many people out there hope to eat him. He is told that he must become invincible before going out, or he will definitely die. He doesn't even dare to go and venture outside anymore, begging his master to stop talking and promising not to go out. Meanwhile, Elder Han rushes in, exclaiming that something terrible has happened. Before passing away, the Valley's sect master told him that the Raincoat sect had at least 10 soul formation cultivators, enough to sweep through the cultivation world of the Great Yin. There's a high possibility that their next target is their Jade Pure sect. Elder Han is interrupted mid-sentence, someone calling out his name and questioning what he is. Tang Han is seen carrying Hanju away in a basket. Acting so quickly during a crisis, Tang Han is praised for being so dependable. Elder Han questions why they aren't running away. Duan Tong Tian grimaces, his face contorted in discomfort. The bespectacled man with green hair huffs, his expression strained. Duan Tong Tian carries the green-haired man on his back, who questions his intentions. What are you saying? Is this something you're supposed to say? Duan Tong Tian's expression hardens. I came here to tell you, so that you can prepare in advance. Not for you to run away. The green-haired man replies. Besides, where can you run away? There are so many disciples. Even if we manage to run, there's no place for us to stay. Those sects will only swallow us whole. Duan Tong Tian thinks to himself, perish. I was going to say as long as everyone is still alive, it's okay. Even if the Jade Pure sect perishes, I guess I underestimated the Jade Pure sect's importance to them. Duan Tong Tian pauses, lost in thought. Where can I run to? A sword technique manual, and an egg of a divine beast-bearing connate providence. He continues to ponder, always running away and wandering the world is not the kind of life I want. Maybe I join them if I can't win. Duan Tong Tian declares, this is not staying idle anymore, it's cowardice. He recalls the green-haired man's earlier statement. Just now, did you say you were informing me in advance? The green-haired man responds, does that mean they're not coming here yet? It will take some time for them to clean up the mess in Maple Leaf Valley. As for us, we have a decade at most. The sect master's hand clenches into a fist. Hanju wonders why the J-Pure sect is constantly targeted, lamenting that he once believed it to be formidable. An unseen figure declares that the J-Pure sect has been elevated to a level it does not deserve. The voice continues, stating that the only strong person in the Jade Pure sect is their founding ancestor. The narration explains that the founding ancestor left 500 years ago without any news. If he were here, the Raincoat sect wouldn't have dared to attack. Thousands of years ago, he destroyed the Raincoat sect and made their sect master question his existence. Duan Tong Tian dismisses the importance of the past, revealing that he and his master have already used the treasure left behind by the founder to contact him. Duan Tong Tian tells Elder Han that they must grit their teeth and survive this. As long as the founder returns, the Raincoat sect will be nothing to worry about. Duan Tong Tian assures Hanju that if they can just get through this, there won't be any more threats in the future, and he can continue to peacefully cultivate in seclusion. Duan Tongtian tells Hanju to let him make it clear he's going to run away immediately if they can't win. Hanju replies that it's fine, no problem. Duan Tongtian states that if they can't win, there's no way he will make Hanju stay and die with them. Hanju thinks to himself that with that sentence alone, he has decided to follow the Jade Pure sect. He then asks if there are any pills in the sect suitable for a cultivator in the nascent soul realm. Duan Tongtian sighs, saying that the Jade Pure sect is lacking an alchemist, and that Hanju will have to handle this by himself. He bids him farewell. Hanju is surprised, exclaiming that Duan Tongtian just said he would follow the Jade Pure sect. Carrying a large bag, he jokes about buying a beast-taming bag, thinking it will make it easier for him to run away. The bird-like creature warns that it's really dangerous. Even if they don't cause trouble, enemies will be hoping to come and kill them. It then asks how they can run away secretly. The bird-like creature is told that it's not bad and that it has already received his teaching. It then asks if they are really running away. Someone suggests they wait and see first. The scene shifts to Main Peak's inner city. A system message detects a bearer of Khanate Providence and asks if the user wants to check its origin. Someone wonders about Providence again. The system message reveals that Xian Qingjun is the demon lord's mortal body. Someone's head is spinning. Someone questions her. Someone thinks that there's only a single girl in this square, so it should be her. Xian Qingjun sits, seemingly bored, her expression nonchalant. Two onlookers react to an unseen event. One is annoyed, while the other seems to be defending someone. A flurry of aggressive speech bubbles fills the air, challenging someone to kneel or fight. Xian Qingjun finds her current situation boring, but she detects a subtle aura. He decides to stay a little longer, observing Xian Qingjun. A system notification appears, indicating that Xian Qingjun's favorability towards him has increased. Hanju laments that his charm leads him to trouble again. Xian Qingjun's eyes glow with an intense light. Hanju uses the wind god technique, moving with incredible speed. A small creature expresses concern, believing Xian Qingjun is trying to eat Hanju. A mountain stands tall, a stone tablet at its base bearing the inscription, "Endure today, freedom tomorrow, huh?" A figure approaches the stone tablet. This kid is quite interesting. But these 7 words do make sense. I prefer to leave the best food for the last. I'll come to visit him again. Bye-bye. Phew, she's finally gone, I guess. Hanju carries a large bag. She might appear to be a formation establishment cultivator, but I'm certain she's hiding a greater power. This is troublesome. Master, it's so cramped. Can we return this beast-taming bag? I hope she will forget about me. 7 years later, Hanju meditates, striving for the 8th level of the nascent soul realm. It's too slow. I won't be able to achieve my goal if I can't make a breakthrough into the soul formation realm before the Raincoat Sect's sect master arrives. Notifications appear before Hanju. Your good friend, Zhou Fan, was attacked by the Raincoat Sect, X87. Your disciple, Yang Tiandong, was assaulted by the Raincoat Sect, X87. Your good friend, Mo Zhu, was assaulted by a fellow disciple. Your good friend, Li Qingzi, was assaulted by a fellow sect member and was severely injured. Hanju is surprised. Why was Li Qingzi attacked by a fellow sect member? I've already checked earlier, and none of the Jade Pure sect's nascent soul cultivators were spies. He paused, a thought striking him. He had forgotten about Guan Yu Gang. Could it be? Hanyu said correctly. Guan Yu Gang didn't dare to challenge the deity, slaying elder, so he gave up on the idea of becoming the sect master. Furious, he went to find Li Qingzi for a martial duel and took the opportunity to vent his anger. It seemed his master hadn't encountered any trouble. A voice called out, "Fellow Taoist, are you there? Can I pay you a visit?" Hanju wondered if Xian Qingjun was here again. During these past 7 years, Xian Qingjun had visited him twice and was rejected every time, but she never forced her way in. He guessed she didn't have any ill intentions. But the 3rd time's the charm. If he continued to ignore her, he was afraid she'd kill him. Xian Qingjun's expression was serene, yet determined. Xian Qingjun greeted him. "You're finally here." A bird cried out, "Please, I beg you, please don't eat my master." The bird's plea was met with confusion from Xian Qingjun. The bird flew away in a panic. Hanju wondered why this fellow Taoist visited his humble abode. Xian Qingjun introduced herself. "I'm Xian Qingjun, a disciple from the Jade Bamboo Peak. A few years ago, I happened to come across Senior Brother Han in the intersect and was shocked by your magnificence. From that very instance, your figure has been buried deep within my heart." Xian Qingjun continued, "Your beauty is truly out of the world." Hanju responded, "Oh, thank you for your praise." Xian Qingjun asked if she could leave now if there was nothing else. Hanju told her not to rush. "This junior sister is willing to offer you a treasure. I hope my senior brother won't reject it." He wondered what it was. The Heavenly Immortal Abode Token, a card promising entry to a cultivation holy land, is described in detail. Xian Qingjun holds out the Heavenly Immortal Abode Token, confident that Hanju won't be able to resist such a temptation. She thinks to herself, "Brat, I bet you won't be able to resist this temptation. Hanju expresses his gratitude, but firmly declines the offer. He states, "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't want to leave the Jade Pure sect. I've decided to spend my whole life cultivating in the Jade Pure sect." Xian Xingjun seems surprised by Hanju's refusal. Xian Xingjun presents another temptation: the Earth Spirit Sword, capable of easily killing a Golden Core expert. Xian Xingjun, growing impatient, asks if Hanju wants to leave. She then offers pills to make a breakthrough into the Golden Core realm. Xian Xingjun holds out a bottle of pills, her expression a mix of frustration and determination. Hanju remains unmoved, his resolve unwavering. Xian Xingjun, now desperate, offers a body-tempering cultivation technique and 3 spell techniques. Xian Xingjun, exasperated, declares on top of it all. Hanju finally stops Xian Xingjun, revealing his true strength. He states, "Truth be told, I'm already in the nascent soul realm." Hanju's hidden cultivation is unlocked, a golden aura surrounding him. The man's expression is one of disbelief. "8th level of a nascent soul realm?" he exclaims, his voice laced with incredulity. "Don't tell me. Are you the deity, slaying elder?" Hanju's eyes narrow slightly. Can you please keep this a secret?" he asks, his tone suggesting a reluctance to reveal his true power. A system notification appears. Xian Xingjun's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 4 stars. The woman with pink hair thinks, "Gotcha. Your current needs are pretty straightforward." Xian Xingjun holds out a bottle, a faint magical aura swirling around it. "Is one bottle enough? If it's not, I'll give you another one," she offers, her voice sweet and persuasive. Hanju thinks to himself, "She is King rich." Hanju's eyes widen in surprise, his expression a mix of shock and curiosity. "Junior sister, just what is her background?" he wonders aloud, his voice tinged with suspicion. Xian Xingjun smiles mysteriously. "My identity is not important," she says, her tone dismissive. Hanju thinks, "But this junior sister hopes to become your Dao companion. I wonder if you're willing." He responds, that." Hanju's expression turns serious, sweat beading on his forehead. He thinks, to be able to take out so many treasures must mean you're not simple. He continues, "I wonder if you can help us deal with the Raincoat sect?" Xian Xingjun's expression hardens slightly. "I can't," she states flatly. "All I care for is you, senior brother." Hanju thinks, as expected, it's not so easy to command a demon lord. He wonders, what price do I have to pay if I accept your request? Xian Xingjun leans in closer, her eyes filled with a strange intensity. "The price is to cultivate together and become strong together," she whispers, her voice laced with a seductive promise. Xian Xingjun smiles knowingly, her finger resting against her chin. "You don't want to?" she asks, her voice a playful challenge. A system notification appears. Xian Xingjun wants to become your Dao companion. You have the following choices. 1. Reject. How can we, the male cultivators, be threatened by a woman? You will obtain the demon lord's hatred and a sword Dao mystical power inheritance. 2. Accept. The two of you will become Dao companions. You will be affected by karma and providence. You will be able to obtain the favor of the demon lord and obtain a mystical power inheritance. Hanju thinks, is the system doing this on purpose? The font size is so different. A face is split in two, one side in shadow with glowing red eyes, the other side showing a more normal appearance. A figure walks down a dimly lit hallway, their form obscured by shadows and a wide-brimmed hat. A close-up reveals a figure wielding a sword, their face hidden beneath a hat and mask. A man, bloodied and battered, is seen in close-up, his white hair matted with gore. The injured man gasps for breath. These two people from the J-Pure sexure are as stubborn as a mule. 2 men are bound to crosses, their bodies bearing the marks of torture. One figure says, they run away every year and refuse to give up even when we capture them back and beat them up. Another responds, let's just kill them. A third wonders, how is our sect going to win their hearts if we kill them? One of the figures expresses annoyance. How annoying. I'm tired from beating them up. Another suggests, enough. Let's go get some drinks. Ask someone to throw them back inside. A final thought lingers. If I attained enlightenment in the future, eyes narrow with intense hatred, I will definitely kill all of you from the Raincoat sect. Another voice adds, so this was your plan? We were caught even before we could make it out. A man lies on the ground, bloodied and bruised. Above him, a muscular figure stands, looking down at him with disdain. The man on the ground wonders who expects to see someone training a monitor lizard on a rooftop. Brother Zhou urges someone to stop struggling. The injured man's torso is shown in close-up. The muscular man standing over the injured man states that the master is extremely powerful and that no one in the Jade Pure sect can stand up to him. The injured man groans in pain, agreeing that it's true. Someone says that the master is powerful and has top-notch talent, but is afraid of death. A chibi character says that their master is indeed amazing and is surely already here. They speculate that he may be watching from the shadows to see if they can withstand harshness and if their Tao heart is stable enough. Another character thinks it's better if they don't tell him and leave a sliver of hope to this pitiful child. A certificate states that someone has obtained a mystical power. It's true that the somersault cloud is a maneuvering-type mystical power that can transport the user over 1,000,000 miles. A woman with pink hair says that from today onwards, someone is her Tao companion and should remember to cultivate hard. She adds that she will come to find them when she needs them. Xian Dingjuan's favorability towards someone has increased to 4.5 stars. A woman covers her eyes, saying she's not pure anymore. A bird asks if the master is still going to eat someone. A man says not to talk ill about his Tao companion. A close-up of an eye is shown, along with the bird. This first-grade nascent soul pill has a domineering effect. The spiritual energy surges within. Just one bite of the pill far surpasses. Nonetheless, he can't be too dependent on pills. He must be slow and steady and cultivate daily to prevent the spiritual chi from vanishing. So be it. Breaking through the soul formation realm is just around the corner. 2 years later, a small bird chirps, "Thank you, Demon Lord, for your generosity." Now he's half-stepped to the soul formation, 9th level of the nascent soul realm. The system initiates the simulation trial, as usual. Auto-detect has completed. The strongest person in the Jade Pure sect is Guan Yu Gang, 2nd level of the soul formation. That's good. There has been no movement from the Raincoat sect yet. He still has time to make a breakthrough into the soul formation. He's going to the 10,000 demon realm. Look after the cave adobe. Meanwhile, Elder Han's timing is perfect. It's good news. Really good news. But it doesn't seem like good news from his looks. An attack the Raincoat sect. The situation has turned around. I love him so much. After spending so many years causing trouble, he finally did something right this time. This old Huang is so excellent. That's why I intend to invite. I got a bad feeling. Elder Han explains that he understands what Hanju means, and that he wants to bring Elder Guan, but fears that it will affect the sect. Elder Han's face is close to Hanju's as he speaks. Elder Han thinks to himself that he is breaking through into the soul formation soon, which is why he needs some time. A voice booms, declaring that they can break through peacefully and leave the Raincoat sect to them. Elder Han says okay. Hanju tells Elder Han that he can leave now, hoping everything will go well. Meanwhile, in the 10,000 demon realm, someone reflects on how ascension to the soul formation is ear-piercing and can attract people to attack. Since that's the case, the 10,000 demon realm is the best location to make a breakthrough. The figure declares that they shall make a breakthrough to the soul formation today. Hanju stands with his back to the viewer, a low rumble echoing around him. Beasts are skedaddling as the rumble intensifies. Lightning flashes as a voice commands, "Come forth." Energy surges. A blinding flash of violet lightning tears through the sky, striking the jagged peaks below with earth-shattering force. The air crackles with raw energy. The world is plunged into darkness. The afterimage of the lightning burned into the vision. The light slowly returns, revealing the aftermath of the strike. One of the figures, shrouded in white, requests to see a token. The other figure presents it. The token reads, "Jade Pure Sect Masterly Qingzi." A voice cries out, "Zawarudo." A figure with a large hat smiles, holding a book. Hee. A piece of cake. A voice booms, "Everything is ready. All that's left is to set up the teleportation formation." An elder barks. The elder has ordered everyone to hurry to the gate. A prisoner stands behind bars. One of the prisoners asks, "Why are more than half of them rushing?" The other replies, "Maybe something happened." One of the prisoners exclaims, "Hold on. Don't tell me Master has arrived to save us." One of the prisoners says, "I'd rather not. Let's just wait for them to save us." The other retorts, You can't just sit around doing nothing." One prisoner wonders if the people coming to help are really on their side, questioning if they are squandering an opportunity. Another prisoner replies that he is afraid the first prisoner will come up with another lousy plan. The first prisoner asks if he knows how many times it has been tried. Debris falls from the ceiling, startling the prisoners. Someone yells, and a narration box states that the disciples of the Jade Pure sect have been imprisoned. A man with green hair declares that he has come to save them. One of the prisoners calls out to the sect master, urging him to get ready to fight and destroy the Raincoat sect together. A text box indicates that someone has successfully broken through to the soul formation realm and obtained a sword Tao mystical power inheritance. Hanju looks at a screen detailing the 10,000 sword sect, noting that using one's own sword chi summons the sword shadows of ancient swords. He feels awesome. A bird-like creature exclaims that his master is finally back, saying he thought he was eaten by that woman. The bird-like creature's master calls him a chicken brain, asking if that is all he thinks about. The bird-like creature asks if he isn't a phoenix, but his master replies that he is just a chicken right now and can only become a phoenix after he cultivates. Hanju looks at a screen with messages about Guan Yu Gang and Li Qingzi being attacked by the Raincoat sect and heavily injured, and Zhou Fan and Yang Tiandong escaping from the Raincoat sect. He wonders how long he needs to cultivate. Hanju looks concerned. One woman mentions that she heard the deity slaying elder made a breakthrough at the 10,000 demon realm. Xian Xingjun asks when the other woman came in. She asks what he has come for. Li Qingzi wonders if she is going to force him to do something, contemplating whether he should obey or endure. Li Qingzi thinks to himself that she's a demon lord who has been drifting in the mortal realm for a long time. He questions if anyone would believe she fell in love with him at first sight, and wonders if her actions are making him crazy. Xian Xingjun states that she is there to say goodbye, announcing that she is leaving. Li Qingzi asks if she is leaving, stating he doesn't know when he can meet with her again, so he came to see her. Xian Xingjun asks if there's anything he needs before she leaves, offering to fulfill it to the best of her ability. Li Qingzi asks her not to leave, saying he will be so lonely without her. He then thinks to himself that her face is telling him she can't wait any longer. Xian Xingjun says she needs him, but not right now. She tells him not to think about her, as it's not yet time for her to stay with him. Li Qingzi asks if there are any pills that can increase a soul formation realm's cultivation. Xian Xingjun says that these are the soul formation spirit-enhancing pills. She states she only has 4 bottles with her and will give him all of them. Li Qingzi thinks that she is too generous and thank her so much. He adds that he won't be able to see her face for many years and is kind of reluctant. Xian Xingjun tells him that although he's already in the soul formation, he's not invincible. She tells him to stay at the Jade Pure Sect and cultivate diligently, okay? Xian Xingjun tells him not to go anywhere, as the cultivation world is perilous. She descended into the depths of the cave, a silhouette against the faint light. Li Qingzi lowered his head, lost in thought. It seemed she was just passing by the Jade Pure Sect. She's going to another place to comprehend Dao now. Finally, the bird didn't have to worry about Master getting eaten by her anymore. He he he. A voice echoes through the chamber, declaring that the Vermilion Bird Sword Sect has chosen to fight to the death. The voice continues, asking the elders for their opinion. Huang Jihao declares that intimidating them is the best choice, advocating for the immediate assassination of Huang Jihao. Another member agrees, stating that they are too arrogant and must be suppressed. The member adds that the Vermilion Bird Sword Sect only has 2 soul formation cultivators, as does the Jade Pure Sect, but one of them doesn't even dare to come. He believes that their strength is not enough to take down their hideout. Another member agrees, adding, me as well. The sect master of the Raincoat sect wonders how they can act so arrogant, suggesting that maybe there are other forces secretly helping them. An unseen member of the sect exclaims in frustration, questioning how long they need to wait. Another member urges the sect master to stop being overcautious, stating that there's no one in the whole Great Yin cultivation world who can rival them. He emphasizes that they have 10 soul formation cultivators and questions how they can possibly be beaten. The sect master of the Raincoat sect insists that he is not being overcautious, explaining that he just tends to imagine the worst-case scenario first. Another member accuses the sect master of being too cowardly. The sect master of the Raincoat sect states that they have kept delaying their plan, but now they can't delay it anymore. He states that if he feels worried, he has a plan, and they will send a few elders to ambush their base. Their main force currently engaged, the sect master's advisor suggests that the Vermilion Bird Sword sect's base must be empty. The elders see this as an opportunity to raid their base. One of the members questions the necessity of a fight. Huang Zunqian, the Raincoat sect's sect master, declares that he will handle it personally this time. One of the figures asks if this is fine. The others agree that it is a great choice, sect master. A member of the sect remains silent, his expression unreadable. Huang Zunqian states that he and spiritual master Shan Kuei will go to the Vermilion Bird Sword sect and the Jade. Another member says he is more than happy to do that. A figure sits in contemplation. However, Huang Zunqian acknowledges that his cultivation is still lacking. He notes that while the Raincoat sect is not that much of a threat, the Demon Taming sect is a strong enemy. Even with his void amalgamation strength, one of the figures thinks that he is still only an elder in the Demon Taming sect, and that sect's background is too outrageous. Chang Yueker calls out, Junior Brother Han. Chang Yueker says, Master asked me to invite you to the Jade Serene Peak. There's something very important. Anhui Sinox. Masterin baitidme? I'll get going right now. A disciple thinks, it's rare for Master to invite me. I have to give her a face. The scene shifts to inside the Jade Serene Peak's main hall. A disciple says, I heard from someone that the deity slaying elder came from the Jade Serene Peak. And he's super handsome. Another disciple replies, for real? He's from our Jade Serene Peak. A man shouts, quiet. Everyone sit down. Master has arrived. A disciple exclaims, everyone look, what's the situation? Han Ju is shown, and a disciple thinks he became even more handsome. The disciples are shocked. One asks, why is he sitting right beside the master? How can he? Another wonders, what is Junior Brother's identity? To be able to sit alongside the master. A disciple thinks, the deity slaying elder has unparalleled beauty. Don't tell me it's him. That's right. Back when I first learned it, I was shocked for a few days. The master says, everyone listen properly. You must never reveal Elder Han's identity to others. Those who dare to reveal it will be expelled. Understand? A disciple replies, yes. Roger, eldest senior brother. A disciple thinks, what is master trying to do? Is she trying to pass her position to me? How should I reject her? The master says, during this period, I hope everyone stop their secluded cultivation and patrol the outer sect of the J-Pure sect. The sect master has sent back a message. The message states, in the letter, he stated that they are currently working with the Vermilion Birdsword sect to fight the Raincoat sect. The imprisoned disciples have been rescued. However, they're afraid that the Raincoat sect will ambush us. A disciple says, because they only encountered 5 soul formation cultivators. The other 5 must have been ordered to do something. One of the disciples explains that among the disciples from the 18 peaks, the Jade Serene Peak contributed the least, not only because they have the least disciples, but also because the sect master showed favoritism toward them. A female disciple listens intently. The disciples express their determination, stating that they have been diligently cultivating for many years, and now is the time to show it off. Another disciple declares that the outer sect is their first line of defense. Guarding there is equal to death, and they won't retreat even if they die. He believes they are worthy of the sect's many years of cultivation, and he can't even compare to them. Elder Han is asked if he has the confidence to defend against the ambush from the Raincoat sect's expert. Elder Han responds that she asked him to come here to put their mind at ease. He adds that he does have some experience in fighting against experts, but the disciples say that he is too humble and that they can definitely succeed. Someone wonders how they cannot have improved at all for so long. Hanju thinks about the first level of the soul formation. A chibi version of Elder Han is shown, with a speech bubble saying, "Didn't Li Qingzi tell you?" The master dismisses his disciples, instructing them to prepare for patrolling matters. The disciples acknowledge the order. One sister asks if the other noticed the master's strange look. It's the first time the master has been seen getting restless. He broke through into the nascent soul realm not long ago, and before they knew it, he was already in the soul formation realm. Fairy Shixian asks Hanju if he is making fun of her, noting that he no longer treats her as his master. Hanju replies that wasn't his intention. Fairy Shixian tells Hanju to forget it, and that he can request anything he wants. Hanju asks if there is any soul formation cultivation pill. Fairy Shixian apologizes, saying they don't have any. Fairy Shixian tells Hanju that he can try his best to help her strengthen the spiritual energy in her cave abode. Hanju says okay, he will figure it out. If there's nothing else, Hanju will take his leave first. The founding ancestor declares he's going to pursue a higher realm, leaving the J-Pure sect's future to the younger generations. Hanju is stopped. Someone calls out his name, asking him to wait a minute. He wonders who it is. He asks how much longer she intends to stay in the J-Pure sect. Fairy Shixian replies that people will always seek higher places, just as water flows deeper, and that she is getting stronger quickly. Hanju assures her that he would have left long ago if he wanted to. He thinks that even if he had other places to go, he would still face difficulties, and no matter where he goes, it will still be troublesome. He prefers staying here rather than wandering about in a desperate plight. Fairy Shixian states that there are many other sects in the cultivation world that are stronger than the J-Pure sect, and asks if he isn't afraid that it will be hard for him to break through if he keeps cultivating here. She tells him that he can always trust her potential, and that if one day she really wants to leave, she will definitely let him know in advance. Moreover, Hanju scoffs at the idea of seeking the greater Tao in a wider world, thinking that he would rather be the peak of this world than the bottom feeder of a higher realm. A system notification warns that the Raincoat sect is about to invade the J-Pure sect. A thought bubble asks, isn't it good to live a peaceful life? The system prompts to quickly detect the strongest person that has invaded the J-Pure sect. Meanwhile, the sect master arrives, asking if this is the J-Pure sect. A subordinate confirms and urges him to start attacking. Looking down at the sect master's subordinate remarks that they look weak, wondering if it's some kind of trap. The sect master's subordinate states that he has already done a prior investigation, and that they don't have any soul formation cultivators and not more than 10 nascent soul cultivators. He felt uneasy, a recurring feeling that something was wrong. Shan Kuei cursed under his breath, frustrated that he couldn't subdue the sect master and steal his position long ago. The sect master noted that they had come across someone similar to him, adding that he only dared to come here because he used the simulation trial. Huang Xintian, Raincoat sect's sect master, 9th level of the soul formation realm, was known to be super cautious and didn't like killing. This person looked interesting. The sect master spoke, but his words were unintelligible. Shan Kuei exclaimed, surprised that they only sent 2 people from the Raincoat sect to attack the mighty Jade-Pure sect. The sect master sensed something, realizing that it was a trap. He couldn't feel any presence. Shan Kuei scoffed, asking if 2 of them weren't enough, calling the fellow Taoist arrogant. A cultivation technique was being prepared, with the words Gaisekite Heaven Devourer appearing. Shan Kuei urged Huang Xintian to hold on, assuring him not to be afraid, and that even if it was the deity slaying elder, he could still fight him. The sect master prepared to use a technique. Huang Zuntian questioned why they were targeting the J-Pure sect. The deity-slaying elder is met with Shan Kuei's retort. The masked figure commands him to stop talking nonsense. Shan Kuei prepares to unleash his attack. The deity-slaying elder is struck by Shan Kuei's attack, the force of the blow sending him reeling. The deity-slaying elder prepares his counterattack, energy building behind him. The deity-slaying elder unleashes his pure shadow swords. The shadow sword strikes Shan Kuei, blood spraying from the impact. The attack overwhelms Shan Kuei. Shan Kuei, wounded and shocked, realizes something. He stammers, just as I thought. The deity-slaying elder stands victorious, revealing the truth. It was a trap. Shan Kuei realizes the situation. It was a trap. Tormented, Shan Kuei's essence soul leaves his body. The sect master is mentioned. Now, he finally understands why they have always been so cautious. Shan Kuei cries out in anguish. 7 illusionary steps. 6 paths soul absorption. Sanqui Streams. He killed an elder of the 7th level of the soul formation realm so easily. A 9th level soul formation cultivator like him can't even fathom the depth of his strength. He must be. Just you wait. Our raincoat sect will never give up until one of us dies. My intuition was correct to think someone like him existed in the J-Pure sect. Shan Kuei, wait until I succeed with my cultivation. In the future, I will definitely get revenge for you. No, this is cheating. A gust of wind whips through the mountains. The sect master, desperate, pleads, wait. Don't do it. I can make the raincoat sect cease fire. The other man retorts, one must cut the weeds by the roots, mustn't they? The man's robes billow slightly in the wind. The sect master continues, explaining, I never wanted to initiate this fight. However, since I'm the sect master, I have to bear responsibility for the entire sect. Besides, if it hadn't been for my intervention, many more Jade Pure Sect disciples would have died. Can't you see they're all alive and well? That's true. Zhou Fan and Yang Tiandong are both alive. If you spare me. The sect master's expression is pleading. The man raises an eyebrow, asking, really? The sect master's eyes widen, a glimmer of hope flickering within them. That's great. I can negotiate with him. The man's face is obscured by shadows as he declares, I don't believe you. He continues, questioning, so far, you have been unable to stop both sects from fighting. What makes you think that you can do it this time? The man holds a glowing talisman in his hand. He can come back to life? No, is that illusion? A double? Hold on, this talisman. Is that a death substitute talisman? I heard that it was expensive. He is so heavy-handed. The sect master's face contorts in a grimace. A system notification appears. Huang Zuentian developed hatred towards you. Current hatred, 2 stars. He thinks, hatred? I'll just kill him. I can use it to intimidate the raincoat sect and make them stop causing trouble. Pressure is so scary. He thought to himself that he couldn't just fight recklessly. The technique used just now couldn't be blocked, but fortunately, he had a hidden card. The sect master resolved to take advantage of the situation and activate the teleportation treasure that could transfer him to a secret base. Unless his opponent could attack a few hundred times in a moment, he would never be able to stop this formation. He didn't think his opponent was that capable. Moreover, such techniques were scarce. Golden light erupted around the figure, the energy of the 10,000 Sword sect. The golden light intensified. The light shone brightly, illuminating the landscape. The golden energy crackled and surged. The sect master wondered why his opponent had so many kinds of techniques. The golden light continued to intensify. The energy surged, distorting the air. The energy continued to surge. One of the men wondered who could possibly cause such a tumult. It sounded like someone screaming. Another man stated that there were traces of fighting and that this was not something a nascent soul could deal with. The man with the brown hat looked shocked. A plume of smoke billowed into the sky. Someone thought they knew who did that. A stone monument read, Endure today, freedom tomorrow. A ghostly figure cried out in pain. The ghostly figure wondered who in the world his attacker was and how they could use the 10,000 Sword sect's technique. A mysterious sect's hidden technique was too strong. The ghostly figure had never lost this terribly before. A bird-like creature looked on. The man revealed himself as Zhao Zilong of Chong Mountain. Zhao Zilong's companion wondered which sect Chong Mountain was. The ghostly figure looked worried. Zhao Zilong told the ghostly figure to stop talking, stating that he would be asking questions and the figure would be answering. Zhao Zilong asked if the Raincoat sect had someone like a great-grand elder. The ghostly figure said yes, but he left the great yin long ago. Zhao Zilong then asked how he became the sect master, and the ghostly figure said he had a special skill and couldn't. Zhao Zilong retained his essence soul because he wanted to get information from him. Still, he never expected it would be this easy. The ghostly figure asked if Zhao Zilong could spare him and said he was willing to join the J-Pure sect and atone for his sins. The sect master's essence soul, a small, pale figure, floats within a web of crackling blue energy. A voice echoes, stating the need to test its caliber first. The 6-path soul absorption technique can absorb souls and store them deep within the user's essence soul, protecting and confining them. Zhao Zilong stand with a confident smirk. Now that Huang Zuntian has been imprisoned, he thinks the Raincoat sect is nothing to fear. A nearby bird chirps, relieved that they no longer have to run, praising Zhao Zilong's incredible power. The sect master's essence soul is now trapped behind bars, tears streaming down its face. A furious thought bubbles to the surface. Those idiot elders. If he manages to get out alive, he will kill them all. The great elder asks if they are still unable to contact the sect master. He responds that he can't contact him at all, and that he's most likely in a terrible situation. He thinks it's the only way. Two figures run. A sword is held over two figures. Someone declares that all of them decided to ignore the martial virtues and grouped up against him. He states that today is the day he can finally take his revenge. He demands to know where their sect master is and warns them not to even think of making it out of here alive. Huang Jihao refuses to answer. Someone asks if they're discussing how to escape. Someone says they just received information from their spies. He states that their sect master dared to ambush their Jade Pure sect. Huang Jihao exclaims, "What?" Someone says that nothing happened to the Jade Pure sect, meaning their sect master most likely came across that person. He adds that he's sure he doesn't have to tell them why their sect master hasn't returned yet to help them all. A negotiation is attempted, the Raincoat sect willing to parley. A sheer cliff face rises into the sky. Sect master Li has already used up all the pills given by Xin Qingjun. His cultivation speed is also getting slower. The spiritual energy in the cave abode is also thinning out. This won't do. Is Elder Han here? Oh, it's Sect Master Li. Huh, a master. The unknown disciple has endured for so many years and can finally see him. Did you know how many hardships this disciple endured all these years? This belief. Sect Master told me everything. If it weren't for you guarding the Jade Pure sect, he would not have been assured enough to come to save us. I'm sorry, the outside world is too dangerous. I'm too afraid to go out. Master, you my god. Yuck, your snot is getting onto my clothes. The unknown disciple is being patted on the head. You did well. I will pass on all of my knowledge to you from today onwards. Yang Tiandong's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. How dare you steal Master's affection from me? Master is... The unknown disciple congratulates everyone, stating that all the Jade Pure sect's imprisoned disciples have been successfully rescued. However, he still has some matters to ask Elder Han. Li Qingzi asks, upon returning, he also noticed that a mountain near the northern gate had disappeared. He asked if it was Han Ju's doing. The disciple confirms, yes. A rock face is shown with the words, Elder Han, you are my god. Li Qingzi declares, you are our greatest contributor. Li Qingzi exclaims that it was all thanks to Han Ju dealing with Huang Zuntian that they successfully destroyed the Raincoat sect's base. He adds that this is excellent. The Raincoat sect's sect master is dead, and they're hopeless now. The disciple says, O Lord above the heavens, thank you for my Jade Pure sect to cultivate a talent like Elder Han. Ugh, this matter has been settled. Sect master, please don't run around anymore. Li Qingzi mentions that there's another matter. The ancestor will be back in half a year. He wonders about the ancestor. And 5 years later, the Jade Pure sect prepares for its millennium ceremony. Li Qingzi declares that he will make Han Ju's name known throughout the cultivation world. He will create momentum and tell everyone how Elder Han used a sword to slash through Huang Zuntian. The disciple appears annoyed. He insists that they can't let others know that the Raincoat sect's sect master died by his hands. Besides, he doesn't want to reveal his face in public, as all he wants is to cultivate. Li Qingzi's face is close to the unknown disciple's face. Li Qingzi tells him that this is the only way they keep him in. He tells Li Qingzi to mind and stop bothering the Jade Pure sect. He adds that his intention is not wrong, but to help the Jade Pure sect he's already. Li Qingzi says that he also doesn't wish for that to happen. He adds that's true. He asks how about they help Elder Han to increase his cave abode's spiritual energy as compensation. The unknown disciple says that's it. He adds that within the entire sect, his cave abode has the richest spiritual energy. Li Qingzi says that's all they can do, and he doesn't think they can satisfy his other requirements. He asks how about they wait until the ancestors return, adding that with his cultivation, he's sure he should have a lot of treasures, and he'll make sure he has his share. The unknown disciple thinks that's good. Li Qingzi thinks so, ancestor. He asks him to please return quickly, as he can't satisfy this great lord any longer. Li Qingzi says, see you next time. The system indicates that the chaotic heavenly dog is obtained, and it will be given to Yang Tiandong. The energy within the egg is exceptionally high. The disciple looks up, a thought bubble appearing above his head. The chaotic heavenly dog, one of the ancient divine beasts of providence, is said to devour the moon and is currently in an egg state. He wonders why a heavenly dog is inside an egg and how he's going to hatch it. From a passerby's point of view, the disciple is seen holding the egg. Fairy Shixian watches as he marvels at how the master created a treasure out of thin air, wondering if it's a spatial technique. He notes that they're all top-grade treasures and wonders if the master is trying to sell treasures in bulk. The unknown bird says he has something he needs to trouble the disciple with. In the background, Yang Tiandong is partially visible. A close-up reveals Yang Tiandong holding the egg, a sinister grin on his face. The disciple looks at the unknown bird with a questioning expression, while Fairy Shixian watches from the side. A voice booms, ordering the J-Pure sect's 18 Peaks elders and deacons to quickly assemble at the main hall. The members of the J-Pure sect gather. One member wonders if they are fighting another sect again. Another replies that it shouldn't require all the 18 Peaks elders. A stern voice silences them, declaring that the Great Grand Elder is talking. Someone reflects on having waited for this moment for almost 1,000 years. One member states that 1,000 years ago, they were just like tiny ants in front of him. Another replies that now that 1,000 years have passed, it's time to show him how strong they have become. Someone orders to get ready to move out and not mess anything up. Another asks if they really have to do this. One member states that this is very important and no amount of preparation will be enough. Another shouts to look at the sky and asks what that is. Someone asks, huh? A swirling portal opens. A dragon laughs. The dragon declares that it's been almost 1,000 years since they last met and wants to see how far they have gotten. A man warns not to disappoint him. A mighty coercion emanates from all directions of the portal. The J-Pure sect members reel back, their faces etched with shock. The coercion bearing down on them far surpasses even Duan Tongtian's. The deity, slaying elder, eyes glowing with power, commands the sect to form the formation. With a surge of emerald energy, the formation takes shape. The formation's power radiates outwards, bathing the sect in a protective aura. A banner unfurls, welcoming back Taoist Nine Cauldrons, the J-Pure sect's ancestor. The sect erupts in celebration, streamers flying as they welcome their ancestor's return. A sect member asks if he likes it. Taoist Nine Cauldrons surveys the scene, acknowledging the sect's improvements. He muses that they should be rewarded. The ancestor reveals a monstrous beast, stating he retrieved it from the void amalgamation realm, having slain it on his way back. He instructs them to give it to the alchemist to cultivate into pills and distribute them. Taoist Nine Cauldrons offers to personally help the disciples train their techniques as a reward. A sect member expresses that the sect can peacefully solve its crisis this time, all thanks to Elder Han. The sect members praise Elder Han, noting that he has been cultivating diligently in his cave abode and didn't come. Taoist Nine Cauldrons states that it's fine, and he will personally go visit Elder Han after 2 days. A voice echoes, expressing relief at finally having enough resources to raise him. A black bird-like creature emits a series of angry squawks. The creature's eyes narrow in displeasure. A gray dog-like creature barks happily. Elder Han sits pensively, observing the two creatures. Elder Han reflects on the chaotic nature of his pets, wondering why he was stuck with them despite his efforts to accumulate kindness and virtue. Someone comments that both of Elder Han's pets are not ordinary, wondering where he got them from. Elder Han looks up, surprised. Taoist Nine Cauldrons announces, I'm the founding ancestor, Taoist Nine Cauldrons. Taoist Nine Cauldrons is asked when he got a dog. Taoist Nine Cauldrons says, excuse me for my rudeness. Feel free to rebuke me, Taoist Nine Cauldrons. Taoist Nine Cauldrons explains that there's no need for rebuke, thanking Elder Han for his assistance when the J-Pure sect was in crisis and offering his gratitude. Taoist Nine Cauldrons states that he shall give Elder Han an opportunity, wondering if he's willing or not, as he left the great Yin cultivation world thousands of years ago. Having sought the land of immortals 1,000 years ago, and now the vice master of a sect, he had reached overseas. The founding ancestor states that he came back to bring some genius to cultivate there, and there's only one chance to find someone willing to go. The founding ancestor muses that anyone who receives this opportunity will surely be tempted. He asks if Elder Han's house almost got robbed, and if he's out there enjoying himself. A system notification appears, inviting Elder Han and Li Qingzi. The notification presents two choices: follow Taoist Nine Cauldrons overseas to obtain cultivation pills, equipment, and a numinous treasure, or continue to stay in the J-Pure sect to cultivate while keeping a low profile for stability and obtain inheritance. The founding ancestor asks if the J-Pure sect is considered invincible overseas, then pauses considering. Li Qingzi asks if the J-Pure sect is not invincible and still one of the overlords, then asks what overlord means and if they have rivals. The founding ancestor explains that the J-Pure sect has many experts in the void amalgamation realm, and outsiders are unable to shake up their sect. Li Qingzi states that he sees. If Elder Han is in a dilemma, the founding ancestor says they can put this matter aside for now. The founding ancestor wonders what they should do if Elder Han decided to follow Taoist Nine Cauldrons and leave, and if the J-Pure sect is in danger again. The founding ancestor states that he will stay here for at least 50 years before he leaves, and they will transform the J-Pure sect into the holy land of the great Yin cultivation world. He tells Elder Han that he can take his time considering. Elder Han states that there's no need for any consideration, and thanks the founding ancestor for his goodwill, choosing to stay at the J-Pure sect. He expresses his desire to aid the Jade Pure sect in its development and progress. The founding ancestor's gaze is intense, as Hanju states that he has his own way. The founding ancestor believes his Tao is to witness the Jade Pure sect flourish. The founding ancestor remains silent, his expression unreadable. The founding ancestor relents, stating that he won't force Elder Han then. Li Qingzi is surprised to hear that the whole mountain now belongs to Elder Han. The founding ancestor tells him that Elder Han no longer needs to rely on the cave abode's spirit energy, as the whole land's spirit vein will be enough. Elder Han is surprised by this. Li Qingzi thanks the founding ancestor for his generosity. The founding ancestor stands amidst the flowers. The founding ancestor is testing Elder Han's loyalty to the sect, or so Li Qingzi thinks. The founding ancestor believes he has a gist of it now. The founding ancestor instructs Li Qingzi to rearrange the cave abode for the disciples at this mountain. He also tells him to take some of the magical treasures he has been collecting from the treasure pavilion and give them to Elder Han. He also instructs him to set up a spirit gathering formation for the whole mountain and gather all the spirit energy. The founding ancestor asks if Li Qingzi is afraid there will be no one to protect the Jade Pure sect after Elder Han leaves with him. He stated that the Jade Pure sect cannot survive without Elder Han. Another man replied that they said Hanju was a cautious person. The first man responded that from what he sees, Hanju is afraid of overseas dangers, but overseas is indeed full of dangers. The founding ancestor mused that it's fine if Hanju doesn't want to leave, as it makes him feel assured that he's here guarding the Jade Pure sect. He continued, thinking that Hanju is good, but it's his first time seeing someone make such a refreshing excuse for being a coward. He then thought back to that year, stating that he was different from Hanju. The man thought to himself that the old man has started bragging again. A system notification appeared, stating that Hanju chose to stay in the Jade Pure sect and obtained a mystical power inheritance. The notification congratulated him on obtaining the mystical power Tathagata incantation. Hanju wondered if it was trying to make him into a monk. Lady Xing calls out to her husband. Lady Xing approaches, announcing she has acquired some treasures. Hanju asks where she got them. Lady Xing explains that she went to the market earlier to participate in an auction and rake in some treasures. She continues, stating that on her way back, someone tried to steal her treasure but was killed by her. She reveals the treasure came from a storage ring. The fellow Taoist who went with her told her that this is a connate spirit gathering jade, and it's extremely rare. It can automatically gather the spirit energy from earth veins and convert them into spirit pills, making it an amazing treasure. Lady Xing exclaims not to just randomly pick things up, as there's a malicious spirit sealed within it. A warning flashes, stating that one's body and soul will be consumed if they use it to cultivate. Lady Xing wonders how this could be, as she used her divine sense to examine it. It's explained that the item has used its fury energy to disguise as spirit energy, and one needs to at least be in the nascent soul realm to see through it. A small creature nearby is scared. Lady Xing apologizes, stating she almost harmed her husband and will throw it out now. Hanju tells her to wait, as he can purify it, and asks her to bring it there. Xing Hongxian sighs in relief, expressing her gratitude. It was all thanks to my husband, who cultivated to a higher realm and saw right through it. How can I repay you? How about I use mine? She holds out a green orb. You can keep this. I've already removed the malicious spirit inside. You will need this treasure once you break through into the golden core realm. The woman named Xing Hongxian offers the orb to Hanju. Hus, your cultivation speed is too slow. At this rate, you won't be able to become my Tao companion. Hanju, averting his gaze, thinks to himself, shit, I think I was a little too harsh. Xing Hongxian holds out a ring. Xing Hongxian, inside this ring is all the treasures you've gifted me. I've been storing them carefully for you. I'll give it back to you. Hanju looks down, a slight blush on his face. He takes the ring from her. Xing Hongxian's eyes widen slightly. In chibi form, Xing Hongxian says, wait, what you're thinking is not what I mean. I only hope you will do your best to cultivate. She thinks to herself that their relationship must remain a secret for now. Lady Xing recalls Hanju's caring nature, thinking it was to be expected. A dog-like creature tells its companion to take a look, calling Lady Xing a player. Lady Xing wonders if she truly deserves her husband, even though she used to have the upper hand. She remembers enduring so much back then, becoming a cultivator to get her revenge. She put in so much effort to improve, but others have no idea how much money she spent, always thinking everyone was just like her. Until the day she first saw him, the him from back then was just a young boy who didn't even have a spirit root. Lady Xing recalls that his looks were to her taste, so she gave Hanju a spirit molding pill. That pill's effect was to develop a random spirit root in the body of the person who consumed it. She reflects on how his strength would skyrocket, and he would become one of the best within the Jade Pure sect. Comparison really kills one's joy, she thinks. But this is the truth. She really should work harder. Thinking it's nothing, Lady Xing decides she'll go cultivate first. She wonders why she is suddenly in a bad mood, musing that a woman's heart sure is hard to guess. Meanwhile, 1.5 years later, after Taoist 9 Cauldrons returned, He personally reorganized the Jade Pure Sect's 18 peaks. The spirit energy in the inner sect spirit pools also significantly increased. Not only that, he even tamed a few great demons, each equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator to guard the sect and the 10,000 demons realm. With everything adding together, the Jade Pure sect was growing stronger. Following the starting of the Millennium Ceremony, all the orthodox sects of the Great Yin cultivation world sent their delegates to congratulate the Jade Pure sect. The Jade Pure sect welcomed a never-seen liveliness. The Jade Pure sect's strength is indeed hard to fathom. It's said that even the Raincoat sect's sect master died here. The city bustles with activity. Hanju was not interested in the Millennium Ceremony. Cultivation meant everything to him. Unless something was exciting, a voice warns that if they get any bigger, they won't be able to fit the cave's entrance. They have to live outdoors for now, and remember not to go down to the mountain. A system notification appears. Detected, bearer of Khanate Providence. The reincarnation of the Jinx of the Heavenly Court. He was born with bad luck and would bring calamity to the people around him. He had an extremely overpowering destiny, and people around him were often forced to death by bad luck. At the same time, he would always be able to turn the situation around for himself. When he heard that the Jade Pure sect was the strongest in the cultivation world, he wanted to join it to learn an orthodox cultivation method. Reincarnation of the Jinx of the Heavenly Court, often forced to death by bad luck, while he would always be able to turn the situation around for himself. A figure is shocked. Someone exclaims, "Holy shit. System, quickly tell me where he is. Wait, I have divine sense. I have to search for him. I can't allow him to make it close to the Jade Pure." Even though his providence, as the descendant of an immortal emperor, can block the Jinx effect, the Jade Pure sect can't. Suchi runs towards the Jade Pure sect. Suchi pants as he approaches the Jade Pure sect. Suchi exclaims to himself that he has finally reached the Jade Pure sect. He tells himself that he will have to train diligently in the future. Suchi thinks to himself that he is the best, and that the first step to cultivation might be small, but it's a big step in life. Footsteps echoed, drawing closer to the entrance of the Jade Pure sect. A figure approached, their pace quickening with purpose. He stood before a man in blue robes, his expression eager. The man scrutinized him, his gaze sharp. "Why did a mortal like you come here? Are you an immortal from the Jade Pure sect?" Suchi declared, his voice filled with determination. "I want to join the Jade Pure sect. Can I straight away join the inner sect?" He insisted, his eyes shining with conviction. "I won't disappoint you with my talent." The man's expression soured. "Letting you join and get ruined by your bad luck?" The man continued, his tone dismissive. "You are too old. You've missed the crucial years to cultivate. How about I teach you a chi receiving spell, and you go find someone else to be your master?" Suchi stood firm, his hand outstretched. "No way. I want to join the Jade Pure sect." The man pointed a finger, his voice rising in annoyance. "You must have come here to steal students, right? Aren't you too shameless? How did a brat like you know so much stuff? So annoying." Suchi crossed his arms, his expression defiant. "Don't you be too green to fool me. So you won't leave?" "No." With a sigh, the man grabs Suchi. "Fine." He screams, begging for his life as the man grabs him. "Don't kill me." The man's blue and white robes ripple as he moves. The man scoffs, "What a joke. I won't be able to handle the Jinx." A voice cries out from the cliffside, demanding to be released. The figure plummets downwards, letting out a cry of pain. A figure in blue robes demands to know the identity of the person before them. The other figure replies that they don't need to know. A system notification appears, stating that since the person is unwilling to leave, they will be staying at this place from today onwards and shouldn't even think about going out in this life. A notification appears, stating that Suchi has developed hatred towards the viewer, with a current hatred level of 2 stars. A man with dark hair and eyes wonders if he is not going to suffer. A figure in blue robes stands before a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes. A wave of dangerous aura is vaguely felt, as if it will explode soon. Suchi's eyes glow red as he wonders if the Jinx is activating. The figure in blue robes stands silently over the prone form of Suchi. Suchi asks if there is any food, as it has been a few days since he last ate. The figure in blue robes asks which path he took to come here, and if he didn't eat anything on the road. Suchi sobs, saying he didn't get to eat anything. The figure in blue robes thinks that it is as expected of the Jinx of the Heavenly Court, as Suchi explains that he went to 7 different restaurants, but for unknown reasons, they either suddenly went bankrupt or were robbed by bandits. A system notification announces the arrival of a delivery, urging someone to come and receive it. A spread of dishes awaits. Another system notification indicates that Suchi has developed favorability towards someone, currently at 3 stars. More food is displayed. Suchi exclaims that he has never eaten such luxurious food before. The senior thanks him and suggests they dig in, while thinking that children are innocent. From what the senior heard from Suchi, it appears he didn't know all the bad luck came from him. A person born unlucky is fated to be alone for his whole life. Such a pitiful child. Some truths are better left unknown. The senior asks how the taste is, stating that this will be Su Chi's last meal. The senior explains that Su Chi will have to start cultivating in the future, showing him the chi receiving spell that he will be cultivating. Su Chi thanks him for his kindness, wondering if he brought him here for cultivation. Su Chi is told that he has to cultivate diligently and can't betray the senior's effort. A system notification indicates that Su Chi's favorability towards someone has increased, currently at 5 stars. The senior thinks that this kid is quite easy to win over. The senior states that Su Chi will have to follow the rules when he's cultivating here. First of all, Su Chi asks how the senior did this, wondering if he can learn the Heartless Flying Sword. The senior explains that learning this will cause him to lose his emotion. Su Chi thinks he heard a chicken and dog sneezing. The senior says there's no need to let them in to get warmed, as they like staying outside. 13 years pass. Hanju wonders what is causing the sudden noise. Hanju's companion reminds him that Taoist 9 Cauldrons took some core disciples and went overseas 10 years ago. Su Chi notes that there are a lot of cheerful noises coming from outside, guessing that they've returned. It is noted that Su Chi is really talented, having easily made a breakthrough without even depending on the Foundation Establishment pills, reaching the 2nd level of the Foundation Establishment realm. A voice shouts that he has returned from overseas and has good news. Chang Yuer is holding a chibi character. Su Chi thinks that the place is cramped. Compared to the days when he was overseas fighting every day, this place is like heaven. Chang Yuer says that she didn't know Junior Brother was such a romantic person. Hanju tells her to stop joking around, stating that the pavilion was gifted to him by the sect and is quite suitable for receiving guests. Chang Yuek says that now they can completely avoid Su Chi. She then asks if Hanju knew that the Raincoat sect is completely destroyed. Chang Yuer reacts to the news, stating that it's good news. She recounts how the ancestor led some core disciples to beat up others and rob them upon their return. Hanju expresses his hope that she was present to witness the pale faces of those who saw the ancestor. He is glad there is no more hidden danger, allowing him to cultivate in seclusion. Hanju asks if she cultivated diligently during this time. Chang Yuer replies that she has been cultivating with all she had since reaching overseas and has been waiting to share the great Tao with him. The bird asks his bro who that woman is. The dog remarks that the woman seems to really like their master. The bird warns not to be fooled by her eyes, calling it greed and claiming she wants to eat master. The dog asks if he isn't overthinking. The bird states that it obviously looks like love affinity. He continues, saying that in the path of cultivation, all one can depend on is oneself, and love will only interfere with the great Tao, which is what master taught him. The dog asks the bird if he really believes that, and how he is going to become a phoenix with his chicken brain. The dog tells the bird to shut up, asking how much of his feather is falling for him to be able to make this feather duster. A system notification appears, stating that Yang Tiandong was attacked by a fiendish cultivator. Xian Qingjun was attacked by demons and severely injured. Xian Qingjun was attacked by Buddhists and was severely injured. Xian Qingjun was killed and revived, and Zhou Fan accidentally entered an ancient forbidden ground and his providence changed. The notification ends with the statement that Xian Qingjun got killed. The woman is shown, and the text says she got defeated even with her cultivation as the demon lord. The world sure is dangerous. Hanju expresses his thankfulness that she got revived and states that if he meets her again, he should ask how to revive. A voice echoes, reminding someone that it's getting late and they still need to greet their master. The voice grants permission for them to leave, promising to see them next time. A man with a brown ponytail expresses relief that senior sister is safe. He notes that there seems to be a limit to the time spent in contact for Su Chi's jinx. A character's eyes widen in surprise. An older man with gray hair and a beard smiles, as a younger man with blonde hair stands behind him. The younger man says, "You to return." The older man asks if someone is referring to his disciple, commenting that his potential is quite good. A voice booms, identifying themselves as the founding ancestor of the Jade Pure sect. The voice adds, "Han, my little friend, Han, I've been waiting for." Han's eyes widen in shock. The old man, having just returned from overseas, explains that he has brought back treasures to replenish the cave abode's spirit energy. He asks this disciple to help plant them later. The old man wonders if the disciple's aptitude is good enough to bring him overseas to train. A voice booms, questioning if the ancestor has a death wish for bringing the jinx with him. The old man asks the young man if he is willing to follow him overseas and cultivate. The young man exclaims in excitement. The old man thinks to himself that Hanju is afraid of annoying things and might be grateful if he takes this boy away. Another voice thinks that the boy has a unique circumstance and it would be better if he didn't take him. The old man asks if he is worried that he will affect his cultivation. He responds that he won't be affecting him. He still took the time to visit Senior and even asked his opinion. The young man thinks that this means Senior is not someone ordinary. He decides to just follow him until the end. The old man asks if there is nothing else and asks how his body is feeling. The disciple thanks him for his kindness. The young man wishes to stay beside Senior. The founding ancestor, stroking his beard, remarks, "Like master, like disciple." Huh? Fine then. The founding ancestor continues, young friend, I've already gone to all of the sects in the great yin cultivation world. The founding ancestor declares, in the future, no one will dare to bother the Jade Pure sect anymore. Now, you can cultivate in peace. The founding ancestor adds, there's another matter. During this trip, I found an ancient forbidden ground. There are abundant resources inside. Hanju thinks to himself, ancient forbidden ground? Just hearing its name alone, make me feel like it's not going to be a peaceful place. Hanju reflects, hold on, isn't this the forbidden place where Zhou Fan fell into? This reminds me, there's been no new news from Zhou Fan after that incident. The founding ancestor says, I'll pass. You should offer this opportunity to the other disciples. The founding ancestor replies, I knew you would say that. There's still another matter. In 20 years, I will have to leave. The founding ancestor explains, the heavenly immortal abode is opening soon. I'm planning to go into the abode to search for great Tao. Do you want to accompany me? Let me tell you, this heavenly immortal abode has an extraordinary background. Once every century, disciples who ascended to become immortals would appear. Isn't this the same opportunity Xin Qingjun intended to offer me? Hanju recalls, the heavenly immortal abode token. I refused it even back then. I never expected the heavenly immortal abode to be so amazing that even an expert of the 8th level of the void amalgamation realm wants to join it. Hanyu apologis, I'm sorry, ancestor. Someone once offered me the same opportunity. However, it's not what I want. Even the heavenly immortal abode can't tempt you. Then I have. The founding ancestor says, my disciples are all too careless. I'll feel assured to know that you're here, guarding this place. Let's have a spar next time and see who's stronger. Hanyu thinks, Hodori, I won't be able to catch up to your cultivation even if you give me another 1,000 years. He watched as the founding ancestor departed. The ancestor was in contact with Su Qi for so long, and Hanju guessed he wouldn't be able to avoid bad luck. 10 years later, a system message appeared. Mo Fuzhou was attacked by demons. Mo Zhu was attacked by demons, and Taoist 9 cauldrons encountered an inner demon during cultivation. Another message appeared. Zhou Fan was dead, his soul recalled by a mighty figure and reborn. The ancestor was surely unlucky for the past few years, but at least he wasn't dead yet. In any case, an 8th level of the void amalgamation was amazing. Hanju couldn't defeat him even when he used all his tricks. Hanju reflected that he only managed to hold on for 30 minutes during the simulation trial he initiated just now. He guessed there was still some room for improvement. Because of Su Qi's cultivation in the cave abode, his bad luck seemed to have gotten stronger. The pet slept soundly. It was so peaceful. Xinghongxian just came back. You should go and visit her. The entrance to the cave abode. The cave abode was nestled in the mountains. Hanju stood outside the door. Miss Xing, are you there? He called. Xinghongxian stirred, still so early in the morning. NGH, she mumbled. Xinghongxuan's legs were visible as she sat up. She calls out to him, husband. Hanju is greeted with, you came at the right time. Xinghongxian says, let me show you a treasure. Hanju responds with a hesitant, I. She pulls him closer, saying, let's come in and talk. Inside, a collection of items is displayed. Xinghongxian explains, a few years ago, I went to the ancient forbidden ground and obtained quite a lot of treasures there. You can take anything you like. Hanju thinks, I get Miss Xing's feelings. However, all these treasures look ordinary. But then, it will be hard for her to obtain high-grade treasures with her cultivation. Hanju's eyes widen slightly as he notices something. A memorial tablet is shown. Hanju observes, this looks like a memorial tablet, but there are no words written on it, and there's a vague hint of spirituality in it. Even as a soul formation cultivator, I can't feel anything. I can only vaguely feel it by using my divine sense. This item is not ordinary. He activates his divine sense. Xinghongxian thinks, it's been a while since I last saw him up close. Xinghongxuan's face is shown in close-up. What could the reason be? Hanju's eyes narrowed, a web of possibilities unfolding before him. A voice echoed in the void, speaking of a memorial tablet and an extraordinary owner. He mused, perhaps there was some kind of secret treasure hidden within it. His divine sense tingled, as he realized the heavenly puppet was made out of spiritual energy, its durability changing depending on the creator's cultivation. The voice continued, explaining that the heavenly puppet was not able to fight automatically, requiring the creator to use a trace of his soul thought to control it. Then, wasn't this just a clone? Even if the heavenly puppet is destroyed, it will not affect the creator. After the spiritual energy is depleted, the puppet will stop moving, and it will start moving again once only when a user injects spiritual energy into it. He cursed. This is only if you use spiritual energy to create it. If you refine it using treasures, its endurance will extend, and its strength will far surpass the creator. Because it doesn't need to breathe, you can make a few heavenly puppets and store them in the storage ring for use. Whoa, it changes from being a clone to a bodyguard. It is said that if you use the best treasures and spiritual energy in the world, you'll be able to create the ultimate heavenly puppet. Its power can rival even the Emperor of Immortal. Hanju's eyes widened in shock. Fairy Shixian's expression is one of longing. She watches as Hanju prepares to leave. From the mountain, a desperate cry rings out. Stop it! Fairy Shixian, holding a pillow, calls out, Husband, you come back. She thinks to herself that she is too bold, but it is also her fault for not guarding herself properly. Hanju, with a wave, says, Once again, thank you. I'll return and study it first. I'll come back next time. Fairy Shixian buries her face in the pillow, her cheeks flushed. Her eyes peek out from behind the pillow, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. He thinks to himself that the heavenly puppet technique is extraordinary, as expected from the ancient forbidden ground. Under normal circumstances, it's difficult for spiritual energy to materialize, not to mention making a puppet out of it. However, this heavenly puppet technique can do it. It is even possible to share the vision with the puppet, which means he realizes he can make one for each of them. In case they encounter danger, the heavenly puppet might be able to save them. Even if the puppet can't win, he can make it in time to save them by sharing their location. 3 women stand together, their expressions unreadable. Honyu's frustration bilsover. WRYYYYYYYYY. I'm going to make 10. However, Hanju underestimated the difficulty of creating the heavenly puppet. The stone tablet reads, It's broken? Why is it? He continues to struggle. Carve a face. Polish. Slowly. Why is it cracked? I don't believe I can't do it. 2 years later, Xing Hongxian receives the puppet. Miss Xing, this puppet is for you. Hanju explains, you can store it in the storage ring. In the future, remember to bring it with you no matter where you go. It can save you in critical moments. Xing Hongxian is delighted. What? It looks just like, she exclaims, it's so cute. Thank you, junior brother. Xing Hongxian gazes at the puppet, speechless. Hanju reflects, because the heavenly puppet is incredible, Hanju was going to create a whole army of it. However, Hanju found out that the sole thought required to control the puppet is like diving his soul. It will greatly affect his cultivation. Forget it, dividing it too much will cause problems. It's not like I'm making a soul weapon. He continues, furthermore, I didn't cultivate for 2 whole years because I was busy making these. I can't delay my cultivation anymore. A system notification appears. You are already 200 years old. You have lived for a very long time. You have the following choices for your future cultivation. Hanju thinks, I'm already 200 years old. Time sure flies. The system chimes in, notifying him that by choosing to cultivate a low profile, he has obtained a numinous treasure. It's another defensive numinous treasure. He thinks, pleased that the system really knows what he wants. He's equipped with numinous treasure from head to toe. The Frost Lord's glazed crown, a 4th grade treasure, is so small, Hanju muses. Those who are below the void amalgamation realm won't be able to threaten him. He is also wearing the Little Universe belt and 9 stars spirit trampling boots. Chang Yuer exclaims that Senior became even more handsome after changing his hairband. Hanju retorts that it's a crown, not a hairband. In the end, numinous treasures are still objects, Hanju thinks. He still has to depend on himself to become stronger. It's been a long time, he thinks, since he focused on his cultivation. Taoist 9 Cauldrons once again brought a batch of disciples to go overseas. An old man sobs, lamenting his junior brother and wondering how he can live without him. Tears streamed down the faces of the chibi figures. A figure on the shore offered a farewell wave. Hope you have a safe journey. He stared ahead, the system detecting the strongest person in the J-Pure sect. A name appeared, Li Qianlong, 5th level of the Soul Formation realm, the successor of the Poison King. The revelation prompted a silent, internal exclamation. Hanju wondered why the name Li Qianlong sounded familiar. Fairy Shixian recalled that Mo Zhu had mentioned it before. Someone had found the J-Pure sect's deceased genius, Li Qianlong's cave abode. She had heard that he was half-step into the Soul Formation realm when he was still alive, and the items he left behind were amazing. Fairy Shixian asked Hanju if he was really not going to exploit this opportunity. Hanju thought it strange that Li Qianlong would pretend to be dead, and wondered why he hadn't heard anything about his arrival. A cultivator of the 5th level Soul Formation realm was among the best in the entire Great Yin cultivation world, and should have caused quite a stir wherever he went. If he was one of them, the sect must have been informed. However, there had been no announcement so far, which could only mean he had sneaked in. The disciples of the elite class were allowed this month to go to the ancient Forbidden Grounds secret temple. Everyone could rest assured and cultivate. Taoist 9 Cauldrons noted that although Taoist 9 Cauldrons left in a hurry this time, he still left behind a number of opportunities for them, and they should not waste his effort. Someone chuckled, stating that the old man was finally gone and they had been waiting for this opportunity for so long. A voice told someone to calm down, as there was still one person who stood in their way. Before he could put his plan into action, the deity, slaying elder, resolved to deal with someone first. He was the most mysterious person in the J-Pure sect. On desolate ground, Zhou Fan wondered if he was going to accept his fate just like this. No, he would be the one who controlled his fate. A surge of power began to emanate from him. The power intensified. The energy crackled around him. He screamed, his body racked with change. Flames of purple energy erupted. What's this? 5 years later, Zhou Fan had obtained the domination physique, shaking heaven and earth. His dad companion, Xian Qingjun, experienced the aspects of life and comprehended a mystical power. His good friend, Mo Fuzhou, had fallen to the demonic path. His divine pet, chaotic heavenly dog, had comprehended its innate mystical power. His good friend, Taoist Nine Cauldrons, was attacked by the Beast King and was heavily injured. Taoist Nine Cauldrons is furious, and his Tao heart is damaged. Hanju stares intently at a glowing blue screen, a look of consternation on his face. Why did so many things happen in these 5 years, he wonders. The situation is bad. Hanju realizes, I will get surpassed by them if this goes on. A notification appears on the screen. Checking the Jade Pure Sex vicinity, there are no traces of Li Qianlong. Hanju thinks, did he leave just like that? It's good he didn't cause any trouble. I even took the time to monitor him and got distracted when I was supposed to be cultivating. Golden light erupts around Hanju as he begins to meditate. He resolves, it's time to do my best now. I dare to see who can put in more effort than me. A voice comments, how many times has this happened this year? I think it's the 3rd time. I never saw him rest. 2 spirit beasts watch Hanju. One says, Senior has always been this way. He is brave enough to handle hemorrhoids. The sect master speaks to Elder Han. Hanju's cultivation reaches the 8th level of the soul formation realm. The sect master says, please stop right there, sect master. We'll change the place to talk. A spirit beast asks, Senior, why do you not allow me to meet anyone? Elder Han says, sigh, I wonder what have you come here for, sect master? Elder Han, it's been a while. Your hairband looks nice. The sect master replies, cultivation conference? It sounds like a place where troubles are bound to happen. He continues, the cultivation conference held by the group of Orthodox sects is starting soon. I was here to ask you if you were willing to go. Elder Han says, I don't. The sect master continues, the conference this time will be held at the imperial capital of Great Yin. You can obtain the providence of the human race just by attending it. It will be beneficial for your cultivation. Hanju says, I won't go, since the others have already received the news that the ancestor left. You should get. A girl with brown hair says what she means, adding that she knew he would say something like this and refuse a massive opportunity. A man with green hair and glasses responds that he's going to make her jealous after he comes back with the providence. Speaking of which, the sect master asks what he thinks about Li Qianlong. A close-up shows white hair. A close-up shows a character with glasses asking how he knows about that scumbag. A character with horns states that Li Qianlong used to be his disciple. He was a once-in-a-century talent. Both he and Guan Yugang liked Fairy Shixian. So those two once fought to death, and my master had to intervene and stop them. But Li Qianlong, that bastard, refused to accept the intervention and ambush my master. Fortunately, I interfered in time and prevented the disaster. His meridians were severed, and he was imprisoned to reflect on his mistake. However, he escaped the prison, but before running away, he left a letter. He said that one day, he would surely come back to overthrow the Jade Pure sect. Master Sure is a sinful woman. No wonder she forbids the Jade Serene Peak's disciples to flirt. The sect master frowned, his brow furrowed with concern. But why did you suddenly mention him? He asked. A while ago, I came across Li Qianlong's disciple in the inner city. He was dragging people to join him and even invited me. Fairy Shixian listened intently. But he was gone when I tried to look for him recently. What? He's already been here. What the heck do you mean he was dragging people to join him? She paused, then continued. He said he caught a fish and found a note inside the fish's stomach. The note said something like, he shall rise, and blah blah blah. The sect master adjusted his glasses, his expression thoughtful. I didn't pay attention to what he said. However, he seems to be hinting at something. He shall rise. He's going to overthrow the Jade Pure sect. A voice echoed. Elder Han, you have to capture him. Remember to control your strength. Don't kill him. Another voice responded. Okay. The sect master turned away, addressing someone unseen. I need to inform the other junior brothers and sisters and tell them to put their guard up. Fairy Shixian called out. Please take care, Elder Han. The sect master replied. Be careful, sect master. A system notification appeared before Fairy Shixian. The system notification read, you rejected the sect master's invitation and obtained a numinous treasure. Congratulations on obtaining a supreme grade numinous treasure. The words Book of Misfortune appeared. What the? Supreme grade. A hand reached out towards the glowing light. The words Book of Misfortune, Supreme grade numinous treasure appeared on the book. The book glowed with power. It can curse living beings and bring misfortune to them. At the same time, it will not be detected by them. Fairy Shixian looked shocked. Has there ever been this big of a commotion when I received treasure? The Book of Misfortune radiated golden light. 10 years after the Fiend Emperor Jinaiha passed away, Mount Cultivate diligently became Immortal, Jade Pure Sacred Sect, Great Yin, the second level of the Mahayana realm, the 9th level of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. After reaching the 9th level of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, Hanju could absorb the essence of the sun and moon from above and absorb the 9 nether spirit chi of the netherworld below. This mystical power came with the 8th level of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. It enabled one to enter the netherworld, absorb souls, and place them into the cycle of reincarnation. Up until now, with the excuse that his cultivation needed to be higher, Hanju never ventured to the netherworld. Now that he's achieved great completion of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, it's time to go down and take a look. Meanwhile, a beam of light pierces through the darkness, leading to the netherworld. A figure emerges from the shadows, their expression unreadable. Hanju stands amidst a field of red spider lilies. He wonders, red spider lilies? The door of reincarnation was really able to connect to the netherworld. The path descends into the depths of the netherworld, lined with red spider lilies. The black water here is very strange. It can actually melt his divine sense. He wondered if this could be the legendary netherworld water. Based on what Hanju had seen so far, there were simply too many unknowns, and he couldn't act rashly. Even his spiritual consciousness couldn't perceive the space around him. Where did he come from? Where was he going? Moreover, the way these bridges were arranged is erratic and chaotic. There's no way to know which is the right path. The soul observer, noticing something, asks a soul. Based on what he'd seen so far, there were simply too many unknowns. Hanju couldn't act rashly. Why when did the netherworld begin to have light? Is it the exit to the path of reincarnation? Are they trying to get him to leave? Hold on. There's someone over there? He approached a building with a sign that read soup, in season and fresh. A gloved hand carefully pours a viscous, glowing green liquid from a wooden container into a white bowl. The soul essence swirls within the bowl, its ethereal glow illuminating the dark surroundings. The last drops of the soul essence flow into the bowl, completing the strange ritual. The bowl now holds the complete soul essence, ready for its unknown purpose. The soul observer exclaims in shock. The soul disappeared. He wandered through the seemingly endless corridors of the netherworld, a question mark practically hovering over his head. Where is he exactly? The bridge of forgetfulness loomed ahead, its inscription glowing with an eerie light. Was this his destination? An immense sense of dread washed over him. He didn't want to be reincarnated yet. Why was he at the bridge of forgetfulness? He needed to get out of here. A chilling realization struck him. He couldn't move. A cracking sound echoed around him as an unseen force held him in place. A figure materialized before him, radiating an otherworldly aura. Manhwa, a being that could control the cycle of life and death, was something he couldn't afford to mess with. The weight of his situation crashed down on him. Blue energy crackled around him as he struggled against the unseen force. Just who was he dealing with? Manhwa stood tall, her face obscured by the shadows of her wide hat, a single red flower adorning its brim. Her presence radiated an ancient power. Frustration boiled over. Fuck it, he screamed, unleashing a surge of raw energy. He couldn't let her catch him. Channeling his power, he prepared a devastating technique, Mahayana real destruction. The destructive force erupted, bathing the area in golden light. He was betting everything on this. The bridge of forgetfulness was now locked, sealing his fate, one way or another. The golden light fades, the self-destruction technique having dissipated into nothingness. The woman in the wide-brimmed hat remains, seemingly unaffected by the blast. A disembodied hand reaches out, examining the broken pieces scattered across the ground. How interesting. A voice muses, laced with curiosity. Against a backdrop of towering, skeletal trees, a voice echoes. I wonder what his background is. A blinding light erupts, illuminating a complex, circular structure. Energy crackles in the air, a surge of raw power. Gazing at the radiant display, a figure with long, green hair mutters, my Mahayana realm heavenly puppet couldn't even move under her pressure. Just what is her cultivation? Catching his breath, the green-haired figure continues. Even Taoist Jian didn't have that kind of pressure. It's good that I didn't go in with my actual body. A question mark hangs in the air, a silent expression of bewilderment. Lightning flashes across the sky, illuminating a towering structure. A faint whisper carries on the wind. Just a trace of ownless power. Kneeling on the ground, Hanju reflects. That follow me back with my divine consciousness was able to freeze everything. I can't carelessly step into the netherworld again. The green-haired figure's expression darkens. If they lock onto my location with their divine consciousness, I'm afraid they might be able to kill me even if we're separated by the barrier of two worlds. Inside a dimly lit cave, the green-haired figure continues his internal monologue. To think the one time I decided to step out, things ended like this. The Mahayana realm is not enough. I don't think I'll be able to step out my entire life. A small, shadowy creature cries out, Master, Master. A close-up reveals the green-haired figure's worried expression, his brow furrowed with concern. Elsewhere, a woman with orange hair buns exclaims, Big problem. Those two suns are about to fall down. Beside her, a figure with brown hair buns responds with a shocked, "What? Have those two golden crows finally steeled their hearts to descend into the mortal realm? This problem is all because of you, so you are the one who should fix it." Brilliant fireworks explode in the night sky, illuminating the distant mountains. Lanterns line a bustling street, leading towards the Great Fortune Hall. The annual Spring Festival Convention is beginning soon. A stage is set with a golden dragon and the year 2024 displayed prominently. A voice booms, inviting everyone to guess the shows that will be featured this year. Three chibi figures express their feelings about marriage and children. A bird-like character in a floral robe stands on stage, confessing how much he missed everyone. The bird-like character asks if the fellow Taoist has finished their training and missions. The audience looks on with varying expressions. The bird-like character continues, announcing that today's show is related to training, and without further ado, the show will start. A figure with a sword leaps into action. The audience exclaims at the fierceness of the first show. A figure declares that the people above decided to give the fiendish path a chance to turn over a new leaf. A mummy-like figure declares that they will inherit his will and make the fiendish path prosper again. He urges others to face the truth and give up evil. The sword-wielding figure tells the mummy-like figure to listen to his advice, while the bird-like character wonders what's going on, as the first show was supposed to be Xiang Sheng. A man in a red robe asks the larger man where his partner is. The man in the red robe cries out for Yin Zi, lamenting how he is supposed to live without him. The larger man realizes that the fight on stage is not part of the performance. A figure wrapped in bandages and a figure with purple hair stand on the Spring Festival stage, ready to fight. The bandaged figure hopes they didn't offend anyone. Little Jian's mother tells him to stop fighting, reminding him it's Lunar New Year. Little Jian's parents ask why he is here and if he needs to work. They took the day off to see him, reminding him that she retired when she was 350 years old. His mother knows it wasn't easy for him out there and that he didn't get to enjoy hot meals. She specially made his favorite food. His mother made pork with mushroom and chestnut dumplings, even adding tomato sauce. Little Jian is surprised that she knows him so well. Little Jian's mother tells him that it's not good to fight and kill during Lunar New Year and to listen to her advice and put down his butcher knife. The bandaged figure says that putting aside the problem about the righteous and fiendish path, the fact that he eats dumplings with tomato sauce and not vinegar is enough for him to have a deadly fight with Little Jian. The bandaged figure is fed a dumpling. He is asked how the taste is. The bandaged figure says to hold on to the filling, noting the garlic vinegar. A woman declares she is from the reconnaissance division, her expression stern. She thinks you won't know the background of her dumplings. A box of dumplings is presented, including chocolate strawberry dumplings with garlic vinegar. The presenter hopes for peace. A bandaged figure is wished a healthy body and longevity. Another figure argues that a heretic who eats chocolate strawberry filling has no right to talk ill about them, stating only one can stay alive. It's Lunar New Year, but fighting and killing is bad. A voice calls out, suggesting that since the tension has been set up to this point, they should all come together. The group sits around a table covered in dumplings, enjoying the meal. A stage is set with a dragon decoration, seemingly destroyed. A character speaking into a microphone notes that they destroyed the stage just to make dumplings, meaning the other shows won't be able to proceed. They suggest dismissing the audience, as it's enough to have the dumpling-making theme for the Spring Festival Convention. They are asked if the performance is over already, and the crowd demands their money back. Someone declares, "The money," and orders the activation of the emergency plan. A character asks their master if they are sure they are going to use that plan. The master confirms, stating that's right since they pulled an all-nighter to make it. An announcement declares that the show is personally directed and produced by the Jade Pure Sacred Sect's one and only deity, Slaying Elder. It's titled, Adventuring. The crowd wonders if this show is really prepared by deity, Slaying Elder, noting it's their first time seeing deity, Slaying Elder, joining a banquet. They express excitement and anticipation. The crowd notices a drawing of the heaven and earth divine fruit, calling it a legendary item. It's rumored that eating that fruit can increase one's cultivation by 3 minor realms. The divine fruit hangs suspended in the air, ripe for the taking. Someone dares to covet the fruit, drawing the ire of others. Suchi notes that the surrounding cultivators are stronger than they are, suggesting a retreat. His companion disagrees. He declares that even if there's danger, their master will save them. He proposes splitting up, offering to attract the enemies while Suchi goes for the fruit, warning him not to stray too far. The companion pleads for their master's protection. Suchi and his companion advance. Suchi walks past the defeated. He stands before a volcanic landscape, lightning crackling in the sky. Observers note that he can pass through the battleground without a scratch, while those who attack him suffer misfortune, remarking on his incredible providence. They don't believe it's ordinary luck. Suchi reaches for the divine fruit. When Suchi was just a step away from success, something unwarranted happened. The divine fruit was invaded by Suchi's misfortune, mutating and spreading a strange poison. Figures plummet from the mountain. The deity Slaying Elder's message is recalled, No matter how profound one's providence is, it will be exhausted one day, and one can't just rely on providence. They remark that the short video contains such a profound principle. The chibi figures comment on the husband's warning, suggesting it might persuade cultivators to venture outside. One of the figures exclaims that there's a plot twist. Suchi fainted, causing the divine fruit he had obtained to fall off the cliff. The fruit, combining with misfortune, transformed into a super rare, highest-grade divine fruit. The ghost-like figures discuss the deity slaying elder's message, questioning if perseverance can turn disaster into a fortuitous encounter. But the other one says that even if you have a fortuitous encounter, you need to be strong enough to hold on to it. The divine fruit plummets down the cliff face. The fruit splashes into the water. Someone wearing brown boots finds the fruit washed up on the shore, remarking that it looks delicious. The person reaches for the fruit. A young girl is shown eating the fruit. The ghost-like figures are shown again, with text indicating that Fong Liang ate the heaven and earth divine fruit, causing his cultivation to skyrocket. The deity, slaying elder, in a round, bird-like form, states that everyone saw how important providence is during the adventure training. He explains that he prepared providence dumplings for everyone, which will temporarily increase their providence to a level rivaling the sun of heaven and earth for 3 minutes. The crowd cheers as the dumplings are distributed. It appears that 2 golden crows are determined to enter the mortal world. A landscape burns with fiery intensity. Animals flee in terror through a forest consumed by flames. A group of people look up, their faces etched with alarm. Someone shouts, "Third team, hold it off. Fourth team, hurry up." A lone flag stands amidst a field, the air thick with smoke and ash. Blackie is blamed for withering the spiritual plants. Someone suggests sacrificing him. A man with long, reddish-brown hair expresses concern. If those 2 really come in, the J-Pure sacred sect will be leveled. For God's sake, one danger is just gone, and another came. It's been only a while since the issue of the fiendish path was resolved, and here came 2 more bastards seeking death. A figure flies toward a shimmering barrier, a voice wondering if the mortal world's barrier is just for show. Close up on the face of the man from panel 8, his eyes wide with shock. Cracks. How on earth did the cracks appear? Cracks spiderweb across the barrier. Did the golden crows come after noticing this? Shards of the barrier rain down, each impact echoing the growing dread. A blinding explosion of energy ripped through the sky, the air crackling with raw power. Panic seized the streets. Just leave it be. The golden crows will grill him themselves, one man shouted. Another cried, "Holy shit! Is the sky collapsing?" The crowd scattered, their faces etched with terror. "We are done for. It's evaporating." Duan Tongtian considered his options, a grim determination hardening his gaze. Should I use the heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing swordfinger? 2 bearers of connate providence have been detected, their origins now known, divine golden crow siblings. At the 7th level of the Mahayana realm, the crows were abandoned in their infancy by the golden crow divine clan due to their inferior potential. Sensing the aura of the Fusang tree, they rushed to the mortal world to become stronger. The interference of the heavenly Tao's providence by the devil race allowed the 2 golden crows to forcefully enter the mortal world. The barrier continued to weaken, the cracks widening with each surge of power. Whatever this kind of divine clan really cares about their pride, they'll get angry if I just kill them. Duan Tongtian's resolve hardened. If I can neither kill them, nor can I make them leave. The golden light intensified, bathing the world in an ominous glow. The true flame of the sun is not enough to stop me. Duan Tongtian focused his energy, his hand glowing with power. Since I'm here anyway, let's try out the skill I've forgotten for years. With a surge of power, he unleashed his attack. Here you go. Golden light gathers, coalescing into a concentrated beam of energy. He unleashes the 9 Dragons' demon-perishing seal, a technique of immense power. Duan Tongtian's expression is one of intense focus as he channels his energy. The golden crow is struck by the full force of the attack, a deafening roar echoing through the heavens. The golden crow's eyes widen in disbelief as the attack connects. 2 figures gaze upwards, one exclaiming. The 2 suns disappeared. Where did they go? A shimmering light pierces the sky, a sign of the battle's impact. A figure looks up, musing. Did the heavenly Tao patch up the cracks? It sure is quick. I guess the mortal world dodged a bullet. Duan Tongtian's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with determination. The 2 figures look up, one asking, "Hey, where did the 2 suns disappear?" One of the figures asks, "Oh, were you the one who attacked just now?" The other replies, "Yep, it was me." Duan Tongtian declares, "In that case, the person who killed the Fiend Emperor back then must be you, right? The spiritual energy just now is damn domineering. It's exactly the same as the one that appeared at the fiendish sacrificial altar. That was definitely you. Don't you dare to make excuses." He leans in close to Ji Xianshen, his expression serious. Duan Tongtian warns him, "You must never tell anyone about this." Duan Tongtian thinks to himself, if this gets exposed, it will be hard for my life to go back to being as peaceful as before. I think it'd be. Ji Xianxin looks up at Duan Tongtian, his expression earnest. He thinks, the greatest in the world, this is a good opportunity for your name to be known throughout the world. Why are you? Duan Tongtian turns away, his expression resolute. He thinks, that's all. Cultivating painstakingly. The reason I cultivate is to pursue longevity, not fame. Ji Xianxin thinks, not seeking fame, but longevity? The difference between him and me is actually our mindset. Ji Xianxin continues to think, maybe this is the path towards being the strongest? No, maybe the answer is just in front of me. It's just that everyone has a different perspective, but I never noticed. I'm a competitive person. My ambition is to defeat everyone and reach the top. Compared to him, I'm so superficial. Ji Xianxin entered a state of deep reflection. However, the author came to the rescue of the readers and omitted 18,000 words. A close-up of Ji Xianxin's face. Ji Xianxin says, thanks for the lesson. A system notification appears. Ji Xianxin's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 3 stars. Ji Xianxin thinks, why is his favorability increasing? Ji Xianxin looks up at Duan Tongtian. He says, Grandmaster, the sky went back to normal. Did you get rid of the Golden Crows? Duan Tongtian says, Golden Crow clans is a divine clan of the upper realm. There's no way I can just kill them. Ji Xianxin says, it looks like the Golden Crows went back to their home. I can sleep peacefully now. Duan Tongtian opens his sleeves wide, a strange energy swirling within. He thinks to himself that they won't be able to go back anymore. The sleeves contain heaven and earth, able to absorb the yin, yang, and all things within. The attack is unleashed, a cruel and violent blast of energy. Hot blood and incontinence are the result. The energy explodes outward, a golden crow of immense power. It's a scary coercion that makes others suffocate, the closest one has ever experienced to death. A small creature yells for others not to come near. Duan Tongtian stands with other figures. One says that Blackie better get used to it. In the future, he and these golden crows will jointly guard the Fusang tree. Another asks if these are the golden crows, and another says that divine beasts sure are different, and if it weren't for their domineering aura, he would have thought the master caught the wrong one. One of the small creatures asks their master not to tell them that he is taking them in. One of the disciples asks why Hanju went through so much trouble to keep the 2 creatures. The 2 bird-like creatures huddle together, seemingly out for training. One of the creatures asks why they must stay here. Hanju's eyes narrow as he states that the 2 of them have caused the mortal world to be in pandemonium, and questions if they think they can leave just like that. Hanju explains that he tamed them because the Fusang tree will continue to attract divine beasts. He adds that it would be cool to have the golden crow as their mount in the future. He then asks if they think it's easy to cultivate under this weather. Hanju gives them half an hour to decide if they're willing to take him as their master and stay at Mount Cultivate. One of the disciples suggests adding them to the 79 yuan golden crow combo meal if they refuse. One of the creatures declares that they are willing to submit. Hanju remarks that's more like it, and another disciple asks how they should deal with the compensation regarding the spiritual plans of the other sex. Hanju states that the matter should be kept quiet, and they'll just act ignorant. He asks if they understand, showing the 6 paths reincarnation stigma. The creatures acknowledge that they understand. Another disciple mentions that Fairy Shixian said they are divine beasts, but they don't look that strong at all. The disciple states that their strength is indeed just SOSO, and they are only in the Mahayana realm. One of the creatures is shocked by this revelation. Hanju says that from today onwards, they will be living on the Fusang tree together with Blackie, and if they're unsure about anything, just ask him. One of the creatures responds with a yes. He questioned who summoned the bird-like creatures. Hanju then declared that they would be companions from now on, instructing them to look after each other properly. One of the creatures pointed to a large, straw-like structure. It was the black-hell chicken's nest. From within the nest, the black-hell chicken pleaded for them to be nice to each other. One of the bird-like creatures lamented that his good old time was gone. The other creature tried to look on the bright side, noting that the Fusang tree would now have the golden crows to guard it and wouldn't attract weird things again, adding that they were finally free. The first creature retorted, asking if he didn't keep ranting that he wanted to go fishing. One of the creatures stated that his wish to go fishing had come true. The other creature agreed, stating that was true. A voice declared that Lord Chicken, the Golden Crow, was considered a noble bloodline in the demon clan. One of the creatures stated that if they forged a good relationship with that little girl and married into the Golden Crow clan, their future would be bright. From within the nest, the black-hell chicken declared that they were only in the Mahayana realm and that he, Lord Chicken, would reach it one day too, telling the little chicks to just wait. The 2 bird-like creatures glared menacingly. The 2 bird-like creatures stood before the nest. The 2 bird-like creatures continued to stand before the nest. 1 year later, the nest was now a memorial site, complete with flowers, a basketball, and other offerings. The woman stands in a desolate landscape, a distant figure barely visible in the background. Phoenix observes a small, bird-like creature. She finds the situation interesting. Phoenix is with a larger bird-like creature. She thinks to herself that everyone is talking about the golden crow, and that once she breaks her cultivation bottleneck and restores her bloodline, she's going to shock them all. Phoenix thinks that she has such ambition. A close-up of an eye reveals a moment of intense focus. Phoenix holds a glowing orb in her hand, stating that she's going to ascend soon and will give the Mahayana Beast core to someone. She wishes them good luck. The bird-like creature suddenly understands the master's choice. Phoenix is with the bird-like creature. The creature thinks that if she takes it, doesn't it mean she acknowledges her as, it's been a while, and she's already grown up so much. Phoenix thinks that the creature is so squishy, so cute. A man with long brown hair asks what he owes this surprise visit to. He asks Blackie where their thank you is. The bird-like creature thanks Xian. The bird-like creature is surprised to be called mistress. Phoenix tells the creature not to address her like that. A chibi-style character wonders why there is another mistress. She raises an eyebrow, her crimson eyes gleaming with amusement. Oh, another? Phoenix asks, a playful lilt in her voice. Hanju is silent. Phoenix steps closer, her expression turning serious. Come here. Tell me, what do you mean by another? Hanyu nods slowly. That's right. He replies, a hint of caution in his tone. He wonders if there's a hidden meaning in her words. Phoenix's eyes narrow, a hint of challenge in her gaze. No wonder. You even dare to keep a mistress now, as expected of a boy who has divine items by their side. Your cultivation speed, sure, is fast. Hanju wonders what she means by it, suspecting she's interested in the Fusang tree. Hanju thinks to himself, realizing she is finding an excuse to take it. He knows with his power right now, defeating her won't be hard. But if she's really going to steal it, the fight between two Mayana cultivators will flatten the entire Mount Cultivate diligently become immortal. Consequently, he'll be the one losing out in the end. He curses the fact that nothing is free in this world. He wonders how he should prevent this place from getting found out. Hanju recalls that the system still has this function. He remembers that when he was young, he used this when trying not to get noticed when cultivating. Since everyone around him was a cultivator, after joining the J-Pure sect, he stopped using it. He notes that since his cultivation has exceeded the limit, the barrier will skip 2 levels. Now, the range of the barrier can cover the entire Mount Cultivate diligently become immortal. He hopes the upper realm won't notice. The mountain landscape shimmers with ethereal light, the air thick with spiritual energy. Hanju bows slightly, his expression respectful. Thank you for your reminder, Miss Xian. Phoenix warns him to be careful from now on, and not to expose himself. She reveals that there are already some experts keeping their eye on this place, though it's hard to say who they are. She says she has other matters to attend to. Hanyu turns to Phoenix. Discuss. Let's go in and talk. Hanju addresses the bird-like creature. Listen before I come out. No one is allowed to enter the cave abode. The bird-like creature responds with a soft, ah. The bird-like creature, rendered in a chibi style, is flustered. You can try to imagine, but don't speak it out. Hanju thinks to himself that he once thought that Ji Xianxian was the #1 prodigy in the world. He never thought he'd be better than him. He never expected it would be him. He realizes he was wrong back then, but it also shows that his luck is strong. He was able to meet him before he became strong. Ascending the stone steps, Phoenix asks if Hanju will think of throwing her aside now. He assures her that he won't, referring to her as his little Dao companion. Hanju states that Phoenix helped him out when he was weak. Hanju promises that he will definitely do his best to help her now. Phoenix cuts to the chase, stating that she has a fortuitous encounter and asks if he wants it. He declines. A close-up of an eye, surrounded by pink energy, confirms that this is exactly what Hanju is thinking about. A silhouette appears, surrounded by pink energy, offering to help Hanju ascend. Hanju thinks that since he is already in the Mahayana realm, the mortal world's fortuitous encounter is useless to him now. He realizes that this is the Demon King's true appearance. A figure with demon horns asks if Hanju is willing to ascend together with her. A woman with long, flowing purple and white hair stands tall, her attire revealing. A small, chibi-like figure with white hair and horns expresses shock. Whoa, is this the Demon King's real appearance? The woman's chest is shown in detail, a red mark visible on her upper chest. The woman's legs are displayed, clad in dark leggings and adorned with golden accents. What do you think? The woman's face is close, her lips slightly parted as she extends an invitation. Ascend together with me? A man with brown hair and a calm demeanor declines the offer. No, thanks. The chibi figure throws its hands up in exasperation. Whyy. The figure then explains that ascending alone has a high risk of failing, using the Fiend Emperor as an example. The man explains his reasoning. There are bad people waiting for me in the upper realm. I might endanger you if I ascend together with you. The woman responds, stating she won't be exposed if he covers up for her. She then explains that she previously killed the Judo and was warned by the Vermilion Bird via a dream. She sighs, stating they'll just have to wait and see. The chibi figure questions the vermilion bird and what they should do, stating that if her cultivation continues to increase, the mortal world will exclude her one day. The woman's face is shown in a close-up, her eyes gleaming. You can only depend on yourself now. In that case, the man looks up, a determined expression on his face. Let me help you out one last time. Chang Yuer, looking down at Hanju, offers to give him more ways to save his own life when he ascends in the future. She continues, telling him the rumors she currently knows about the upper realm so that he can be more careful when he goes up there, calling it their urban legend. Hanju responds with a simple, sure. Chang Yuer explains that the upper realm is several times bigger than the mortal realm, so it's not weird to have anything there. She continues, saying that the widely spread rumors are about the mystery on the sage. She thought that sage was the highest realm, but they found out that that's not the case, and no one knows where the end is. Hanju asks, divine authority? She responds that there's also someone who fragmented divine authority's rules, and also the unparalleled tribulation before reaching grand unity. He responds with a huh. Chang Yuer says that instead of these, the most outrageous one is chaos conspiracy theory, and that there's a saying to this, but it's rumored. Meanwhile, outside, a character is being devoured by a large bird, and the person wonders if their master is going to get devoured again. Half a year later, a wedding photo shows a man and woman smiling at each other. The child's dad feels the baby kicking him again, and he asks to hear it. It's a girl, and they decide to call her Han Ling Ling from the word vivid. The baby girl has been loved by all since she was born. It's the baby girl's first time adventuring outside. The baby girl is shown with her family. A monstrous creature with glowing eyes and sharp teeth looms in the darkness. They have been on it for half a year, and one of the characters is sure the child is coming soon. One of the characters asks, seriously? Another character responds that they have seen a lot, and to trust them. A character tells the baby girl to let her father know if anyone is bullying her, and that she'll help her deal with them. A bird-like creature exclaims that the mistress is out, suggesting that Han Ling Ling is no longer present. It notes that Hanju must be left with only skin. Two figures stand side by side, the woman with white hair and horns. A monstrous creature wonders why things are different from the plot. The bird-like creature is addressed by a man with long brown hair, who asks what Han Ling looks like in his storyboard. The woman with white hair and horns, Little Phoenix, is told not to bully and to cultivate properly. A white fox-like creature states that with her talent, she won't be able to stay in the mortal world for long, and suggests meeting in the upper realm. Hanju stands in a field, reflecting on how he has been afraid for hundreds of years of making someone angry. He acknowledges that he is not someone who can become a typical protagonist and can't handle having so many beauties coming onto him. A voice wishes for a brilliant future, stating that it's enough to have one or two that can treat them with true heart. Chang'an was busy barbecuing and didn't pay attention to the conversation. The bird-like creature is present. 7 years later, the Jade Pure Fiend attacking troop will be coming back today, having accidentally entered an ancient mystic realm. The woman with white hair and horns, Little Phoenix, responds with me. Someone reflects on how Ji Xianxin, that brat, actually got tricked. It's noted that Mo Fuzhou obtained the providence of the devil race, and concerns are raised about the devil race gathering fiendish cultivators and emerging again. Hanju advises someone, cautioning them not to overstep the bounds. Phoenix laments that even though she avoided falling into the Demon King's hands, she still can't escape. Hanju thinks to himself that they must avoid unnecessary troubles and never spread this matter, as the Jade Pure Sacred Sect still isn't strong enough to be unafraid of anyone. Phoenix praises her husband, declaring him the #1 cultivator in the world. Phoenix declares that she doesn't care, because her husband is the strongest. The woman thinks to herself that for those without talent, even if they often gain fortuitous encounters, they still can't catch up to those geniuses. She admits that for some reason, she feels mad. She recalls Hanju during their journey when returning, and that they heard that a true devil. She thinks that she'll only give him one chance because he was once her brother, and if he crosses the line, then he shouldn't blame her for being harsh. Mo Fuzhou appeared. Elder Han asks if it's Mo Fuzhou. Elder Han thinks that they are overrated and that there might still be a lot of hidden experts in this world, and they must never underestimate. He asks if they also know about it. He wonders what they should do and if they should issue a kill order. He thinks that this has been tarnishing the Jade Pure Sacred Sect's reputation, and they need to draw the line, even though he is once. Hanju thinks to himself that if he still hasn't started randomly killing humans, then they should just leave it for now. It is said that he is one of Jade Pure's 12 geniuses. A system notification appears, stating that Di Hongye has a favorable impression of someone, with a current favorability of 3 stars. Someone asks who Di Hongye is and why he's a side character. Elder Han, his expression one of surprise, senses a powerful aura. Where did it come from? 2 golden crows stand side by side. Someone exclaims how cute they are, while another wonders how they could be the same crows that were in the sky. Elder Han realizes that this is the mystery behind the disappearance of the 2 sons, and that the honor of saving the world has fallen on their heads. Elder Han is amazing, able to tame divine beasts from the upper realm. He is asked why he suddenly called them. He tells them it's nothing. He just wanted to make them greet each other and go back now. He explains that it's because their mother asked him to take good care of them. 10 minutes ago. The card shows Di Hongye of the Golden Crow Divine clan. The card explains that Di Hongye once gave birth to 7 golden crows for her husband. The 2 youngest golden crows were expelled from the clan due to their poor potential. She has always been concerned about them. If he kills the 2 golden crows, he will receive Di Hongye's hatred, and she will not let go until he is dead. He thinks, thanking God he didn't kill them. He almost offended a scary being whose cultivation can't even be identified by the system, but to get expelled just because of their poor potential. The Golden Crow clan sure is cold-blooded. The reincarnation stigma is still there. He thinks this Di Hongye doesn't mind letting him be these chicks' master. If he can help them improve their potential, they might be of help to him when he reaches the upper realm in the future. The sect master remarks that the Black Hell chicken overreacted and was knocked out. He suggests that after the battle with the Fiend Emperor, the cultivation world will have a period of peaceful days, and the sect's disciples can go out and look for their fortuitous encounters. The elder agrees, stating he was having the same thought and will give the order. The elder states that he will stop his nagging and take his leave first. Hanju is advised to cultivate there for the time being and to bring senior sister along. Hanju thinks to himself that the Tao rhyme from his breakthrough to the Mahayana realm has not dissipated yet and can help guide others to break through into the next realm. Xing Hongshuan's expression is unreadable. Fairy Shixian has achieved a breakthrough into the next realm, and it was quick. Fairy Shixian remembers that Fairy Shixian just broke through not long ago, in comparison to her. A woman with red hair tells Hongxian that she should come as well and remember to visit her to cultivate together. The disciple is surprised. It's enough to have Fairy Shixian and Miss Chong to accompany you. No matter how you look at it, they are more eligible to cultivate in such an environment. The woman with red hair was also thinking about going out to have a walk. Maybe there's a bigger fortuitous encounter out there. The disciple asks Hongxian if she didn't just come back. Xing Hongxian tells the woman with red hair that she misunderstood something and that Hanju and she are not. She hesitated, her expression clouded with worry. It's just that. Xing Hongxian confessed, I'm afraid of being left behind by you guys in the path of cultivation. She continued, her voice tinged with resignation. Since my potential is so much worse than Fairy Shixian, it's almost impossible for me to reach the tribulation transcendence realm. Hanju remained silent, listening intently to her concerns. Xing Hongshuan's expression hardened with determination. Instead of wasting time trying to change a predetermined destiny, why not go out and give it a go? In a moment of levity, she added, ascend together with husband. However, she quickly sobered, saying, Hongxian, this is not funny. Husband. Xing Hongxian continued, her voice softening. I've been by your side for many years. I know that you have a lot of amazing techniques. Even if I'm really unable to reach the tribulation transcendence realm, you'll help me to reincarnate into a bloodline with unparalleled potential. Hanju finally spoke, his expression thoughtful. But Xing Hongxian looked away, a hint of sadness in her eyes. I don't want to let you see my ugly face when I age. I also don't want the reincarnated me to serve you with another body. She pleaded, her voice filled with hope, which is why I hope you will allow me to go out and try my luck. The sound of clapping filled the air. A voice declared, well said. The clapping continued. He listened as Xing Hongxian spoke, the silver-haired woman beside her a silent observer. She explained that she had witnessed his growth, feeling both happy and powerless with each breakthrough. Fairy Shixian considered her potential, knowing that even with her best efforts, she might not be able to catch up with him. She wouldn't understand the environment of those cultivators. Xing Hongxian thanked Hanju for his care over the years, stating it was time for her to walk her own path and no longer waste his time. Fairy Shixian then asked Miss Xing if she would mind if she accompanied her. Xing Hongxian smirked, thinking to herself that they would see who would have the last laugh. Fairy Shixian responded that of course, she wouldn't mind. In a chibi form, Fairy Shixian asked Xing Hongxian to take care of her during the journey. Hanju, looking down, said that they were fine to go. Since then, the two girls' relationship became close, just like best friends. It surpassed Fairy Shixian and Tao Comprehension Sword. A voice suggested that although their idea was good, they should rest for a while first before going out to look for a fortuitous encounter. They should also bring their heavenly puppet so they could level them up. A scenic view of mountains and valleys filled the horizon. The panel described the soul-catching flower, the strongest flower in the world, impervious to heat and cold, able to withstand thunder and tribulations. Its juice could even revive a half-dead person, making it loved by cultivators. A soul-catching flower stood tall amidst other plants. The soul-catching flower withered. A sign indicated that the Jade Pure sect changed its name. It felt unreal, as if waking from a dream. It was still the same home. The journey had been harsh, but how many years had truly passed? He wondered if everyone was doing well. Suddenly, a voice called out, Master! The figure stood tall, robes flowing around them. A voice boomed, Your disciple, Su Qi, has finally returned. The Jade Pure Sword Flying Competition, a prestigious event held at the Iamlabak Mountains biennially, is about to begin. The competition aims to promote ties among the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, Nine Dragons Sect, and Bloodfire Heavenly Sect, all while showcasing the beauty of Iamlabak, the best mountain ever. The rules are simple. The team with the shortest time, calculated by totaling the time each fencer team takes to complete the circuits and penalties, wins. Flying height is restricted to 1 meter, and fighting with swords is prohibited. The referees guide the competitors 100 meters straight ahead, then turn left in 7 meters. There's a ditch. The road will narrow in another 100 meters. Turn right in 5 meters. The track curves for 300 meters, followed by Sandstone Mountain. A competitor shouts, "We're in the lead. We have to bring glory to the Jade Serene Peak." For Master Shixian. One of the referees exclaims, "I swear this isn't the route map I saw. When did Iamlabak have C?" A competitor cries out, "Help!" as they are disqualified. Flying height limit exceeded. Everyone is disqualified. Even when the Fiend Emperor descended and destroyed the world. Hanju's eyes widen in panic. They weren't able to make me feel as panicked as I currently am. A system message appears. A new nearest strongest being has been detected. Isu Chi, 7th level of the Soul Formation Realm. A figure with blue hair exclaims, "Sususu Chi is back? Why didn't the system give me any heads up? Now that Ajanger Sui Licens Intently." He is told that if he completes a mission, he will be taken in as a disciple. The dark-haired man thinks to himself that even the demon-taming sect would be unable to stop him, deeming that sect useless. Using his divine sense, Su Chi is told that there are no forces that can make him fear now. The bear-like figure thinks that Doggy is lucky and is as expected of the one with the Providence Divine Beast title. He wonders if Su Chi can suppress Su Chi and wishes Fong Liang was there as well, noticing someone else. Su Chi stands before a grand gate, thinking that this is the place where his dreams began. He reflects that this is the home that gave him a new life, and no one is more familiar with this place. The bear-like figure questions Su Chi's familiarity with the Jade Pure sect, reminding him that he cultivated with the master on the mountain for a while only when he was young, and then went out. Su Chi dismisses this as unimportant, suggesting they go to town and play before greeting the master, enjoying the KPP they have never tasted before. The dark-haired man stands on the steps, thinking that there aren't many. Su Chi is seen below, and the dark-haired man wonders if he is back and notes how fast he is. Sui shouts, "Master!" Su Chi kneels, declaring that he has completed the mission. The dark-haired man thinks, "Mission?" He thanks someone for their hidden protection all these years, thinking that it is their misfortune. He wonders what is up with his imagination and decides he is not going to take that responsibility. Su Chi looks up, thinking that it won't be easy for him to step into his territory. He asks his master what he is saying, insisting that he didn't cause any trouble. A hand reaches out, and a voice says, "You didn't?" Su Chi is attacked from above, blood splattering as he cries out. The bear-like figure is told to get away from him. The dark-haired man is asked if he is crazy, as Su Chi is his disciple. Su Chi is seen on the ground. A voice echoes, accusing Su Chi of discovering its potential and luring him to the path of a fiendish cultivator. It questions if he thought it wouldn't come to know. A hulking, shadowy figure manifests, seemingly surprised. "This didn't happen before," it exclaims. The shadowy figure chuckles, its voice laced with amusement. "To be able to notice my existence. How capable of you." The figure looms, its form coalescing into a more defined shape. A voice wonders, what the hell is going on? How did this soul get inside Su Chi's body? A system notification appears, its stark text cutting through the oppressive darkness. The shadowy figure speaks, its tone laced with annoyance. "Fellow Taoist, why were you hiding inside my disciple's body? You must be at least in the Mahayana realm to be able to notice me. No wonder this brat kept talking about you." The system displays information. Devil Master has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred, 4 stars. Soul fragment of the Devil Master, cultivation, 7th level of the Mahayana realm. The strongest cultivator of the demonic path for the past 10,000 years, known to all as the Devil Master. Because you're Su Chi's master, he has developed hatred towards you and will definitely kill you in the future. Current hatred, 4 stars. The shadowy figure, now identified as the Devil Master's soul fragment, muses, "Devil Master, huh? And this is his soul fragment." A sinister smile spreads across its face. The Devil Master's soul fragment begins an absorption process, drawing an energy from an unseen source. The Devil Master's soul fragment questions, "What are you trying to do?" "You. My real body is sealed in the world. I will get my revenge on the same day. If you dare keep your neck clean, come personally." The Devil Master's soul fragment proposes a deal. "You and I have no beef. I will let go of your soul fragment if you release my disciple." "How about it?" A voice replies, "Sure." Su Chi regains consciousness, his eyes snapping open. Su Chi, are you alright?" The Devil Master's soul fragment, a swirling vortex of dark energy, is questioned. The voice demands to know if the entity was monitoring him all along and if he is satisfied now. Suchi grants permission for the soul fragment to depart. With a dismissive of goodbye, the Devil Master's soul fragment vanishes, leaving behind only fading traces of purple energy. Suchi recalls that the Devil Master previously wanted to make him his disciple, but he refused. He is warned to be careful, as the Devil Master might seek vengeance. He replies that it's fine, he just released the bait to catch a bigger fish. Suchi thinks to himself that once the Devil Master's soul fragments return to his real body, he'll let him have a taste of Jin Nai's treatment. Meanwhile, the deity-slaying elder appears on the steps, prompting one of his subordinates to exclaim in surprise. The subordinate wonders what kind of big trouble has happened to make the deity-slaying elder come out personally. A strange, cloaked figure with large, blank eyes is shown. Suchi tells someone that they've been working hard all these years and that they should go back home. The subordinate confirms that it is the deity-slaying elder. The group arrives at a stone tablet, which reads, "Endure today, the freedom tomorrow." One of the figures exclaims that it has been a while. Another comments on the handsomeness of the legendary second senior brother. Hanju states that he is not tired. A figure in green robes tells him that he must be tired after such a long journey and should go in and rest, greeting them later. A figure with white hair thinks that they should just go inside and cultivate. A large blue, bird-like creature appears, saying, "Long time no see, son." The creature's face fills the frame, its glowing eyes staring intently. Lightning crackles in the air. A foot is shown with lightning striking the ground. The muscular dog-like figure, with a stern expression, greets someone, his voice resonating with a deep rumble. "Long time no see, son." The figure's eyes glow with an intense light as he exclaims, "PTO." Electricity crackles around him. The figure stands tall, his muscular frame radiating power as the electrical energy surges around him. Standing amidst the rubble, the dog-like figure's physique is on full display, his muscles bulging with raw strength. He leans in, his expression softening slightly as he asks, "How is your life outside?" A smaller, penguin-like figure responds, "Why don't we have a spar to evaluate your progress?" The dog-like figure's face is partially obscured by shadow. The penguin-like figure thinks to himself, "You think I'm stupid, huh? With just a glance, I knew your cultivation was above mine. I'll be tortured to bones if we spar." The penguin-like figure continues his internal monologue, "Damn it, to think I'm no better than someone who stays at home all the year round." A flashback shows a woman with long black hair and a green outfit. The nascent soul's cultivation is around the same as a soul formation cultivator. But her cultivation is also never-ending, but her cultivation is only in the nascent soul realm. From what I know about Master, from what worry about skills, I should leave her alone. The dog-like figure clenches his fist, thinking, "I know this is shameless, but I need a victory to prove myself. I need to show them the chaotic heavenly dog's majesty. I want to spar with him." The dog-like figure, standing alongside the penguin-like figure, declares internally so that they won't think I wasted all the time I went outside. "My dignity is at stake. I, the chaotic heavenly dog, am invincible." Two small, yellow bird-like creatures stand on a cracked, light-colored surface, their expressions unreadable. A disembodied voice explains that their auras are restrained, making them appear as ordinary chicks. One of the bird-like creatures asks if the other is sure, while below them, the chaotic heavenly dog is confronted. The dog is asked if he is ready. The chaotic heavenly dog, surrounded by other figures, is told not to hold back. He scoffs, asking why they took a step back, implying they are afraid he will hurt them. One of the bird-like creatures suggests they leave him be, as he is also Master's pet. The bird-like creature assures the others that it's fine, as Master has long been waiting to punish him, and they can do as they like. The chaotic heavenly dog is warned not to be too arrogant, as he will be taught to respect his elders. The sage's heavenly dog, Moon Slaughter, has long been waiting to be used. A figure tells the chaotic heavenly dog that they hope he is ready to be reincarnated. Another figure remarks that some people, or rather, some dog, is going to suffer soon. A versus graphic appears between one of the bird-like creatures and the chaotic heavenly dog, as the sound of something clicking echoes. A heavy thud rings out as the chaotic heavenly dog is struck. The chaotic heavenly dog lies defeated in a pool of his own blood. A small figure kneels nearby, asking to please write in words. Elsewhere, a figure with long brown hair remarks that this doggy has been gone for too long and needs to be punished. The figure from before stands with one of the bird-like creatures, noting that if he had returned with Yang Tiandong, there wouldn't have been so many problems. He concludes that this should do, as the bird-like creature says it's itchy. The white-haired figure tells his junior brother that he didn't think he would be able to receive the Master's personal teaching, adding that it looks like the Master is going to cultivate him exclusively. The blonde-haired figure assures his senior brother that he will cultivate properly and will never betray the Master's expectations. The blonde-haired figure wonders how long they will cultivate for, admitting he doesn't think he can. The chaotic heavenly dog wails, saying he can't feel love anymore and that the Master doesn't even personally teach him. The chaotic heavenly dog wonders if they will cultivate for so long, admitting he doesn't think he can. He then declares that it's settled and offers something. The white-haired figure says they'll go team building later. The blonde-haired figure asks what they're going to do. The white-haired figure says that of course it's fishing, adding that yesterday he studied the 18 skills of fishing for a whole night. The blonde-haired figure says they definitely won't return empty-handed this time. The white-haired figure with the blue ponytail agrees, saying that since he touched Su Chi, there's no way they won't return empty-handed. It's been a long time since he's been here. The sun shines brightly. Hanju wonders why he senses another six-path stigma there. And Yu sat beside Phoenix, listening intensely. A voice echoed, revealing the speaker's identity as Mo Zhu and others. The voice continued, stating that the Mo family's bloodline mission was to assist the Devil Clan in overturning the mortal world. Once the humans were eliminated, they would be able to ascend and become upper realm immortals. Duan Tongtian snarled, declaring that he didn't care about the ascension. Duan Tongtian, holding a purple orb, insisted that he didn't do those things on purpose and had no other choice. The voice then asked about his brother, Zhou Fan. The voice questioned if Duan Tongtian still remembered how he killed him. Phoenix urged the Devil Master to give up. She explained that although the Mo family had the Devil's bloodline, they were still human. If they really assisted the Devil Clan in overturning humans, they would be like scums who betray their ancestors for fame. The scene zoomed in on Hanju and Duan Tongtian. The voice questioned if the little girl was that desperate to die. Phoenix thought to herself that she was only in the tribulation transcendence realm. The same went for the heavenly puppet given by Hanju. Using it to fight the Devil Master was like fighting a hopeless battle. She was afraid it was time to say goodbye. Mo Yuling stated that there was no way their Mo family could alone do something that even the Fiend Emperor couldn't accomplish. He asked if the Devil Clan sent any expert to help. Mo Yuling then declared that there was no need for help, and that he would help the Mo family himself. Duan Tongtian scoffs, questioning if he is stronger than the deceased Fiend Emperor. He wonders how the Fiend Emperor could even compare to him. Duan Tongtian explains that he didn't attack previously because he wanted to use the Fiend Emperor to test the strength of the righteous path and make them show their ace in the hole. He states that in order not to get repelled by the heavenly Tao, he has been purposely restraining his cultivation. His actual strength is around half-step into the 9th level of the Mahayana realm. Duan Tongtian remarks that the Devil Clan sure doesn't learn. A mere Mahayana realm devil scheme against the human race. He must be extremely eager to enter the cycle of reincarnation. A surge of golden energy crackles around his fingertips. Duan Tongtian thinks he can use this chance to warn Mo Yuling, in case she causes trouble again. Duan Tongtian focuses his power, a swirling vortex of purple energy coalescing in his eye. The energy intensifies, heaven-earth mystic yellow world piercing sword finger. The attack is unleashed, a torrent of destructive energy erupting forth. Duan Tongtian's eyes glow with malevolent intent. He declares, "Too bad, me too." A figure is struck with a powerful blow. Phoenix exclaims, "What's going on?" The landscape is barren and desolate. Half of the mountain has been flattened. The Devil Master has been destroyed, body and soul. A figure in a purple robe wonders how the Devil Master could have been killed so easily, and if the attacker might be a hidden immortal staying in the mortal world. The blue-haired man stands tall as Phoenix exclaims, "Thank God we didn't straight away agree to it. Otherwise, we might have died too." A smaller figure thanks them for sparing them. The figure in the purple robe is told that the Devil Master is dead and that they should give up on their funny idea. They are also reminded that the Mo family is enormous and that the descendants in their great Yin world make up only a tiny part of it. The blue-haired man states that although the main house has been slaughtered and the side families have started to decline, some people are still alive. He says this is just his opinion. The figure in the purple robe thinks that even a Mahayana cultivator like the Devil Master got eliminated with a hit, and wonders what a small tribulation transcendence cultivator like them could possibly do. They question if the demonic path is really finished, noting that where there is life, there is hope. The muscular man with silver hair is accompanied by a smaller, pink-haired female with fox ears. She asks if they're no longer getting revenge. He replies that they will just go with what he says. The man explains that their Mo family encountered disaster due to the Demon Clan's plan. If they want revenge, they will have to wait until they become strong enough to fight with the Demon Clan. The man with yellow eyes thinks that right now, they should search for their scattered family members first. The journey is going to be difficult, and they're still unsure when they'll be able to gather everyone. He thought that once the Mo family's safety was ensured, he would be able to return to the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Phoenix thinks that she can't do that now. The Mo family's members need help, and she can't pull out now. She also thinks that Xing Hongxian, Chang Yuer, and Hanju's relationship must have become closer, and she's afraid Hanju will only drift apart. The man and the pink-haired female walk away. The direction behind them is the way to the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. A text bubble says, "Let's meet again when fate allows." At the same time, a figure meditates, surrounded by a purple glow. Two figures sit. One thinks that it's the grand plan of the demon clan that caused the Mo family's disaster. But then again, just what kind of power did the demon clan have? Even though they wanted to overthrow the mortal world, the immortals didn't intervene. The man with long brown hair thinks that if he were the master of the heavenly court and he saw the demon clan attacking the mortal world, he would have realized that the demon clan was trying to develop underlings and would have definitely sent someone to stop it. A close-up of a character's eyes. He thinks that something has happened in the upper world. A hand with a glowing ring. He wonders if Zhang Guxing knows about all this and decides to go ask him. The text says, start comprehending 3 pure world cleansing. Increasing the mystical power essence. Sword Dao River. Bro, the senior, long time no see. Hanju stands with his arms crossed, a faint halo hovering above his head. A chibi figure with wide eyes wonders why they aren't ascending to the 3rd level of the Mahayana realm. A figure in white robes approaches Hanju. He guessed that Hanju had come to ask something. A close-up of a silhouetted figure reveals concern. The mortal world suffered the demon clan's invasion, so why aren't the immortals intervening? Hanju explains that the upper world is in turmoil, and the heavenly court can't even take care of themselves, let alone the mortal world. The chibi figure is shocked. The upper world is in turmoil? What happened? The silhouetted figure explains that a great demon saint appeared in the demon clan, refused to comply with the heavenly court's disciplinary measures, and wreaked havoc in the heavens. The silhouetted figure continues, stating that the demon saint is likely backed by a powerful group, making it impossible for the heavenly court to suppress him in a short period of time. Floating symbols appear, representing the heavenly court's heritage. It will be dealt with soon, and they just have to wait patiently. Hanju is shown again, with more floating symbols. As for the devil race, the figure in white robes asks if humans can directly join the heavenly court after ascending. The figure in white robes is told that in their dreams, almost every ascension platform in the upper world connects thousands of mortal worlds. He is told that with his potential, he will definitely encounter such a choice and can consider in advance which force he will join. The spirit-like figure states that joining a certain force will become one's identity, and changing factions will be next to impossible. Hanju wonders which faction he should join. The spirit figure declares that he is alone in the heavens and doesn't have any background. The spirit advises Hanju that, as a human, it would be best to join the heavenly court or the divine palace. Hanju thinks about the naked war god of the divine palace, wondering if he should join. A chibi figure asks the spirit if he has ever heard of the profound truth divine emperor. The spirit figure replies that he's not sure, but might not be that good. The chibi figure explains that rumors say the profound truth divine emperor died due to internal strife within the divine palace. He was surrounded by many immortal emperors from the demon race, but the divine palace did not provide any assistance. After the profound truth divine emperor died, the divine palace did not create a statue for him either. The spirit figure gives Hanju one last piece of advice. After ascending, do not go adventuring outside before reaching the grand unity, heaven immortal. Hanju thanks the spirit for the advice, stating that he won't adventure outside even if he reaches the grand unity, heaven immortal. The chibi figure asks what Hanju said. Hanju reveals that his enemy is the divine beast vermilion bird, causing the spirit figure to exclaim in shock. His eyes widen, a mixture of shock and bewilderment etched across his face. He mutters, the question hanging in the air. The vermilion bird is a divine beast of providence. Even the heavenly court, divine palace, and Buddhist sect would fawn on their race. If a vermilion bird causes trouble for you, the 3 major factions will probably turn a blind eye. No matter how talented you are, once you offend the vermilion bird clan, you can only die an early death. The spirit entity advises Hanju to abolish his cultivation base, jump into the cycle of reincarnation, and change his identity. Hanju asks if there is any other way than reincarnating. The spirit entity replies that there is. But it's unfeasible. The Tao is vast, and all kinds of things exist. According to what I know, there's a certain spirit stone that can help you avoid the restrictions of the heavenly Tao. If one does not transcend the tribulation, even if their cultivation level is far beyond the mortal realm, they can still stay in the mortal realm. Such spirit stones are not rare in the upper world. Immortals often rely on such spirit stones to descend to the mortal realm. However, the heavenly court strictly forbids the immortals from descending to the mortal realm. Once they're discovered, they will be dealt with according to the heavenly rules. If you can find it, you'll have the chance to cultivate and become stronger than the vermilion bird before you ascend. Unfortunately, it's impossible to obtain a divine item like that unless you are a person with heaven and earth's fortune. The spirit entity asks Hanju if he is all right. Isn't he talking about the heaven-evading stone? All hail Fang Liang. Fang Liang, you really are my little angel. The figure with long brown hair expresses gratitude, promising to visit again. One of the figures asks if Luo Qiuma is dead. Another confirms that Qiuma was killed by a genius from the heavenly immortal manor. The figure in gray wonders why the 3 of them started serving the devils without informing him. One of the figures is asked if they were scheming to betray this world. The figure responds that it was because the other party didn't take any action for so long, and the Devil Clan paid them a lot. One of the figures declares that they're no longer playing around and plans on ascending like the Demon Lord. Another asks if the fiendish Arhood has really made up his mind, stating that with his current cultivation, he won't be able to ascend right now. It is stated that everyone knows the higher one's cultivation is before ascending. The more exponentially their cultivation will increase later, and that one will be able to completely be reborn again. The figure with white hair urges someone not to be hasty. The figure with white hair states that once they destroy the heavenly immortal manor, the other party can ascend as well. The other figure replies that 500 years is a long time. Jian states that if they are willing to help him destroy the heavenly immortal manor, he will introduce them to an upper realm sect they can rely on. He adds that in at most 500 years, he will descend to the mortal world. A disembodied voice instructs someone to keep these items properly, stating that once they lighten up, it will mean that he is descending to the mortal world. 20 years passed. Dao Comprehension Sword, having been kicked out of the cave abode because Su Qi was back home, was forced to camp outside. He laments that it has been 20 years since then, and he still hasn't received any news from his master to let him return. Dao Comprehension Sword thinks back to when the mistresses visited, and he had to leave. Even after 20 years, he still doesn't understand what aroused his master's interest in the boy. He hopes he hasn't been abandoned and pleads to be allowed to increase the cave abode's spiritual energy. Han Yu asks, "Where's Su Qi?" Han Ju tells him to make his own cave abode over there, so that he can have his personal space to cultivate. The spiritual energy is also more condensed there. Dao Comprehension Sword sends out the order that without his permission, no one is allowed to disturb Su Qi. Su Qi was really excited when he heard that he would have his personal space. He thought Han Ju was going to give him personal guidance. One should do their best when they can, for time waits for none. It will take 100 years at most. He should be able to break through beyond the Mahayana realm by then. The level of the Mahayana realm is displayed, represented by a glowing purple orb. He observes the notifications detailing recent events. Taoist Ji Kong has achieved Tao Ascension, his providence increasing tremendously. Ji Xianxian has returned to the mortal world, comprehending the real meaning of heaven and earth and reaching the Mahayana realm. Mo Fuzhou and Huang Jihao were attacked. Xing Hongxian and Chang Yue accidentally entered the temple of the land deity. Han Ju wonders why Ji Xianxian returned instead of ascending, speculating that he might have used a secret technique to temporarily leave the mortal world. He also ponders the significance of the temple of the land deity. Fang Liang has entered the heavenly immortal manor, his providence increased. He has obtained recognition from the sect master and a secret technique. He accidentally encountered Ji Xianxian, receiving insights and increasing his sword art. He encountered a heavily injured fiendish cultivator, killing him and obtaining pills. He awakened the divine sword's sword spirit and obtained its technique. He saved a mysterious beast, receiving a blessing. He has obtained recognition of a senior soul intent and learned a great mystical power. Fang Liang is amazing. Fang Liang received 9 huge fortuitous encounters in just 20 years. Are all sons of heaven and earth this unreasonable? Han Ju realizes that by the time Fang Liang returns, he might already be in the Mahayana realm. Ji Xianxian remarks, fellow Taoist Guan, Ji Xianxian's sound transmission technique. Fang Liang declares, I've reached the Mahayana realm. Let's spar. The text notes that he reached the Mahayana realm, but still hasn't given up. A voice suggests, have a simulation trial first. Phew, that was a close one. Thank God it's a sekel. After the end of the righteous fiendish war, many sacred lands led by the heavenly immortal manor pursued the fiendish cultivators like a hungry tiger hunting its prey. Nowadays, the demons are scared to even reveal themselves. The world has become peaceful again. Thanks to the war, the righteous path became aware of its shortcomings in overall combat power. Therefore, many sects began to promote their geniuses to attract new disciples. Among them, Ji Xianxian is the most renowned genius, famous for killing one of the 5 fiends, Luo Qiuma, and slaughtering millions of fiendish cultivators. No one can match him in fame. The mysterious cultivator who killed the fiend emperor is still unknown, making Ji Xianxian unable to sit tight on the title of the greatest cultivator in the world. This has become one of Ji Xianxian's mental shackles. This is a fight for me to prove myself, Ji Xianxian thought, perched on a tree branch. Only after defeating fellow Taoist Guan can he rightfully become the greatest in the world. Ji Xianxian declared, let's fight fair. Let the world see who is number one. There was no need for this battle earlier, but the fiend emperor died too fast, which caused this situation. To be killed by just a single hit. The fiend emperor was definitely not too strong. It's just that the identity of the fiend emperor. So do I. Yixiansken whispered. A man with brown hair asked, Ji Xianxian, what are you whispering about? A red-haired character thought. I didn't even notice him get close. Perhaps the fiend emperor's death wasn't a fluke. With someone taking the lead, the heavenly immortal manor will be able to continue its glory. Ji Xianxian declares that he was born to be the greatest in the world, but it's a pity that, now, that mysterious existence is right in front of me. She wonders why this youngster is so eager to die, asking her to use her ultimate skill from the start. Someone shouts for the other to wait, declaring they will fight. He says to dare to avoid it, he'll stay behind here. He agrees to find an empty space first. Someone asks if they killed the Fiend Emperor. She just remembered that she forgot to turn off the stove when boiling soup and needs to go back first. Someone says goodbye, promising to treat the other with a heavenly water shake soup when there's a chance, calling it their signature dish. They think this guy is flexible and someone who will accomplish remarkable feats. Someone thinks the other shouldn't meet him and should just ascend. Ji Xianxian's eyes widened, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His expression was one of deep concern. Hanju's face contorts in a sinister grin, his long nose casting a sharp shadow. The deity, slaying elder, his face etched with concern, asks, fellow Taoist Han, what do you mean by that? I just want to meet Su Qi once. Su Qi retorts, I'm freaking helping you right now, you idiot. The deity, slaying elder, says, don't tell me you're worried I'll poach Su Qi. He continues, you can rest assured. I just want to say farewell to him. Hanju says, I might think about him during my tribulation, and it might become my inner demon. I hope you. Su Qi replies, then do it quickly. Just don't touch Su Qi. A hand gesture expresses gratitude. Su Qi shouts, you're leaving? The deity, slaying elder, says, I'm doing this for your sake. A text box reads, Shao Qi, I'm leaving now. The demon-taming sect has been destroyed. You are the sect's last member, and its only hope. The deity slaying elder continues, I was thinking about your safety, so don't appreciate it all. A voice says, you must remember to pass the sect on to someone else. I think highly of you. Another voice replies, sure. The first voice continues, promise me. You must bear in mind the sects. Bottles sit on a table. The deity, slaying elder, recalls, that year, I hid beside the river to peek at Widow Li bathing and got expelled from the sect. He laments, so many years have passed by. Hanju, his cheeks flushed, admits that life is short. The deity's slaying elder, surrounded by empty bottles, advises Hanju to live in the moment, to cultivate, eat, and sleep, and not be like him. Hanju agrees. After 5 days of insightful discussion, ranging from the demon-taming sect's history to life lessons, Su Qi finally departs, leaving behind gifts for Hanju. Su Qi asks Hanju if he is sure he isn't drunk. The deity's slaying elder says that they should get drunk and bid farewell. He notes a dark mist on Su Qi's forehead, a sign of huge misfortune, but assures that he will easily be able to ascend in his current condition. Su Qi states that he will ascend now and hopes to meet again when fate allows. Su Qi tells Hanju that he is leaving now and that Hanju doesn't have to see him off. Sui departs. As expected, Dooku's fortune turned terrible while ascending, accidentally evoking the ultra-rare 9 Emperor Tribulation Thunder. Su Qi wishes him good luck. 8 years later, Dooku transcended the tribulation and ascended, but encountered a sudden phenomenon in the heavenly tribulation and nearly died. Although he succeeded in his ascension, his cultivation was greatly damaged and, instead of rising, declined. It was thanks to the Mount Cultivate Diligently Becomes Immortal's abundant providence that he successfully ascended. He deserved it. Everything would have fallen into place, but that idiot insisted on meeting Su Qi. Zhou Fan is still alive and obtained a grand Unity numinous treasure. Huang Jihao was attacked by a demon saint and was severely injured. Feng Liang has obtained the recognition of a senior's soul intent in the heavenly immortal manner and has learned a great mystical power. Murong Qi was attacked by demons, and Murong Qi has comprehended the spear Dao during the slaughter. His cultivation has increased greatly, and he has awakened his divinity. Mo Fuzhou was attacked by ghosts. As for Feng Liang, it's amazing as always. Hanju sits in a meditative pose, observing a screen. The data indicates that the slaughter count is rapidly increasing. Text appears, detailing an attack by demons and the comprehension of the spear. It seems someone is going crazy and triggering skills from a previous life. Hanju contemplates assigning the task of eliminating the vermilion bird to someone. The voice declares that the task will be left to the former war god of the Divine Palace. Murong Qi is mentioned, seemingly in relation to the events unfolding. Someone exclaims that Hanju is finally awake. A close-up reveals a character's surprised expression as they notice the Fusong tree is moving again. The Fusong tree stands tall, its branches reaching towards the sky. It has been swinging during the nighttime for the past half a year. One of the figures notes that the Golden Crow siblings were able to suppress the tree's movement for a while, but they can't anymore. Another asks if the first secretly brought both of them to go fishing recently. The figures continue their discussion. One suggests something might be wrong with the Fusong tree, while the other wonders if it's searching for a partner. A third voice interjects, stating it's just a tree and doesn't need a partner. 2 bird-like creatures perch on a branch. One explains how to control the true fire sun, warning the other not to burn the mountain again. The 2 bird-like creatures stare intently at something off-panel. A distant mountain range looms, silent and imposing under the vast sky. Two figures stand in the foreground, their backs turned to the viewer, seemingly observing the landscape. The group looks up, their expressions a mix of confusion and concern. Why are they having that reaction? One asks. Another replies, there's nothing there. A surge of unseen energy washes over the group, indicated by harsh lines and distorted expressions. The air crackles with an unknown force, leaving them unsettled. From the rooftops, a cry rings out, earthquake. The buildings of the sect tremble, a tremor running through the very foundations. High above, the disciples gather, their voices hushed with worry. What's happening? Did someone explode during the tribulation? I don't know. I think it came from outside of the sect. Below, a cultivator curses. Damn it. It almost caused me to have inner demons. Another laments. I was refining equipment. My beloved materials are all ruined. A third voice whispers, don't tell me it's the enemies. A disciple cries out, her voice laced with urgency. Master, look at the sky. Her companions' eyes widen, a dawning horror in their depths. The sky shimmers with an otherworldly light. Northern of the Great Yin? But it's over 10,000 miles away. One says, his voice trembling. What's happening? It's like the earth has burst open. A small, bird-like creature speaks, its voice filled with concern. Master, I think this aura is from a WRM. It appears that existence is appearing soon. The air grows heavy with anticipation. A figure, cloaked in shadow, whispers a desperate plea. I hope it won't be another disaster. The weight of past calamities hangs heavy in the air. The northern reaches of the Great Yin are shrouded in snow, the mountains standing as silent witnesses to the unfolding events. A sense of foreboding settles over the land. The snowy peaks of the Great Yin tremble, the earth groaning under an immense pressure. The air crackles with an energy that promises destruction and rebirth. Duan Tongtian advises, the direction you mentioned might be the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. I advise you to give up on. The scene shifts to a dark, snowy landscape. Sect Master questions the idea to plunder it. Oh! A massive, glowing blue orb, marked with 3 concentric circles, pulses with energy. A masked figure kneels in the snow, head bowed. He seems confused. Above, a massive structure looms, glowing with an eerie light. The masked figure wonders if the Jade Pure Sacred Sect is strong. A voice booms, questioning how an immortal could live in a mortal world. The first figure thinks that even the heavenly immortal manor isn't as scary as the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Another voice reminds him that the reason they broke through the Earth's surface was to seek a treasure, and they must not back down now. The masked figure wonders if the Jade Pure Sacred Sect is strong. The second figure assures him not to panic and listen. The masked figure admits that for some reason, he feels inexplicably terrified whenever he tries to go near that place. The second figure scoffs, asking what the masked figure is terrified of. He reminds him that he can kill anyone, even if they're in the Mahayana realm, and that the 3 of them are also in the Mahayana realm. The masked figure seems resigned, thinking it's done for. The second figure states that they know how good his intuition is and suggests they go to the Great Yin first, investigating things on the way. The masked figure agrees, saying fine. The second figure reminds the masked figure of another important matter, to remember to lay low. He then commands the masked figure to stand up. The masked figure questions the command. All the demons along the way had warned not to get near the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, and even the Zhu Do and Great Sage Green Python died in the Jade. The second figure states that they should be more careful, but suggests they snatch the fortuitous encounter. He asks if the masked figure still has the clothes he is wearing, to which the masked figure replies that he does. Half a year later, Elder Han receives an update regarding the commotion that occurred half a year prior. The loud noise they heard half a year ago, the speaker explains, was caused by the appearance of an ancient ferocious beast in the northern demons region, a scene described as nothing short of absolute chaos. A voice wonders if the Fusang tree's abnormalities, which also started half a year ago, are related to the beast's appearance. A message arrives from their sect scout, addressed to the deity slaying elder, containing specific information. The scout's message identifies the beast as the 3-headed WRM king, describing it as an untamed creature with a mixed bloodline, capable of controlling the wind and summoning rain, and able to fly up to the sky and dive into the sea. The message continues, stating that the beast appeared at the edge of the Great Yin northern region and is searching for a treasure, potentially leading to an insurrection. The voice from before reiterates that the beast is searching for a treasure, suspecting it's related to the Fusang tree. The same voice questions whether the beast is developing its force by uniting the demons. Elder Han expresses relief that the 3-headed WIRM king is unwelcomed by the demons, thinking they were going to cause havoc like the fiendish path. Another voice points out that the time the Fusang tree started to swing matches perfectly with the time of appearance of the 3-headed WIRM king, implying the beast appeared because of the tree. Elder Han is asked if he's gotten something. One of the voices asks if the places the beast went through suffered any disaster. Another responds that it's quite weird, as some sects reported that most of the time, it only passes by, especially after reaching the Great Yin, where its trail has completely disappeared. The voice wonders if the three-headed WYRM king is quite cautious or is scheming something. This incident is surely unpredictable, Elder Han thinks, adding that once they return, they better control the sect and not start getting disarray before the disaster comes. One of the figures responds that they will handle it. Someone thinks to themselves that they should prepare for the future and curse that bastard beforehand. Taoist Nine Cauldrons also talked about the recent development of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, particularly about Mount Cultivate Diligently Becomes Immortal. Taoist Nine Cauldrons intended to nurture Murong Qi into the Jade Pure Sacred Sect's eldest disciple. So Taoist Nine Cauldrons proposed giving Murong Qi the authority to command all the sect's disciples and elevate his status second only to those of the elders. Murong Qi had really surprised Taoist Nine Cauldrons. He never expected that child's talent to be so terrifying. But Taoist Nine Cauldrons didn't dare to ask. With Han Ju's cautious personality, it was already good enough that he allowed Murong Qi to work for the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. 13 years later, a tour guide says to come, "You disciples from outside of the city, come take a look. This is the deity slaying elders statue." The tour guide continues, saying that she's sure everyone knows that behind his statue is the Mount Cultivate Diligently Becomes Immortal. A blue-skinned character asks the tour guide what they are doing. The tour guide responds that they all wanted to become deity slaying elders' disciples. It's rumored that if you succeed in making him your master, you can change your life and become a great expert. Of course, everyone in the Great Yin knows about deity slaying elder, leaving alone his specific strength, the eldest disciple of our sect. Murong Qi, who defeated an elder 2 realms higher than him, was guided by the deity slaying elder. Anyone else who wishes to take him as his master? It's good for youngsters to try it out. Do remember, once you kowtow, please do not change your posture. Thank you for letting us know, elder, but we'll pass up on these things that require pure luck. We have traveled from miles away to here, not to kneel and kowtow to a statue. Looks like the being that killed Judo and the great sage green python is this deity slaying elder. Seriously? In that case, system notification. I've waited for 13 years. You are finally here. 5th level of the Mahayana realm. Descendant of a true dragon. Huh? Interesting. Descendant of a true dragon. Divine sense activate. Let me see where you are. Ohatraking. Divine sense viewpoint. Found you. 3-headed. Hey, make some space. I also want to become a disciple. 3-headed dragon king. Mortal world body. This dumpling head, was it planning by begging to be a disciple? Hanju stood within the simulation trial, a vortex of blue energy swirling around him. The man wondered just how big the space was within the simulation trial. A towering, shadowy figure materialized before him, its form radiating a dark aura. It was quite outrageous, even when looking from 10 miles away. The shadowy figure loomed, its jagged maw promising destruction. Hanju's eye glinted with resolve. He thought, there's no such thing as testing the opponent out in the simulation trial. A blinding beam of light erupted from Hanju, streaking towards his opponent. The beam intensified, a concentrated torrent of pure energy. The light coalesced into a swirling vortex, crackling with immense power. The vortex of light surged forward, a destructive force unleashed. The beam slammed into the shadowy figure, engulfing it in a cataclysmic explosion. As expected from a Mahayana realm demon, he must never let him attack first. He thought to himself that this was fine too, and he would treat it as a chance to identify what the 3-headed WYRM king was capable of. The 3-headed WYRM king declared that he would just dodge and wouldn't attack, so Hanju should please go all out. He added that there wouldn't be a next time, and they would see who was faster. In the end, the 3-headed WYRM king used everything he had, but still couldn't hurt Hanju. Upon seeing that, Hanju started a new round of simulation, beginning the second simulation trial. The simulation trial ended, with a time taken of 1 second. Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow World Piercing Swordfinger. Hanju stood in the simulation trial. A voice mused that it was honestly a loss if his attacks took too long to prepare. The voice continued, noting that he had been shivering for 13 years and only stopped for a moment when the 3-headed WYRM arrived today. They questioned if he was doing it on purpose or if it was unintentional. The voice judged from his posture that it must be a deliberate predatory behavior. The voice added that if it starts causing trouble in the sect, they can just kill him and make him into fertilizer. The voice thought that no one noticed his real cultivation. It's problematic for the Foundation Establishment realm disciples to kneel together with him. Elsewhere, near the Fusong tree, Chang'an was instructed to go and bring that disciple from outside of the city here, as there was something to ask him. She is asked if he is taking a disciple. Hanju instructs Chang'an to bring the 2 golden crows with her, emphasizing the importance of this task. One of the golden crow's objects, exclaiming that they destroyed a few mountain hills recently because they couldn't properly control the Sun True Flame. It worries that with its humble power, it won't be able to bring them out. The golden crow shudders, hoping to return alive. Another golden crow asks what is scheming. The second golden crow suggests that if the first is afraid, it should go instead. The first golden crow notes that the new disciple Han Ju asked Chang'an to bring must also be a talented one. The first golden crow objects again, stating that it honestly doesn't want to take in any more disciples, as it feels like an empty gesture. It recalls having to leave both of its disciples to the master to teach them, which caused them to respect him more than it. The golden crow fears that if one day Han Ju asks Murong Qi and Fang Liang to kill it, those brats won't hesitate at all. Han Ju tells them both to go together. The golden crow asks what he thinks. Han Ju decides that it will take him and will be decided later. The golden crow looks up at Mount. The golden crow shudders, feeling like it just went through a life-and-death situation. A spirit wonders if its boss is just scaring himself, questioning what kind of danger will be in this small sect. The spirit exclaims that it can smell treasure, noting that it's the weird tree on top of the mountain, and urges its boss to hurry up and go. He remains patient, a persistent feeling that this place is not ordinary settling over him. Several people lay prostrate on the ground, hoping to be noticed. Deity-slaying elder is taking in a new disciple, a fact that excites the crowd. The red-robed figure stands beside him. One man, desperate, pleads with deity-slaying elder to take him as a disciple. Deity-slaying elder's companion asks if he knows what the person they are supposed to bring looks like. The deity-slaying elder explains that the master said it's a new disciple from outside of the city, and he should be around here. The deity-slaying elder and his companion stand before a large crowd of people. The red-robed figure asks deity-slaying elder if he even knows what the new disciple looks like. Deity-slaying elder retorts that this is what the master told him. One of the golden crows declares that it has a way. The spirit thinks that the new disciple is the most delicious person here, and that his aura feels like the spicy strips they eat. He wonders if they mean dumpling. What is this aura? The spirit feels terrified from the bottom of his bloodline. The red-robed figure asks if the spirit is the new disciple that came from outside of the city. The spirit thinks that the terrifying aura came from those two young fire crows. The text above the eye reads, "To be able to raise such a unique fire crow, doesn't it mean that deity-slaying elder's strength is..." Deity-slaying elder stands next to golden crow A. Deity-slaying elder states that whether the spirit can become his disciple or not will depend on himself. Golden crow A tells him not to rush, adding that the master asked them to bring him up and that he is sure the master thinks highly of him. The deity-slaying elder then tells the spirit to follow them. A woman with black hair ornaments says that she heard the master is going to take in a new disciple. A man with long brown hair replies that there is no such thing and tells her not to listen to their nonsense. The woman with black hair ornaments says, "But just now you." The man with long brown hair says, "Yes, he's strong." A scroll reads, "Low profile." The woman with black hair ornaments says that it is unusual for the master to praise him so much and asks, "Say, with his strength." The woman with black hair ornaments says that she just wants to have an interview with him and that she won't take him in as a disciple, adding that his cultivation is good enough already. The man with long brown hair asks if it will be wasteful to ask him to be the gatekeeper. Di Hongye acknowledged that he was acknowledged by his master only after he defeated a strong demon, Demon King Diansu. He must do his best to endure it. The cloud-like figure wondered what about him that scared his shit off. The cloud-like figure exclaimed that he was hungry and wanted to eat that tree. He asked if they were waiting for him to do it. He was told to run after snatching that treasure tree, because deity-slaying elder wouldn't be able to react in time. The cloud-like figure thought that damned palpitating feeling hadn't disappeared. The cloud-like figure thought, "Damn it, what was my brain thinking? To be able to teleport me here unknowingly. This person is incredible." The cloud-like figure was informed that Senior had received notice to come up and wondered if deity-slaying elder was here. The cloud-like figure was asked if he was really going to become his watchdog. Someone shouted that there was a problem. The disciple they were asked to fetch disappeared. Di Hongye was standing in front of someone. Someone asked Di Hongye why he was coming out of Master's cave abode. The cloud-like figure was told to shut up and that he keeps calling him youngster. He was asked if he thought he was worthy enough and told to get lost unless he wanted to die. He continued his ascent, defying gravity as he walked along the wall. A look of intense concentration etched itself onto the face. A piercing scream tore through the air, a sound of pure terror. Birds soar over a mountainous landscape. The words "upper realm" are displayed. Blood pools on the floor as someone coughs violently. The inner demon sneers, "You are still hesitant? How foolish." The inner demon has almost taken shape as the damned power erodes the Tao foundation, shaking the Tao heart. Someone asks, "What is it?" Another responds, "Senior, I was cursed by someone and my Tao foundation was damaged." A hand glows with power. "HM, let me divine it." Ever since ascending, he has always been in seclusion, never going out. How strange. Oh no, even Senior can't see through it. I'm done for. Information from the mortal world. Seize the opportunity. Don't disappoint me. Someone exclaims, "Yes." after cursing for 7 days. A warning flashes. Your lifespan has decreased by 44 years. Someone cries, "What? My lifespan decreased." A series of system notifications appear. Fang Liang was attacked by demon beasts. Ji Xianxian was attacked by a fiendish cultivator. Mu Rongqi has barged into the demon abyss. Mo Fuzhou has absorbed the soul of a ghost deity. Zhou Fan is being hunted by 10 sections. Xinghong Xian and Chang Yuer have comprehended an ancient breathing technique. Daoist Jian had his lifespan reduced by 10,000 years because of the curse. Fang Liang accidentally entered the heavenly Immortal Manor's forbidden land and consumed the 10,000 years sacred fruit, increasing his cultivation potential. The inner demon muses, finding it a good deal to reduce Daoist Jian's lifespan by 10,000 years while only consuming 40-something years of his own. A figure walks toward a sign that reads Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Fang Liang declares that he is finally home. Years have passed since Su Qi brought the calamity. The soul-catching flower's root has been hiding, recovering, and working to eliminate the misfortune. The soul-catching flower, a key ingredient for a lifespan extension pill, lies dormant. A new flower has finally been born, having endured a calamity and gained new life. Reborn, its medical effect has increased. Xiaoyi recalls a time when someone was reluctant to let her go. The Jade Pure Sacred Sect stands as a silent testament. A fishing line descends into the clear water. Fishermen gather, their poles poised above the water. From above, the fishing scene reveals a multitude of lines cast into the sea. Underwater, 2 figures fish, one musing about their lack of progress despite their dedication. A thought arises. Have all the fish been caught, given the number of people fishing? Holding a large fish, a fisherman wonders if he can touch it, having never encountered one so large before. The fishing rod bends violently as something huge takes the bait. It must weigh over 200 pounds. A colossal fish breaches the surface, dwarfing the smaller creatures around it. The memory of a previous catch surfaces, a reminder of Fang Liang's past fishing exploits. A deep voice rumbles, "Someone is coming. His aura is a lot stronger than you guys. Should I intervene?" Another figure retorts, "Don't tell me." Xiaoyi gazes upwards, a sense of anticipation in her eyes, as a silhouetted figure descends from the sky. A voice calls out, "Little Liang." The word "amalgamation realm" flashes across the scene, accompanied by a look of shock. Xiaoyi's eyes widen in surprise, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern. A voice muses, "These 2 children are..." The group discusses the child's abundance of providence, noting his cultivation at such a young age and comparing him to the geniuses under deity, slaying elder, except for Yang Tiandong. A figure screams, "H. Spare me. It's burning." Another voice says, "Disciple nephew, you are finally back. We also happen to catch a big fish. I'll cook it for you later." A system notification appears. 3-headed WIRM King has developed favorability towards you. Currently favorability 2 stars. A character wonders, why out of the blue? Is there something wrong with that 3-headed WIRM King? A voice muses on the return of Fang Liang. Another voice remarks that the junior brother not only reached the void amalgamation realm, but also made a name for himself at the heavenly Immortal Manor. Someone thinks that they are lucky. They also think that their cultivation is still stuck at the 9th level of the soul formation realm. One of the group comments that someone's cultivation speed has been quite outrageous, but another's is even more crazy. Another voice asks them to stop saying that, and to think about Master and Master Uncle's feelings. Someone thanks them, saying that their Master Uncle's heart has long died. The large bird-like creature eats something. It guesses that someone still has self-awareness and that it's all thanks to luck, just a floating cultivation. Someone says that their body has not been feeling well recently and that they won't fuss about it with the others. The bird-like creature states that junior brother, Lord Chicken, doesn't approve of someone's strength. It asks if they should join hands and spar with him, and someone replies, "Sure." Blackie is asked if they are still not going to cultivate properly. A man smiles, thinking that someone isn't even Fang Liang's opponent anymore. The bird-like creature and a dog-like creature call for their master and grandmaster. Someone asks if their master is done with their seclusion and asks for chili noodles. A child greets their grandmaster. A man smiles, wondering how it feels to go out training. A woman is searching for treasures around the world, studying and comprehending in the abyss ruins to become a genius. A voice echoes, questioning why, if life had been so wonderful, someone would suddenly return. The speaker holds a skewer with food on it, pondering the question. Hanju thought about it, and came to the conclusion that he had already gained all the fortuitous encounters he needed. He didn't need any more fortuitous encounters, so he has returned. Hanju's expression remains thoughtful. He decides to stay on the mountain to cultivate. Elsewhere, a group of people celebrate Fang Liang's return, partying for an entire night. Chang Yuer asks Hanju why he needs to go training. He thinks that she should go out to train too. Chang Yuer thinks that outside training can help her obtain fortuitous encounters. Hanju thinks that Fang Liang's experience has made the others antsy, But not everyone is as lucky as Feng Liang, and the majority of people will not gain anything when training outside. Chang Yue thinks that it can make her stronger. She wants to protect her master. Hanju doesn't think she needs to. Hanju states that she should accompany him. A palpable tension hangs in the air amongst the group. One of them gazes up at the moon, a silent plea etched on their face. All right, I'll. Near a crackling fire, a figure rises, their expression resolute. Return first. You guys can continue. The atmosphere shifts, prompting a question. Why did the atmosphere suddenly become like this? The flames dance, mirroring the urgency in their words. You just joined us. Maybe you still can't understand how important Master is to us. There's not much time left for Master. Even the landscape seems to hold its breath, shrouded in darkness. Right now, not even the Golden Crow siblings can see through Master's cultivation. A delicate hand reaches out, as if grasping at hope. It's obvious that he's already at the limit of the mortal world. He's not that far from ascending. A question hangs heavy in the air. When that time arrives, what will we do? Lost in meditation, a figure seeks answers within. The deity slaying elder states that it's his own matter whether he ascends or not, and the others should get their own things done. The deity slaying elder continues, explaining that the path of longevity requires both strength and capability, and that they get to avoid detours and are indebted to him. He adds that if that's what they say, they can stop feeling guilty, but there is a possibility that their master is purposely delaying his ascension, which has an extra. According to the ancient records, there are loose immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, true immortal, mystic immortal, golden immortal, and also realms above the Mahayana realm. If a tribulation transcendence cultivator ascends, even if they skip the Mahayana realm and become a loose immortal, their strength will be insubstantial, and the highest they can reach is the earth immortal realm. But it's different when a Mahayana cultivator ascends, as they have already accumulated thousands of years of heritage in the mortal world. They can even become a high-level loose immortal upon ascension. There's also a slim chance that they can. The deity, slaying elder, continues, stating that one's limit is endless, and in the end, it all depends on one's aptitude and foundation. This is also the reason why he didn't ascend, even after reaching the 6th level of the Mahayana realm. If you wish to achieve greatness in the path of Tao, you will need to settle down. A Mahayana cultivator may be the supreme existence in the mortal world, but they are nothing once they enter the upper realm. The upper realm is full of dangers. The strong dominate all. If you don't have enough strength, it will be hard for you to even cultivate peacefully. Therefore, instead of going up there to suffer, why not use the chance to be in a mortal world and settle down for thousands of years before ascending? The things about you guys saying to ascend during the tribulation transcendence realm are too rushed. Of course, you can't exclude the possibility that you have reached your limit and have no choice but to ascend to expand your lifespan. At least being a Mahayana cultivator will give you the strength to protect yourself. I don't want to get attacked the moment I go up there. One of the disciples asks if he will continue to stay in a mortal world for another 1,000 years. The deity, slaying elder, responds that he can't say for sure. It will depend on how deep the feeling he has towards the relationship between master and disciple. Since you guys are his disciples, you should accompany him properly. Considering 1,000 years as the limit, are you guys confident that you can reach the Mahayana realm? One of the disciples says that he puts his words wrongly. Another disciple states not to underestimate them, and that Mount cultivate diligently doesn't raise someone useless. Chang Yue assures the Grand Master that they will cultivate properly and ascend with him. A voice commands them to start cultivating immediately, right now, adding that he might not even need to settle down anymore. The cultivator is at the 7th level of the Mahayana realm, and 19 years have passed by. The cultivator states that he levels up around once every 20 years, and maybe 50 years later, he will have exceeded the Mahayana realm. It was becoming more relaxing when cultivating, but an underlying unease lingered within the deity, slaying elder. The system messages detailed recent accomplishments. Huang Jihao condensed his sword heart, piercing the sky with his sword comprehension. The black-held chicken awakened his previous life's mystical power. Xing Hongxian and Chang Yue both comprehended the ancient breathing skill. It all felt too easy, as if everyone had taken steroids. Something was off. The sword Tao River shimmered with an unnatural light. The deity, slaying elder, remarked that recently, many people with great luck had appeared in their mortal world, all obtaining fortuitous encounters around the same time. He asked Chang Yue if she thought this was normal. Chang Yue, her body glowing with celestial energy, responded that from the looks of it, the deity, slaying elder, was waiting for her. She noted that the mortal world's heavenly Tao might have a premonition that trouble was coming, and this was a way for the heavenly Tao to self-rescue. The deity, slaying elder, wondered if it had something to do with the devil clan infiltrating the mortal world, and asked where he had put that news. He mused that even the upper realm had media. Chang Yue asked what would happen. A disembodied voice declared that the heavenly court might decide to let the immortals go to the mortal world to fight, or they would just destroy the mortal world. The deity, slaying elder, looked concerned. The voice continued, stating that the so-called destruction of a mortal world was just making everyone go into the cycle of reincarnation again. It questioned if the Heavenly Court could still be called the Heavenly Court when they were so ruthless. Chong asked how many races the humans had eliminated. The voice responded that just like how humans didn't care about the ants on the mountain they destroyed when they were strengthening their sword skill, in order to maintain control, the Heavenly Court wouldn't care about how many mortal worlds they destroyed. The voice added that the deity, slaying elder, shouldn't look at it from his perspective when he was questioning the Heavenly Court. He rested a hand on Chong Yuer's shoulder, a silent gesture of reassurance. The voice echoed with a grim understanding. Those who make the rules are the boss. In the end, the upper realm that everyone looks up to is just another place where the strong dominate all. The silhouettes of the pair stood in stark contrast to the ethereal glow around them. The deity, slaying elder, summed it up perfectly. That's how it is. Chong Yuer inquired, her voice tinged with worry. Then do you know when will the Heavenly Court cleanse the devil race? A century at the earliest, and a millennium at the longest, came the reply. The deity, slaying elder, considered the implications. The force behind the demon saint, was going to finish negotiating with the Heavenly Court soon. It was too bad that the demon saint was still being kept in the dark. Thank you, Senior, Chong Yuer said. The deity, slaying elder, looked down at Chong Yuer. He said, since you are here anyway, why not take a few steps? A thought bubble appeared above Chong Yuer's head. I will do that next time. The deity, slaying elder, called out, you brat. The deity, slaying elder's mind raced. Oh, right. Is that demon saint called Sun Wukong, the great sage, heaven's equal? He wondered why he suddenly thought of that. The words echoed in the ethereal space. The great sage, heaven's equal. A small thought bubble appeared. I will do that next time. The voice mused. He got at least 3 words right. Hanju gazed towards the blinding light. A voice called out, requesting that Fong Liang be summoned. A figure exclaimed their readiness to comply, reacting to the mention of Fong Liang's name. Hanju read a document detailing the power dynamics of the upper realm and the decision to weaken certain individuals with curses. A small, blonde figure received information that needed to be passed on to the heavenly immortal manor, with the sender requesting anonymity. The figure wondered what information it could be. The blonde figure, upon hearing about the dying flash, wondered if some kind of danger was approaching. Hanju noted that talented cultivators were receiving unusual fortuitous encounters, and that this was the heavenly Tao's last attempt to self-rescue. A dire warning echoed. There was a danger of the mortal world's destruction. The figure relayed the information that the mortal world had been invaded by the Devil Clan, and the Heavenly Court would eliminate them. The blonde figure asked if the Grandmaster knew when they would start taking action. It was understood that any upheaval in the upper realm would only accelerate this matter. Hanju was asked where he received information about the upper realm. He responded that he had some connections there. Fong Liang looked surprised, wondering what sort of connections he had. The imposing silhouette of a figure looms over Fong Liang, who looks up with wide, sparkling eyes. The figure says he can't tell him about that, so stop asking and go cultivate. Fong Liang thinks that the master actually has such a background and that he's going to follow the master forever. A pot of soup simmers on a stove. Duan Tong Tian is cooking and tastes the soup. He then picks up a spiritual jade telecom device. Duan Tong Tian thinks that it's fine and the soup is still delicious. He may be incapable of subduing someone with his strength, but he doesn't believe that he can't subdue them with his cooking, fellow Taoist Guan. A figure reports that Fong Liang is looking for Duan Tong Tian. Among the heavenly immortal manor's new generation disciples, that child is a genius, ranking 6th. Moreover, his rank is still increasing. Even the sect master praises him for his talent, which is said to be equal to mine. Duan Tong Tian, holding the spiritual jade telecom, wonders if something bad happened to him since he went out and hasn't returned yet. He says hello and asks if this is the right number. Chong Yuer says that she encountered an Earth immortal and that he told her to pass on a critical piece of information. A close-up of Duan Tong Tian's eyes shows concern. Someone calls out, and another responds with yes. They are told to immediately report to the sect master, activate the question to heaven, and confirm the situation. If this is true, every clan would have put down their hatred and worked together to eradicate the demonic path. Duan Tong Tian sits with 2 others in a dimly lit cavern. A hooded figure sits in meditation, lamenting the righteous path's sudden unity and the demonic path's impending doom. The shadowy figure with glowing eyes assures the hooded figure that he will soon send a batch of real devils to cause a bloodbath upon the heavenly immortal manor and frighten the righteous path. A muscular figure demands to know why the blood demon is still in contact with the Devil Clan, reminding him that Senior Jian told them not to involve themselves in their affairs. The white-haired figure states that it's not that he wants to interfere, but because if the figure with crosses on his face sighs, hoping they can just stay alive. The white-haired figure agrees, stating that the blood demon tried to ascend to escape, but he was forcefully interrupted. Holding a glowing orb, The figure curses, wondering if the Demon King ascended because she received some kind of news from Senior Jin early on. In a thought bubble, a figure laments that they are all four fiends, so why are their treatments so different, stating that there's no justice. The red-dressed figure asks if they are really going to believe whatever bullshit Jin tells them. A small, glowing figure warns Demon Arhut to be careful not to regret it if he doesn't ascend with them by that time. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning when a senior will return. The large, stitched-together figure coughs, telling them not to rush, that he will return soon. Two figures in silhouette express their gratitude to the senior. The stitched-together figure looks shocked, realizing he only has 100 years at most. He understands that he has to survive for 100 years while being pursued by Ji Xianxin. Ji Xianxin faces off against Demon Arhut, wondering if he should settle it once and for all. Demon Arhut wonders what's wrong with his head. 15 years after Feng Liang contacted Ji Xianxin, the demonic path had lost its former glory, becoming a quarry hounded by the righteous path. Zhou Fan reincarnated and cultivated again, also resolving to slaughter the devils. In this operation of cleansing, talents from various sects emerged and joined hands to express their determination to the heavenly court. The demonic path absolutely cannot be spared. Someone begs others to stop using guns, questioning how many comrades they have shot. A series of notifications appear, detailing attacks on various individuals by demonic cultivators. It's really weird. Based on some of the novels in his previous life, the heavenly immortal manor would have definitely not believed it. Then, the great calamity would have happened, forcing the protagonist to have no choice but to depend on himself. After he had saved the world and astonished everyone, the leaders of the sacred land would have felt remorse, and their respect for him, the protagonist, would have grown. He made another error. The heavenly immortal manor has numerous cultivators who have already ascended. There must be someone among them who cared about their former sect, and maybe they secretly delivered the information to the mortal world after learning about it. Otherwise, as a sacred land, there is no way the heavenly immortal manor would believe a mysterious person's words out of the blue. No matter what, now that the heavenly immortal manor has taken over this matter, he can cultivate in peace. Elder Han is called out. Someone says that his chi and blood are in disorder, asking if he also went to crush the devil clan. Someone asks, stand up? For what? The elder's face contorted with anger as he spoke of the heavenly immortal manor. He spat that the immortals believed their mortal world had become a playground for the devil clan, and they might face heavenly wrath. He continued, relaying the message that humans must save themselves by eliminating the devil clan. The Jade Pure Sacred Sect was also asked to send help. He questioned the validity of these claims, doubting an immortal would care about their mortal world. The elder's gaze fell downwards, his expression shifting to one of contemplation. It is real, he muttered, seemingly surprised by something he observed. The man with long brown hair observed, his eyes narrowed. He mused that their sect's growing strength was making others envious, leading them to seek ways to weaken them. He added that the righteous and demonic were irreconcilable, and the upper realm immortals were like superiors of the righteous path. The man continued, stating that the superiors suspected the subordinates were colluding with enemies. A voice echoed, stating that if they, the subordinate, couldn't show their disposition, they would have no choice but to get cleaned out. The voice questioned if it was really like that. The elder declared that he understood and would order the entire sect's disciples to eliminate the devils. He vowed to defend the Jade, assuring that they could rest easy. A voice thanked Elder Han for the pure, sacred sect's presence in his absence. The man with long brown hair thought it was because of the heavenly immortal manor. The man with long brown hair considered his options. He couldn't put all his hopes on the immortal world's righteous path. He had to reach the 9th level of the Mahayana realm as soon as possible. He resolved to protect himself, even if it meant cultivating diligently to become immortal and hide in the netherworld. A stark declaration filled the panel. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I will never escape by myself into another world. Ji Xianxin stood before Elder Han, a serene expression on his face. He inquired when the elder was going to hide. The elder thought to himself that fellow Taoist Guan was incredible, as expected of the person he looked up to. Ji Xianxin reassured the elder that he had only come to see him and wasn't going to challenge him. He added that he was giving him that thing he had told him previously, his expression serious as he asked what it was. The elder and Ji Xianxin sat by a steaming pot. The elder questioned what it was. He carefully ladles the heavenly water snake's soup, his signature dish. A close-up reveals a pair of eyes. Ji Xianxin declares that the cooking is the best in the world, the taste exceeding his 5 senses from the tip of his tongue to his very soul. The man continues, stating that in his previous world, people would have worshipped him as a culinary god, and even Tang Niu would have to yield his position. Ji Xianxin, on behalf of the heavenly immortal manor, extends an invitation. He asks Elder Han to join them and take on an elder position in the heavenly immortal manor, inquiring if he is willing. Elder Han thanks him for his kindness, but refuses. Ji Xianxin asks why. Elder Han clarifies that he isn't looking down on the heavenly immortal manor. He explains that the heavenly immortal manor has found out that the boundary set by the demonic path has made connections to an unknown land, and he's afraid it has something to do with the Devil Clan. He recalls encountering a mystic land that was being developed by the Devil Clan and even killed his way in, asking if Ji Xianxian is interested in fighting the Devil Clan together with him. Ji Xianxian notes that those kinds of mystic lands tend to have cultivation resources given to the demonic path by the Devil Clan, suggesting there might be treasures that Elder Han would like. He wonders if even someone like Elder Han was able to kill his way into it. Elder Han, in a chibi form, exclaims, "The Devil Clan guy is so weak? What do you mean by that?" Elder Han clarifies that he just thought that no matter how, the Devil Clan should be stronger than the mortal world's cultivators. Otherwise, why will the demonic path respect them so much? He explains that the real Devil Clan is being imprisoned in the netherworld and can only send out some true devils to the mortal world to spread their ideology, the strongest. Elder Han states that it is the 9th level of the Mahayana realm. He sits, looking pensively at something in the distance. Ji Xianxian looks on, his expression unreadable. A dog-like creature points to a sign that reads, "Jade Pure, Sacred Sex Station." It's the sex public transportation, goodbye. An empty pot sits on a table, a lid and a bowl nearby. Ji Xianxian asks if Feng Liang is related to him, mentioning he saw him diligently cultivate and become immortal. He wonders if he is a guest. Hanju replies that they're not close, and he heard that Feng Liang is also from the heavenly immortal manor. Hanju states that Feng Liang received recognition from the heavenly immortal manor ancestors' residual soul. He adds that Feng Liang is only in the void amalgamation realm, and even he didn't have that kind of treatment. Ji Xianxian wonders how Feng Liang reached the genius tanking chart, stating he doesn't look like he can fight with that body of his. A narration box states that he will have to talk about the past. During the heavenly immortal battle tournament, Feng Liang was unlucky and chose the worst outcome. The opponent he got was Ji Lingshan, the 6th best genius who was in the 5th level of the body integration realm. Ji Lingshan, it's him again. A young woman with blonde hair and green eyes stands next to Ji Xianxian. If the situation had been fair, Feng Liang, who was in the void amalgamation realm, would have lost. But that battle overthrew everyone's cognition. Hanju asks what he means. A narration box states that Feng Liang obtained a weird cultivation technique from who knows where, and Ji Xianxian exclaims, "This is..." Ji Lingshan stands tall, his body massive and imposing. He became almost as wide as 2 refrigerators. His strength also burst into the body integration realm. Sounds outrageous, right? That wasn't something a living being could have done, but I must admit, that was the first time I saw him look like a man. Especially that punch, it could... A figure, eyes wide with determination, shouts with power, as if to penetrate the stars. Below, another man looks up in terror. A voice assures that Ji Lingshan didn't die, but was merely hospitalized for 3 years, his rank even dropping out of the top 10. Another voice expresses relief that they are not familiar with him. Someone fumes, believing that the boy is talented, and some even think he's more talented than him. He vows to teach him a lesson to vent out his anger. A man with long brown hair suddenly remembers something, a smirk playing on his lips. The man declares that the boy is his grand disciple. A small figure with pink hair warns that if anyone dares to touch him, they are done for. A figure commands, their voice echoing through the ethereal space. A hand holds a screen displaying text, a warning to stay away from the troubled, for they have a mystical power inheritance. The figure declares they won't attack unless they are 100% confident they can win. A skeletal figure muses on the weakness of the sex cultivators, questioning why this place has the most abundant providence. The figure wonders if they are on the 6th level of the Mahayana realm, realizing that this remote and impoverished mountain has such an existence. They wonder why they didn't notice it sooner, guessing it's a trap. A voice notes that the master is unordinary, and they wouldn't have detected the invader's existence if they hadn't been warned. A voice declares that trespassers without permission must be killed. A voice commands to end this quickly. The skeletal figure stares ahead, its intentions unknown. A man with a beard states that something is impossible, preparing to use the 3 pure world cleansing. A figure prepares to use the heaven-earth mystic yellow world piercing sword finger, with reincarnation sword intent. Shan Kuei scoffs, declaring that no weakling from the mortal world could ever measure his clan's body. The sect master stands before a shimmering barrier, announcing that his turn has come. A close-up reveals the demon Arhut, his expression unreadable,